Hey my tired peeps, I sense you yawning over there, so let's snuggle up, because on tonight's journey, we'll discover the real story behind Santa Claus. That's right, you'll travel from the frozen landscapes of ancient winter celebrations to the warm hearth of a 4th century bishop whose quiet acts of kindness sparked a legend that would span continents and transform cultures. Settle in as we uncover how St. Nicholas of Myra became the figure we know today. A story of generosity, faith, and the enduring power of giving without seeking recognition. But before we start, I'd love to know how you're doing down below, where in the world you're listening in from and what time it is for you. Now, while I do my brief little pause, make sure to turn on a fan for some comforting white noise and let's ease into that jolly Christmas spirit. You stand at the edge of a northern European forest in the depths of December, centuries before anyone had heard the name Nicholas. The air bites at your cheeks with a cold so complete it seems to crystallize your breath before it can escape. Above you, bare branches sketch patterns against a sky that darkens by mid-afternoon, and the snow beneath your boots squeaks with each step, that particular sound that only happens when temperatures plunge well below freezing. Your ancestors understood something profound about this season. Winter wasn't simply cold weather to be endured. It represented a threshold between the living world and something else entirely. When the sun weakened and shadows stretched across the land for most of each day, the boundary between ordinary existence and the realm of spirits grew thin as parchment. You can feel it even now, that peculiar quality of winter twilight when familiar landmarks take on unfamiliar shapes. The Romans called this period Saturnalia, and their celebrations began on the 17th of December. For them, winter's darkness demanded light, feasting, and the temporary suspension of ordinary rules. Masters served meals to their slaves. People exchanged small gifts, usually candles or clay figurines. Everyone wore the pileus, a soft conical cap that normally marked freed slaves. Because during Saturnalia, all were equal. The rigid social hierarchies that governed every other day of the year dissolved like frost in the morning sun. You would have loved the chaos of it. Gambling, normally forbidden, became not just permitted but encouraged. Wine flowed freely. People sang in the streets at hours that would normally bring sharp reprimands from authorities. The whole affair served a purpose deeper than mere revelry. It was a collective acknowledgement that darkness and cold held power, and the only way to survive them was together, with warmth and light, and the bonds of community. Further north, Germanic peoples observed their own winter customs. They brought evergreen boughs into their homes, holly, ivy, mistletoe and pine, as reminders that life persisted even when the world seemed dead. The evergreens weren't decorations in the modern sense. They were statements of defiance against winter's grip, symbols of resilience. When snow piled shoulder high and wolves howled in the forests, those green branches whispered a promise. Spring will return. The Norse had Yule, their own winter celebration that stretched across 12 nights. They burned enormous logs, the bigger the better, because the Yule log's flames were thought to hold back the darkest forces of winter. Families gathered around these fires and told stories that lasted hours, tales of gods and giants, and the endless struggle between order and chaos. The stories weren't entertainment, they were instruction manuals for living, reminders of courage and cunning, and the importance of loyalty to kin. During these ancient winter celebrations, mysterious figures sometimes appeared, not the jolly rotund character you know from shopping malls and holiday cards, but stranger, more unsettling beings. In some Germanic traditions, Odin himself was said to lead a wild hunt across the winter sky, a ghostly procession of spirits and lost souls. Children left offerings for his 8-legged horse, Sleipnir. Hay and carrots set out in hopes of receiving gifts in return. The practice carried an edge of fear alongside hope. These weren't beings to be trifled with. Elsewhere, there were tales of an old woman who visited homes during winter, checking whether children had behaved themselves. In some regions, people spoke of spirits that travelled with winter winds, able to see into homes through cracks in walls and gaps in shutters. The message was clear. Winter's darkness allowed for judgments and reckonings. Your actions throughout the year would be weighed. You see how the pattern forms. Long before Christianity spread across Europe, winter already belonged to gift-giving. to mysterious visitors, and to the idea that generosity and community celebration could push back against the harshest season. The customs ran deep, braided into the very fibre of how people understood time and survival. When you live close enough to nature that a failed harvest means starvation, when wolves are real threats and not metaphors, winter becomes something more than a season marked on calendars. It becomes a test. Now imagine you're in a small village somewhere in what would become Germany around the year 200. Your family's home is a single-room structure with walls of wattle and daub, woven sticks plastered with mud and straw. The thatched roof keeps out most of the rain and snow, though not all of it. A central hearth provides the only heat and light. At night, everyone sleeps near the fire on platforms covered with straw and furs. The smoke from the hearth escapes through a hole in the roof, though much of it lingers, stinging your eyes and coating everything in a fine layer of soot. During the darkest days of December, your father brings in the Yule log, a massive piece of oak he's been saving for this purpose. It takes 3 grown men to manoeuvre it into position. Once lit, the log will burn for the entire 12-night celebration. Your mother has been preparing for weeks, preserving foods and brewing special ale. On the first night of Yule, she brings out bread shaped like boars and horses, sacred shapes, though you're too young to fully understand why. The village elder comes to your home, as he does to every home, carrying a carved staff older than anyone can remember. He speaks words in a language that sounds almost like yours, but not quite. An older tongue that people only use during these ceremonies. You don't understand all of what he says, but you catch phrases about honouring the ancestors, about the sun's return, and about the debts and bonds that hold your community together. Later, after the elder has left and the Yule log crackles with fierce heat, your father tells you about the gods. Not in the sanitised way these stories are sometimes presented today, but in their original form, bloody, strange, and full of bargains and transformations. He tells you about Odin trading his eye for wisdom, about Thor defending the gods' realm from giants, and about Loki's tricks that sometimes helped and sometimes nearly destroyed everything. But the story that captures your imagination most is simpler. Your father describes a figure, neither quite god nor quite human, who travels during the darkest nights, observing households. This being notes on which families share their food with neighbours, which ones take in travellers despite having little themselves, and which children show kindness to animals and respect to elders. And on Yule morning, those who've shown generosity find small gifts, carved wooden toys, honey cakes, and nuts preserved from autumn's harvest. Your father doesn't explain this as a moral lesson. He simply describes it as fact, the way he'd describe the changing of seasons or the habits of deer in winter. Generosity attracts good fortune. Selfishness invites hardship. The mysterious winter visitor merely makes these natural consequences visible. You fall asleep that night with the Yule log's warmth on your face and the smell of pine boughs in your nostrils. Outside, wind howls across the frozen fields, but inside, surrounded by family and the certainty of community, winter feels less like a threat and more like a challenge you'll meet together. These were the beliefs, the customs, and the deep-rooted traditions into which Christianity slowly spread. The new faith didn't erase the old ways, not entirely, not immediately. Instead, something more interesting happened. The two streams of tradition merged, creating something neither could have produced alone. Now shift forward in time and south in geography. You're in Patara, a prosperous port city in Lycia, a region on the southwestern coast of what is now Turkey. The year is approximately 270. The air here carries the salt-sharp smell of the Mediterranean, and sunlight bounces off whitewashed walls with an intensity that makes you squint even in winter. This is where Nicholas was born, though precious few reliable facts about his early life have survived. History offers fragments, glimpses and stories that may or may not be true, but that people believed so fervently they shape reality through sheer force of repetition. What we do know is that Nicholas came from wealth. His parents were devout Christians at a time when practicing this faith required genuine courage. The Roman Empire, which controlled this region, viewed Christianity with suspicion that frequently erupted into active persecution. Christians refused to honour the emperor as divine, a refusal that authorities interpreted as disloyalty, even treason. Your neighbours might know you're Christian and say nothing, or they might report you to the magistrates. Either outcome remained possible at any moment. Nicholas's parents died during an epidemic when he was young, probably in his teens. Ancient sources don't specify the disease, but epidemics swept through Mediterranean cities with grim regularity. Smallpox, typhoid, plague. Any of these might have been the culprit. In a matter of weeks, perhaps days, Nicholas found himself orphaned and in possession of a substantial fortune. Picture yourself in his position. You're wealthy beyond what most people in your city will ever experience. You could live comfortably for the rest of your life without working. You could indulge every desire, build a grand home, commission art, and travel to distant lands. The entire known world lies open to you, limited only by imagination and the reach of Rome's roads. Nicholas chose a different path. He became a priest, then eventually a bishop, the Bishop of Myra, a city about 60 miles from his birthplace. Being a bishop in the 4th century bore little resemblance to the role as it would later develop. Nicholas had no ornate cathedral, no vast bureaucracy, and no political power in the modern sense. He led a small community of believers who met in homes and, when possible, in modest buildings that could be quickly abandoned if persecution resumed. Myra itself was built into coastal hills, its buildings rising in tiers from the harbour. Ships arrived carrying grain from Egypt, timber from the Black Sea forests, and wine from Greek islands. The city's theatre could seat more than 10,000 spectators for performances that would last entire days. Above the city, tombs carved into cliff faces stared down like empty eyes. Monuments to Lycian nobles from centuries past, long before Roman conquest. As bishop, Nicholas became responsible for his community's spiritual welfare and increasingly their physical welfare too. Christianity, as it was practiced in those early centuries, placed enormous emphasis on caring for the poor. This wasn't optional or supplementary to the faith. It was central, definitional. If you had resources and your neighbour lacked food, shelter or clothing, then your resources weren't truly yours. They were held in trust for the community. You would have seen Nicholas walking through Myra's streets in the early morning, when shadows still stretched long and shopkeepers were just opening their stalls. He dressed simply, no elaborate vestments or symbols of office. People recognised him not by costume but by reputation. He knew the poor by name. He knew which families were struggling with debt, which widows had no one to support them, and which children were going hungry. The stories that accumulated around Nicholas during his lifetime and after his death share certain themes. He gave secretly. He intervened to prevent injustice. He showed particular concern for children, and for anyone powerless in the face of institutional authority. Some of these stories may be embellished or entirely legendary, but they point to a consistent character, someone who understood wealth as responsibility rather than reward. The most famous story takes place in Myra and involves a desperate father. This man, once prosperous, had lost everything through some combination of bad fortune and unwise decisions. He had 3 daughters of marriageable age, but without dowries they couldn't marry. In 4th century Lycia, an unmarried woman from a good family who lacked resources faced limited options, most of them grim. The father, seeing no other choice, prepared to sell his daughters into prostitution. Nicholas learned of the situation. Rather than confronting the father directly, which would have shamed the man publicly and accomplished nothing, Nicholas waited until night. The family's house had windows that opened onto the street, as most houses did, for light and ventilation. Nicholas approached after dark when the household had settled for sleep. He carried a bag of gold coins, probably a substantial portion of his inherited wealth. Through the open window, Nicholas tossed the bag of gold. It landed, according to legend, in a stocking or shoe that had been left by the fire to dry. The gold was exactly enough for the eldest daughter's dowry. She could now marry honourably. You might picture the father's confusion the next morning. Where had this gold come from? Who knew of their desperate situation? The daughter married, her future secured. But the father still had 2 more daughters and no prospects for them. Nicholas waited some time, perhaps weeks, perhaps months. Then, on another night, He returned and repeated the gift. Another bag of gold through the window, another daughter's future secured. By now, the father was determined to discover his mysterious benefactor's identity. When the time came for the third daughter's dowry, he stayed awake, watching the street from a darkened room. And he saw Nicholas approach, saw him heft the third bag of gold, and saw him prepare to throw it through the window. The father rushed out and fell at Nicholas's feet, overwhelmed with gratitude and shame. Gratitude for the generosity and shame that he'd been reduced to accepting charity. Nicholas's response became central to his legend. He asked the father to tell no one about the gifts while Nicholas lived. The generosity was to remain anonymous, known only to the giver, the receiver, and God. Why did this story resonate so powerfully across centuries? Partly because it demonstrated an alternative to the zero-sum thinking that governed most economic relationships in the ancient world. The wealthy hoarded resources because wealth meant security, power, and status. The poor resented the wealthy, sometimes violently. Nicholas's actions suggested a different possibility, that abundance could flow toward need without diminishing the giver, that generosity could be practiced without seeking credit or control. But the story's power also comes from its specificity. Nicholas didn't distribute charity to anonymous masses. He learned about one family's particular crisis and responded with exactly what they needed, delivered in a way that preserved their dignity. The gift through the window allowed the father to believe, if he chose, that Providence itself had intervened rather than accept that he'd become a supplicant to his bishop. Another story places Nicholas at the Council of Nicaea in the year 325. The Roman Emperor Constantine had recently converted to Christianity and called together bishops from across the empire to settle theological disputes that threatened to fragment the new faith. The central question concerned the nature of Christ. Was he fully divine, merely an exceptional human, or something in between? A priest named Arius argued that Christ, though exalted and perfect, was created by God and therefore subordinate to the Father. This position, called Arianism, struck many bishops as heresy, a fundamental misunderstanding that undermined Christianity's core claims. Nicholas was among those who passionately opposed Arius. The legend says that during one heated debate, Nicholas became so frustrated with Arius's arguments that he struck him, actually struck him in the middle of the council. The accounts vary on whether it was a slap or a punch, but the act was shocking regardless. Bishops were supposed to be models of self-control and peaceful behaviour. Physical violence during a theological debate was completely unacceptable. Constantine himself intervened. Nicholas was temporarily stripped of his bishop's office and possibly imprisoned. But here the story takes an interesting turn. Other bishops reported that Nicholas received a vision during his imprisonment. Mary and Christ appeared to him, returning his vestments and gospel book, symbols of his authority. Interpreting this as divine approval, the council reinstated him. Whether this story is historically accurate matters less than what it reveals about how people understood Nicholas's character. He combined profound generosity with fierce conviction. He could give away everything he owned to help the poor, but he couldn't tolerate what he viewed as attacks on truth. The same passion that drove his charity drove his anger at the council. You see then, a more complex figure than later legends would suggest. Nicholas wasn't simply kind in some generic harmless way. His kindness had teeth. He fought injustice directly, whether the injustice came from poverty, exploitation, or theological error. He made enemies. He took positions that brought consequences. During the persecution of Christians under Emperor Diocletian, which began around the year 303, Nicholas was imprisoned. Diocletian's persecution was systematic and brutal, perhaps the most severe the Christians had yet faced. Churches were destroyed, scriptures burned, and clergy imprisoned or executed. The goal was nothing less than Christianity's complete eradication from the empire. Nicholas survived. Many others didn't. The experience of imprisonment, of seeing fellow believers tortured and killed for their faith, shaped him profoundly. When Constantine later legalized Christianity and the immediate threat passed, Nicholas understood that freedom and safety were neither permanent nor guaranteed. The gift of safety demanded gratitude expressed through action. specifically through protecting the vulnerable who couldn't protect themselves. The practice of secret giving, so central to Nicholas's life, carried particular resonance in the ancient world. Gift-giving in Greek and Roman society was rarely private or selfless. Wealthy patrons gave publicly to gain honour, to bind recipients in webs of obligation, and to demonstrate status. The gift created a debt that recipients were expected to repay through loyalty, service, or public praise. Nicholas's anonymous gifts represented something different, a form of generosity that expected nothing in return because the giver's identity remained hidden. This must have seemed strange, even suspicious to many of his contemporaries. Why give if you won't receive credit? What kind of power game was this? But for Nicholas, anonymity was precisely the point. The moment a gift became public, it changed character. It became leverage, became control, and became an investment in reputation. Anonymous giving allowed the recipient's dignity to remain intact. They could receive help without becoming subordinate, without entering a patron-client relationship that would define their social position permanently. Imagine you're a struggling merchant in Myra, unable to pay your debts after a shipment was lost to pirates. You've borrowed from multiple sources, and the interest compounds daily. Your family faces losing everything: home, business, and respectability. One morning you discover that someone has paid your largest debt. There's no note, no name, and no demand for future loyalty. Just the debt, erased. You never learn who helped you. For the rest of your life you wonder, was it the wealthy widow who lives near the harbour? The olive oil exporter who occasionally nods to you in the market? Or was it the bishop, the man who seems to know everyone's troubles? Not knowing changes everything. You can't repay the specific person, so instead you find yourself looking for others who need help. When you see someone struggling, you remember your own rescue and act. The anonymous gift ripples outward, creating a culture of generosity rather than a single transaction. Nicholas understood this intuitively. His gifts weren't charity in the modern sense, with its implications of distance between giver and receiver. They were more like adjustments to the natural order, redistributions that moved abundance toward need the way water flows downhill. The stories accumulated. Nicholas saving sailors caught in storms by appearing to them in dreams with navigation instructions. Nicholas rescued boys who'd been kidnapped and sold into slavery, somehow always learning of these crimes and intervening before the situation became irreversible. Nicholas providing dowries for poor girls, not just once, but repeatedly, making this his particular mission. Some stories stretched credibility. They included miraculous elements that modern audiences might dismiss as impossible, but focus on the pattern rather than the literal details. Every story emphasized intervention on behalf of the powerless. Every story featured generosity delivered with discretion. Every story showed Nicholas responding to specific needs rather than distributing generic aid. You're in Myra's harbour on a winter morning, watching workers load grain onto ships bound for Constantinople. The work is hard and dangerous. Men balance on narrow gangplanks carrying sacks that weigh nearly as much as they do. A misstep means a fall into cold water, or, worse, being crushed between ship and dock as the tide shifts. The workers are mostly free men, but desperately poor. They're paid by the load and the work is irregular. Some days there are ships to unload, other days there's nothing. No work means no food. Their children go hungry more often than not. Nicholas appears regularly at the docks, not to preach but simply to be present. He knows the workers' names and knows whose child is sick and whose mother recently died. Sometimes he brings food, bread and dried fish, nothing fancy. Sometimes he simply listens as men talk about their troubles, their fears and their small hopes. One of the workers, a man named Cyrus, tells you about a morning when he woke to find a small leather pouch outside his door. Inside were silver coins, enough to buy medicine for his daughter, who'd been burning with fever for 3 days. Cyrus never learned who left the pouch. He suspects Nicholas, but can't prove it. And when he tried to thank the bishop, Nicholas simply said that God provides in mysterious ways, and then changed the subject. This is the pattern that would echo through centuries. Not grand gestures witnessed by crowds, but small, specific acts of generosity delivered quietly and without expectation of recognition. The approach seems almost calculated to prevent the kind of institutional charity that would later develop in Christianity. Charity as bureaucracy, as social control, as distance between wealthy benefactors and anonymous poor people who exist mainly. As statistics, Nicholas died on the 6th of December, probably in the year 343, though the exact date is uncertain. He was buried in Myra's cathedral, and his tomb immediately became a pilgrimage site. The faithful reported miracles, healings, visions, and answered prayers. Within a generation, Nicholas was recognised as a saint, but his association with children developed gradually, emerging from specific stories that emphasised his protection of the young and vulnerable. The tales became darker and stranger as they spread across cultures, absorbing local legends and pre-Christian folklore. The most disturbing story concerns 3 boys travelling to study in Athens. They stopped at an inn for the night. The innkeeper and his wife, facing poverty and seeing an opportunity, murdered the 3 boys, butchered their bodies and preserved the meat in brine, planning to serve it to future guests. Nicholas, travelling the same route, stopped at the inn. He immediately sensed something wrong. The accounts say he perceived the crime through divine revelation. He confronted the innkeeper, who confessed in terror. Then Nicholas prayed over the barrels of brine, and the 3 boys were restored to life, completely whole, as if nothing had happened. Modern readers might recoil from this story's grotesque elements, but in medieval Europe, where child mortality was staggeringly high, and dangers both natural and human constantly threatened the young, the tale carried enormous power. Nicholas appeared as a protector who could reverse even death itself when children were threatened. The story also connected Nicholas to older, pre-Christian myths about death and resurrection, about journeys to underworlds and returns to life. In Greek mythology, Demeter searches for her daughter Persephone, who has been dragged to the underworld. In Norse myths, the god Balder is killed and mourned by all creation. These ancient patterns, loss, searching, miraculous return, echoed in the story of Nicholas and the 3 boys. As Nicholas's cult spread across Europe during the Middle Ages, local communities adopted him as the patron saint of children. Parents prayed to him for their children's safety. Children left offerings at shrines dedicated to him. And gradually the tradition developed that Nicholas brought gifts to good children on his feast day, the 6th of December. You're in a German town in the year 1300. It's late autumn, and you're a child of perhaps 7 or 8. Your parents have told you about St. Nicholas, the holy bishop who watches over children and brings gifts to those who've been good throughout the year. Watching over isn't entirely comforting. According to what you've heard from older children, Nicholas knows everything you've done, every lie you've told, every time you've been lazy with your chores, every unkind word to your siblings. All of it has been observed and recorded. On the night before Nicholas's feast day, he'll review this record and decide whether you deserve a gift or punishment. The fear is real, but so is the anticipation. If you've tried your best to be good, and you have tried mostly, then St. Nicholas might leave something for you. Maybe nuts or fruit preserved from the harvest, maybe a small carved toy, maybe sweet bread baked in special shapes. On the evening of the 5th of December, you help your mother set out your shoes by the hearth, just as every child in town does. The shoes are meant to receive whatever Nicholas leaves, whether gift or punishment. You've heard stories of children who received switches or coal instead of treats. Your stomach churns with nervousness. You go to bed, but sleep comes slowly. Every sound in the house makes you wonder, is that him? Has he come? Your younger brother is snoring softly beside you, apparently unbothered by the momentous judgment occurring downstairs. Morning arrives eventually, as mornings do. You creep from bed, heart hammering, and descend to the main room. There, in your shoes, you find an apple, 3 walnuts, and a small wooden horse, beautifully carved with real horsehair for the mane and tail. Your brother has received similar gifts. Your parents are smiling. The relief is overwhelming. You've been judged and found worthy. But beneath the relief is something else, an awareness that you're seen, that your actions throughout the year matter, and that someone is paying attention. It's not entirely comfortable, this sense of being watched, but it's also not entirely unpleasant. Someone cares enough to watch. Someone cares enough to judge. Someone cares enough to give. The tradition spread with regional variations. In some areas, Nicholas travelled with a dark companion, Knecht Ruprecht, or Black Peter, or Krampus, depending on the region. This figure punished bad children while Nicholas rewarded good ones. The companion's appearance varied but was always frightening. Sometimes devil-like with horns and chains, sometimes dressed in dark furs with a blackened face, and sometimes described as a captured devil or demon that Nicholas had bound to his service. These dark companions represented something important that later, more sanitized versions of the tradition would lose. They acknowledged that judgment had two sides, that rewards implied the possibility of punishment, and that protection required enforcement. Nicholas wasn't simply a gentle gift-giver. He was a figure who maintained moral order, who insisted that actions had consequences. But the tradition also emphasized mercy. Stories frequently featured Nicholas intervening on behalf of children who'd been labelled bad, but who had understandable reasons for their misbehaviour. A child who stole food because the family was starving might still receive a gift. A child who lied to protect a sibling might be forgiven. Nicholas, according to these tales, saw past surface actions to intentions and circumstances. As Christianity spread deeper into Northern Europe, Nicholas's cult travelled with it. Monasteries and churches were dedicated to him. His relics, fragments of bone, bits of cloth that had touched his tomb, were distributed to churches across the continent and became focal points for local devotion. In the year 1087, something extraordinary happened. Italian merchants and sailors from Bari, a port city in southern Italy, travelled to Myra with a specific goal: to steal Nicholas's remains. Myra had fallen under Muslim control, and the Christian merchants argued they were rescuing the saint's bones from infidel hands. They bribed guards, broke into the tomb, and extracted the bones, though according to some accounts, they left some skeletal material behind in their haste. They shipped the relics to Bari, where they were installed in a specially built basilica. Myra was furious. Bari was jubilant. The Pope officially recognised Bari's claim. This theft mattered enormously. Relics in medieval Christianity were powerful objects. They could heal the sick, protect cities from plague and invasion, and attract pilgrims whose spending enriched local economies. By possessing Nicholas's relics, Bari instantly became a major pilgrimage destination. The city's wealth and prestige grew accordingly, but the theft also demonstrated Nicholas's pan-European reach. His cult wasn't confined to his original homeland. He belonged to all of Christian Europe, and multiple cities competed for connection to him. Churches across the continent claimed to possess secondary relics: a finger bone, a tooth, fragments of clothing. Whether these were genuine was almost beside the point. The claims themselves showed how deeply Nicholas had penetrated European consciousness. You're in Lorraine, in what is now eastern France, in the year 1200. Your village has a small church with a wooden statue of St. Nicholas in a side chapel. The statue shows him dressed as a bishop, wearing a mitre and holding a staff. At his feet are three boys emerging from a barrel, the visual shorthand for the innkeeper story. The statue isn't beautiful in any technical sense. The carving is rough, and the paint has faded and chipped. But it's yours. Your grandfather helped build the chapel that houses it. Your mother lights candles before it when children in the village are sick. And every year on the 6th of December, the entire village gathers here for a feast and celebration. The celebration isn't solemn, it's loud, chaotic, and joyful. Someone dresses as St. Nicholas, usually the richest man in the village, though he pretends to be humble about it. He processes through the streets, followed by children singing traditional songs about Nicholas and his miracles. He stops at each home where children live, and the children must answer questions about their behaviour during the past year. Have you obeyed your parents? Have you been kind to your brothers and sisters? Have you said your prayers faithfully? The children answer, sometimes truthfully, sometimes hopefully. Nicholas, actually Martin the miller in borrowed robes, nods sagely and distributes small gifts. Even the poorest children receive something. The gifts aren't equal. Wealthier families can afford to contribute more, but everyone participates. No child is excluded. Later, after Nicholas has finished his rounds, the adults gather in the church for a more formal service. The priest speaks about the real Nicholas, about his generosity and faith and courage during persecution. But the sermon is brief because everyone's hungry and eager to get to the feast. Tables have been set up in the church's yard, loaded with food each family has contributed. There's roasted meat, a rare luxury for most families. There's bread and cheese, stewed vegetables and pastries sweetened with honey. The village's modest resources have been pooled to create abundance, at least for this one night. Children run between the tables, wild with excitement and sugar. Old women gossip about whose children were best behaved during Nicholas's inquisition. Young men flirt with young women, emboldened by the feast day atmosphere. And through it all, there's a sense of community, of shared tradition, of connection across generations. Your grandfather, sitting beside the fire with a wooden cup of wine in his gnarled hands, tells you about St. Nicholas's Day when he was young. Just the same, he says. My grandfather told me it was the same when he was a boy too. The saint watches over us generation after generation. Some things don't change. But of course, things were changing. Trade routes expanded, cities grew, books and ideas circulated more freely. And Nicholas's tradition travelled with these changes, adapting to new contexts while retaining core elements. In the Netherlands, Nicholas became Sinterklaas, arriving each year by steamship from Spain, a detail that reflected Dutch maritime trade and conflict with Spanish rulers. Sinterklaas rode a white horse across rooftops, and children left carrots and hay for the horse in their shoes. The tradition maintained Nicholas's bishop's attire, and his focus on judging children's behaviour, but it added theatrical elements that made the annual visit increasingly elaborate. The Dutch version of Nicholas traditions would eventually prove crucial for the tradition's transformation in America. But first, it flourished in the Netherlands as a cultural phenomenon that bound together communities through shared rituals and expectations. You're in Amsterdam in the year 1600. The Netherlands has recently won independence from Spain after a brutal 80-year war. The nation is experiencing a golden age, wealth from trade, artistic achievement, and religious tolerance unusual for the era. And Sinterklaas is everywhere. He arrives in mid-November by steamship, accompanied by his helpers, Zwarte Pieten, dressed in colourful Renaissance-style costumes. The arrival is a public spectacle. The entire city turns out to watch the ship dock to see Sinterklaas disembark on his white horse. The mayor greets him officially, children sing traditional songs, the saint processes through the streets, waving to crowds before taking up residence somewhere in the city. The location kept secret, part of the mystery. For the next 3 weeks, until his feast day on the 6th of December, Sinterklaas maintains his presence. Children see him in the streets occasionally. Parents warn misbehaving children that Sinterklaas is watching, and they point to the helpers who seem to be everywhere, carrying large books supposedly recording each child's deeds. The book is central to the tradition's power. Sinterklaas knows everything because it's all written in his book. Every act of kindness, every moment of laziness, every lie and every truth, recorded in permanent ink. The book will be consulted when gift-giving decisions are made. On the evening before his feast day, children place their shoes by the fireplace. Some families have elaborate rituals, particular songs that must be sung, specific treats for the saint's horse, and handwritten notes with wishes or confessions. The anticipation is almost unbearable. You've been mostly good this year, but there was that incident with your sister's toy that you broke and tried to hide, and you wonder if Sinterklaas knows about that. Sleep is impossible. You lie awake listening for sounds from the main room. At some point, you're not sure when, you finally drift off. In the morning, you find your shoes filled with treats and small gifts. Your parents are already awake, smiling mysteriously. Your sister's shoes are also full. Even the family dog seems to have received treats. But there's something else in your shoe. A note written in elaborate script completely unlike your parents' handwriting. It's addressed to you by name. It mentions specific incidents from the year, some you'd almost forgotten. It praises you for helping your grandmother without being asked. It gently chides you about the broken toy and suggests you apologise to your sister. It ends with encouragement to continue growing in kindness and responsibility. The note staggers you. How did Sinterklaas know these details? Your parents claim ignorance, though they're not very convincing. But the effect is profound. Someone is paying attention to your life in its specifics. Your actions matter. You're seen. The Dutch tradition succeeded partly because it balanced judgment with mercy and accountability with grace. Sinterklaas recorded everything, but almost always gave gifts anyway. The threat of punishment remained mostly theoretical. Coal or switches could appear in shoes, but this happened rarely and usually only for truly serious misbehaviour. The tradition's genius was maintaining moral seriousness, while ensuring that almost every child experienced affirmation and joy. Dutch immigrants would carry this tradition to New Amsterdam, later called New York in the 17th century. But the tradition didn't transfer unchanged. It encountered different cultures, different expectations, and different economic and social realities, and it began to transform. The transformation of St. Nicholas into Santa Claus happened gradually, across decades, through the work of writers, artists, marketers, and families adapting old traditions to new circumstances. The figure who emerged bore resemblance to the original Nicholas, but had become something new, more secular, more commercial, and more focused on material abundance than on moral judgment. You're in New York City in the year 1810. America is young, still defining itself, still figuring out which European traditions to keep and which to discard. Christmas itself isn't yet the major holiday it will become. Many Protestant Americans view Christmas celebrations with suspicion, considering them too Catholic, too pagan, and too prone to drunken revelry. But New York has a large Dutch population, descendants of the original New Amsterdam settlers, and they maintain their Sinterklaas traditions. A writer named Washington Irving, fascinated by Dutch culture and history, publishes a satirical history of New York that includes descriptions of these traditions. Irving's writing emphasises the quaint, charming aspects of Dutch customs, making them seem appealingly exotic yet harmless. Irving describes St. Nicholas, he calls him both that and Sankt Claus, riding over treetops in a wagon and dropping presents down chimneys. The details are deliberately fantastical, part of Irving's comedic approach, but the image captures imaginations. Other writers begin incorporating similar elements into their work. In 1823, a poem appears in a New York newspaper, A Visit from Saint Nicholas, later known as 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. The poem, attributed to Clement Clarke Moore, though authorship remains disputed, transformed the tradition completely. The poem's St. Nicholas is explicitly magical. He drives a miniature sleigh pulled by 8 flying reindeer, each named. He's described as an elf, a little old driver so lively and quick, with a round belly that shakes when he laughs like a bowl full of jelly. He enters homes through chimneys carrying a sack of toys. He knows which children are sleeping and which are awake. He delivers presents and departs within minutes. The poem made no mention of judgment or moral instruction. This St. Nicholas simply brought joy. He didn't carry a book of deeds. He didn't discriminate between good and bad children, or at least the poem didn't address that question. He was purely benevolent, magical, and dedicated entirely to making children happy. The image proved irresistible. The poem was reprinted in newspapers across America year after year. Families began reading it aloud on Christmas Eve. The tradition shifted from the 6th of December to the 25th. St. Nicholas became an essential part of Christmas celebrations rather than a separate feast day. But the transformation wasn't complete. The figure's appearance remained unsettled. Some illustrations showed him in bishop's robes, others depicted him in various costumes. His size varied, sometimes elf-like, sometimes normal human proportions. The reindeer was established, but almost everything else remained flexible. Thomas Nast, a political cartoonist working in the mid to late 1800s, created a series of illustrations that gradually standardized Santa Claus's appearance. Nast's Santa was rotund and jolly, dressed in fur-trimmed robes, usually red but sometimes tan or brown. He lived at the North Pole, Nast's innovation, where he maintained a workshop for toy production. He kept lists of good and bad children. Naughty children still face consequences, though these were usually depicted as receiving fewer or less desirable gifts rather than punishment. Nast's illustrations appeared in Harper's Weekly during and after the Civil War. In those drawings, Santa Claus sometimes appeared visiting Union Army camps, bringing comfort to soldiers. The figure became associated with American nationalism, with Union values, and with hope during a brutal conflict that threatened the nation's survival. After the war, as America industrialized and consumer culture developed, Santa Claus evolved further. Department stores began featuring Santa displays where children could sit on Santa's lap and tell him their Christmas wishes. This served obvious commercial purposes. Parents took note of what children requested and shopped accordingly. But it also created a ritualized encounter that millions of American children shared. You're in a Manhattan department store in 1895. You're 6 years old and your mother has brought you to meet Santa Claus. The store's display is elaborate. Fake snow, evergreen trees, a throne-like chair for Santa, and elves busy wrapping presents. A line of children snakes through the display, each waiting their turn. When your turn comes, an assistant elf, really a store employee in costume, lifts you onto Santa's lap. Santa is enormous, warm and soft. His beard is white and full, though you're pretty sure it's fake. His suit is deep red velvet with white fur trim. He smells like peppermint and pipe tobacco. Have you been good this year? Santa's voice is deep and kind. You nod, suddenly shy. What would you like for Christmas? You've rehearsed this. You've thought about nothing else for days. A toy train, you say, the kind that goes in circles on a track. Santa nods seriously as if considering. That's a fine gift. I'll see what I can do. He hands you a candy cane and helps you down from his lap. You leave the store convinced you've met the real Santa Claus. Your mother doesn't contradict this belief, though she exchanges a knowing look with another parent in line. And on Christmas morning there's a toy train under your family's tree, not exactly like the ones you saw in the store, but close enough to seem miraculous. The modern Santa Claus, the one you know from countless movies, advertisements, and shopping mall displays, reached his final form through 20th century marketing, particularly through Coca-Cola advertisements illustrated by Haddon Sundblom. Starting in 1931, Sundblom's Santa was definitively human-sized, not elf-like. His suit was always bright red with white fur trim, the red matching Coca-Cola's brand colours, though Santa had worn red in earlier depictions too. He was grandfatherly, warm, and absolutely benign. He appeared in various domestic scenes, reading letters from children, checking his list, taking a break to enjoy a Coca-Cola, and interacting with his reindeer. The illustrations were painted realistically, making Santa seem like someone who might actually exist somewhere. These advertisements ran for decades and were seen by hundreds of millions of people worldwide. They cemented a single, consistent image of Santa Claus that transcended national boundaries and cultural differences. Santa might be called different names in different countries, Father Christmas in England, Papa Noel in France, but his appearance became remarkably uniform. The commercial appropriation of Santa Claus raises obvious questions. Had a figure originally based on a saint dedicated to anonymous generosity become nothing more than a tool for selling products? Had the meaning been lost entirely? Maybe, partly. But something more complicated was happening too. The Santa Claus tradition, in its American form, maintained elements of the original Nicholas's approach, even while transforming almost beyond recognition. Santa's anonymity persisted. Children believed gifts came from Santa, not from their parents. The generosity appeared magical, unearned, and disconnected from economic exchange. Parents gave without expectation of thanks, because in the child's mind, thanks belonged to Santa. The tradition still connected generosity to moral behaviour. Children were told that Santa brought more or better gifts to good children. Whether parents actually enforced this varied enormously, but the idea persisted that actions had consequences, that someone was paying attention, and that behaviour throughout the year mattered, and the tradition remained focused on children, particularly on children's joy and wonder. In a world increasingly complex and often harsh, The Santa Claus myth created a space where children could believe in pure benevolence, where magic seemed real, and where kindness could arrive unexpectedly without strings attached. You're in suburban America in 1975. You're a parent now, with 2 children of your own. Christmas Eve has arrived, and after the kids are finally asleep, you and your spouse begin the elaborate ritual of becoming Santa Claus. You retrieve the carefully hidden gifts from various closets and storage spaces. You arrange them under the tree according to a mental calculation about which should be opened first and which should be saved for last. You eat the cookies the children left for Santa and drink the milk, though you'd prefer coffee at this hour. You write a note from Santa, thanking them for the snacks and commenting on how good they've been this year. It's past midnight before you finish. You're exhausted. Tomorrow will be chaos. Wrapping paper everywhere. Children hyper with excitement and sugar. Relatives arriving, and a massive meal to prepare and clean up after. But right now, looking at the tree lit up in the dark room, the presents arranged underneath, you feel something unexpected. Contentment. Pride. A sense of continuity with your own parents. Who did this for you? You're perpetuating a lie, technically. Your children believe Santa Claus is real, and you've carefully maintained that belief through various acts of deception. But it doesn't feel like lying. It feels like giving them something precious. A few years of believing that magic exists, that someone cares about them unconditionally, and that the world contains benevolent forces dedicated to children's happiness. Eventually they'll learn the truth. Eventually you'll have awkward conversations about how Santa isn't real, but the spirit of giving is. Eventually they'll feel the complicated mix of disillusionment and understanding that comes with that knowledge. But not yet. For now, Santa Claus lives. And tomorrow morning, when your children race downstairs and see the presents and the eaten cookies and the note, their joy will be real, even if its proximate cause is based on a carefully constructed fiction. The historical Nicholas of Myra would probably not recognise the jolly figure in the red suit. The transformation has been too complete, too thorough. A 4th century bishop who gave away his wealth to prevent desperate fathers from selling their daughters has become a magical being who lives at the North Pole and manages a toy factory staffed by elves. And yet something persists. Something essential survived the journey from Lycia to America, from saint to secular icon. The impulse toward generosity without expectation of return, that remains. Parents give to their children through Santa Claus without seeking recognition for themselves. The joy comes from the giving itself, from seeing children's delight, and from maintaining a tradition that stretches back through generations. The protection of children and the powerless, that remains. Santa Claus, in virtually all his incarnations, belongs to children. He exists to bring them joy, to shield them from the world's harshness for at least a few magical moments. This echoes Nicholas's original concern for children in danger. The idea that generosity observes and responds to individual needs, that remains, at least in theory. Santa Claus supposedly knows what each child wants and brings gifts tailored to individual wishes rather than identical generic presents. The practice often falls short of this ideal, but the aspiration persists. And the connection between moral behaviour and reward, that remains, though weakened and complicated. Parents still tell children that Santa watches their behaviour, and still sometimes use Santa as an incentive for good conduct. The approach is problematic in various ways, but it maintains a thread to Nicholas's original witness, that how we treat others matters, that our choices have consequences, and that attention must be paid. The winter customs that existed before Nicholas, the ancient celebrations that marked the darkest time of year with light and feasts and gifts, those persist too, woven into Christmas traditions that combine Christian elements with pagan survivals. With commercial innovations, with family-specific rituals that no one quite remembers starting but which feel essential anyway. You're in your living room on a cold December night. Snow falls outside, visible through the window where evergreen branches frame the glass. The tree lights glow softly. Children are asleep upstairs. Somewhere in the house, gifts are hidden, waiting for Christmas morning. You're tired. The season has been hectic. Shopping, decorating, cooking and attending various events. But you're also satisfied. You've maintained traditions your parents kept and added new ones your family created together. You've given your children the experience of believing in something magical, even if that belief is temporary. And maybe you think about Nicholas, the actual man who lived 17 centuries ago in a city on the Mediterranean coast, a man who inherited wealth and gave it away, a man who protected children and fought injustice, a man who believed that how we treat the most vulnerable members of our society defines us more surely than any other measure. The modern Santa Claus isn't that man, but he grew from seeds that man planted. The radical idea that generosity need not be transactional, that gifts given in secret have particular power, that children deserve protection and joy, and that abundance should flow toward need. On this winter night, with darkness pressing against your windows and cold wind rattling the shutters, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back through centuries and across continents. The particulars have changed almost beyond recognition, but the core impulse remains: to create light in darkness, to share abundance, to protect innocence, and to give without seeking return. That's St. Nicholas's legacy. Not the red suit or the flying reindeer or the North Pole workshop. Those are decorations, elaborations, and the accumulated barnacles of cultural evolution. The legacy is the idea that generosity freely given, especially to those who cannot repay it, makes us more fully human. That attention to individual need matters more than grand gestures, that children deserve particular care and protection, that secret giving preserves dignity for both giver and receiver. These ideas aren't uniquely Christian or uniquely Nicholas's. They appear in various forms across cultures and religions, but Nicholas embodied them in ways that resonated across centuries and transformed cultures. His particular witness, a wealthy man who chose poverty in service to others, a bishop who struck another bishop for what he viewed as heresy, and a saint who somehow became associated with flying reindeer, proved durable enough to survive, transformations that would have destroyed most historical figures beyond recognition. So when you bite into a gingerbread cookie or sing carols or place presents under a tree, you're participating in something ancient and layered. You're honouring Nicholas of Myra, whether you know his story or not. You're maintaining winter customs that predate Christianity by centuries. You're adapting traditions to contemporary circumstances. You're giving your children experiences they'll remember for the rest of their lives. And maybe, if you're paying attention, you can feel the thread that connects all of this. The thread of generosity, of care for the vulnerable, of light in darkness. That thread runs from prehistoric winter celebrations through Nicholas's lifetime, through medieval feast days, and through modern Christmas mornings. It's been bent and twisted and recoloured until it barely resembles its origins. But it's never broken. That's what remains. That's what endures. Not the specific customs or the particular myths, but the impulse they serve. To create warmth and joy in the coldest, darkest season. To share what we have with those who need it. To protect those who cannot protect themselves. And to give without demanding recognition or return. The historical Nicholas would understand that impulse, even if he wouldn't recognise the fat man in the red suit, because at its core the Santa Claus tradition still serves the same purpose that drove Nicholas to throw bags of gold through windows late at night. To meet need with abundance, quietly and without fanfare, trusting that the act itself is reward. Enough! And on this December night, as snow continues falling and the house settles into sleep, that ancient purpose continues. The names change, the costumes evolve, the stories grow more elaborate, but the gift at the centre, the gift of generosity given freely, expecting nothing in return, that gift persists precious and unchanged, from Nicholas's time to ours and onward to generations yet unborn. You're standing at the edge of something vast. Before you stretches an ocean of grass, rolling toward mountains that seem painted against the sky in shades of blue and purple. The year is 1843, and you've just arrived in Oregon Territory after 6 months of wagon travel. Your hands are calloused from gripping rope and leather. Your boots are held together with wire and determination. And now, for the first time in your life, You're looking at land that doesn't have a fence line anywhere in sight. The stillness out here isn't like the quiet back home in Pennsylvania or Ohio. This silence has weight to it. When the wind stops moving through the tall grass, you can hear your own heartbeat. You can hear the creak of your wagon settling. You can hear absolutely nothing for miles in every direction, and it's both terrifying and strangely beautiful. Back east, silence meant something was wrong. The mill had stopped. The church bell hadn't rung. Out here, silence is just Tuesday. Your nearest neighbour will be 3 miles away, assuming anyone else settles nearby. The closest town with an actual store is a 2-day ride. You've got the supplies that fit in your wagon, the knowledge you carried in your head, and whatever you can figure out before winter arrives. No pressure. The first thing you learn is that the frontier has a particular way of teaching. It doesn't hand you a manual. It doesn't offer second chances. You either notice the lesson while you still have time to apply it, or you become a cautionary tale that travellers mention when they pass your empty claim years later. That's where the Hendersons tried to settle, they'll say, without elaborating on what went wrong. You'd very much prefer not to be a Henderson, so you start paying attention to everything. The land out here speaks a language you've never heard before, and you're learning vocabulary at an urgent pace. That depression in the meadow where water pools after rain, that's not just a low spot. That's where you'll dig your well come spring, because if water shows up there naturally, it's close to the surface. Those aspens growing in a line across the hillside, they're marking an underground stream, their roots reaching toward moisture you can't see but can definitely use. The deer trails that converge near that stand of willows, animals aren't stupid. They've been finding water here for generations, and you're the newcomer who should probably take notes. You walk your land every morning for the first month, not because you're bored, but because each morning reveals something new. The way frost settles heavier in certain hollows tells you where cold air pools at night. The sections where grass grows taller and greener indicate better soil. The rocks scattered across one area suggest this field used to be underwater a very long time ago, which means the dirt here might be richer than it looks. Reading the land becomes your favourite morning activity, even though favourite is a relative term when every morning also involves hauling water, splitting wood, and preventing your only milk cow from wandering into the next territory. You start noticing patterns. The elk move uphill in late afternoon. The ravens circle above something dead or dying, which is useful information if you're tracking game. The particular way the grass bends tells you which direction the prevailing wind comes from, which tells you which side of your cabin will take the worst beating during storms. There's a kind of satisfaction in learning to read the land that you weren't expecting. Back east, you knew whether it would rain by checking if Mrs. Peterson's joints were aching. Out here, you watch the ants. If they're building their hills higher than usual, sealing entrances and moving their eggs up from the lower chambers, rain is coming. The ants have never lied to you. Mrs. Peterson was only right about 60% of the time, but you'd never tell her that. The soil itself tells stories if you know how to listen. You dig test holes in different areas of your claim, examining what comes up. Dark, crumbly soil that smells rich and earthy, that's good land, full of organic matter broken down over centuries. Clay-heavy soil that clumps and holds water, that's challenging for most crops but perfect for building. Sandy soil that drains too quickly, you'll need to amend that with whatever organic matter you can find. Rocky soil that's more stone than dirt, well, that's where you'll graze livestock instead of planting vegetables. You learn to identify plants you've never seen before, starting with the ones that might kill you because that seems like practical prioritization. Poison hemlock grows near water, and it looks disturbingly similar to wild carrot until you notice the purple spots on the stem and the musty smell when you crush the leaves. Water hemlock is even worse, and you give any plant growing in wet areas a very suspicious inspection before deciding whether it's edible or deadly. But there are also plants that become staples. Biscuit root has a taproot that's starchy and filling when roasted. Karma's bulbs, if you dig them at the right time, taste sweet and can be baked or dried for winter storage. Wild roses produce hips that are rich in whatever prevents scurvy. You're not sure of the exact science, but but you know sailors used to die from not eating them, so you collect them in autumn and dry them for tea. The trees on your land aren't just scenery, they're resources waiting to be understood. You learn to identify them by bark, by leaf shape, and by the way they grow. Douglas fir provides strong, straight timber for building. Cedar resists rot and makes excellent shingles. Pine is abundant but soft, better for interior walls than structural support. Alder grows near water and provides wood that burns hot and clean with minimal smoke. Each tree species has particular uses beyond building material. You collect pitch from pine trees, heating it to make a waterproof sealant for cracks in your cabin walls. You harvest inner bark from certain trees in spring when the sap is running. It's edible, though calling it delicious would be generous. You learn which trees provide the best firewood, which ones harbour edible mushrooms at their base, and which ones attract deer during certain seasons. The rhythm of the land becomes your clock. You stop thinking in terms of specific dates and start thinking in terms of what's happening. When the service berries bloom, it's time to plant crops that can handle cool soil. When the balsam root flowers carpet the hillsides in yellow, the last frost has probably passed. When the choke cherries ripen, summer is half over, and you'd better start thinking about harvest. When the tamarack needles turn gold, winter is 6 weeks away, and you're either ready or you're not. Water becomes your obsession, which makes sense considering you're made of approximately 60% of the stuff, and would prefer to maintain that ratio. The creek runs about a quarter mile from your cabin, which is close enough to be convenient but far enough to be annoying when you're hauling buckets twice a day. In summer, it's a cheerful little stream, clear and cold and reliable. In winter, it's a frozen challenge that requires you to hack through ice with an axe, which is exactly as fun as it sounds. You learn to collect rainwater in barrels, positioning them under the eaves of your cabin to catch runoff. You dig a root cellar that stays cool and damp, perfect for storing vegetables and keeping milk from spoiling. You fashion a simple filter using sand and charcoal, because the creek runs clear most of the time, but occasionally gets murky after a hard rain upstream, and drinking mud is bad for morale. The frontier teaches you to be creative about water in ways you never imagined. You save your washing water to pour on the garden. You learn to judge exactly how much you need for cooking, for cleaning, and for drinking, and you waste nothing. Spilling a bucket of water becomes genuinely upsetting, not because you're precious about it, but because that's another trip to the creek, and you've already made 4 today, and your shoulder is starting to file a formal complaint. Finding the best place to dig a well becomes a spring project that occupies weeks of planning and days of labour. You watch where morning dew lingers longest on the grass. You observe which areas stay green during dry spells. You talk to a trapper who passes through, and he mentions that willows and cottonwoods always grow near water, which you already knew. But he also mentions that certain types of moss prefer damp ground, which you didn't know. You finally choose a spot near that line of aspens and start digging. The first 3 feet are easy, relatively speaking, just topsoil and rocks that you can move with a shovel. The next 5 feet are harder, the soil becoming dense and heavy. At 8 feet down, you hit clay, which is encouraging because clay usually means you're getting close to the water table. At 12 feet, your shovel blade breaks through into wet sand, and water begins seeping into the bottom of the hole. You've never felt prouder of a hole in the ground. You reinforce the walls with stones, stacking them carefully to prevent collapse. You fashion a wooden frame for the top, and a simple windlass with a rope and bucket. Drawing water from your own well instead of hauling it from the creek saves you hours each week, and provides water that's consistently clean and cold. The well becomes one of your most valuable assets, right up there with your axe and your rifle and your ability to make fire. Snow becomes a resource rather than an inconvenience. You pack it into barrels to melt near the fire, which is easier than breaking creek ice and hauling frozen water uphill. You learn that fresh snow melts into more water than old, compressed snow. You learn to taste the difference between snow that's clean and snow that's been sitting around collecting dust and pine needles. You become, against all odds, a snow connoisseur. If someone had told you back in Philadelphia that you'd develop opinions about snow quality, you'd have assumed they'd been drinking medicinal whiskey without the medicinal part. Finding food on the frontier is less about hunting big game and more about paying attention to what's already around you. Yes, you hunt deer and elk when you can, and you're getting better with the rifle, though your aim still suffers from what you privately call enthusiasm over accuracy. But most of your food comes from sources that don't require you to shoot anything, which is good because ammunition is expensive and your success rate is hovering around occasionally adequate. The land provides if you know where to look. Wild onions grow in the damp areas near the creek, and they're stronger than anything you grew in a garden back home. You learn to harvest them in spring before they flower, digging up the bulbs and using both the greens and the roots. They make everything taste better, which is important when everything is often just beans and potatoes. Cattails are everywhere along the creek and every part is useful. The roots can be roasted or pounded into flour that's starchy and filling. The new shoots that emerge in spring taste like cucumber and provide fresh vegetables when you're desperate for anything green. The immature flower heads can be boiled and eaten like corn on the cob. The mature seed heads produce fluff that works as insulation or fire-starting tinder. You feel slightly smug about the cattails until you mention this to a Nez Perce woman at the trading post, and she politely informs you of 6 additional uses you hadn't considered, including weaving the leaves into mats and using the pollen as a flower extender. You take notes. Berries ripen in waves throughout summer, and you learn to follow the progression like a calendar. First come the wild strawberries, small and intensely sweet, hiding under the leaves in the meadow. They're tedious to pick because you need about 1,000 of them to fill a basket, but the flavour is worth the effort. Then raspberries appear along the forest edge, their canes protected by thorns that leave your hands scratched and bleeding. Thimbleberries grow in shaded areas, producing fruit that's delicate and doesn't travel well but tastes wonderful when eaten fresh. Huckleberries ripen in the high country during late summer, and picking them requires hiking up the mountain to where they grow thick on bushes in clearings and burned over areas. You make the trip with empty buckets, spending entire days picking berries in the thin mountain air, swatting away mosquitoes and watching for bears who also appreciate huckleberries, and arrived at these bushes several million years before you did. You learn to spot berry patches from a distance by watching where birds congregate. You learn to check for bears before you start picking, making noise, and scanning the area for fresh scat or overturned logs. You learn that the best berries are always on the branch that's just slightly out of reach, which seems like deliberate mockery from the universe, but is probably just confirmation bias. Service berries, choke cherries, and Oregon grapes each have their season, and you harvest them all, processing berries until your hands are stained purple, and you're having dreams about jars and sugar and preservation. You dry berries in the sun, spreading them on canvas and covering them with cheesecloth to keep flies away. You make jam when you have enough sugar, which isn't often. You pack dried berries into containers for winter, knowing they'll provide vitamins and variety when the snow is deep and fresh food is a memory. Your garden grows vegetables you recognise alongside plants you're still figuring out. The seeds you brought from home do reasonably well, though the short growing season means you're in a constant race against the first frost. You plant potatoes in every available space because potatoes store well, fill you up, and don't complain about being ignored for days while you handle emergencies. The potatoes do better than expected, which is fortunate because almost everything else does worse than expected. Your corn grows tall but doesn't produce much because the nights are too cold. Your tomatoes provide exactly 7 fruits before frost kills the plants, and you eat those tomatoes slowly, savouring every bite. Your beans do well enough, and you let some mature fully on the vine so you can save seeds for next year. Squash becomes a surprising success. The plants sprawl across half the garden, producing pumpkins and winter squash that store for months in the root cellar. You learn to appreciate squash in ways you never did back east. Roasted squash, boiled squash, squash soup, squash mixed into bread dough. You develop a dozen recipes and you're still tired of squash by February, but it keeps you fed when other options are limited. The turnips thrive, which is unfortunate because you don't particularly like turnips, but you plant them anyway because they're hardy and productive and store well. You eat them roasted, mashed, added to stews, and occasionally raw when you're too hungry to care about preference. You develop several recipes that make turnips almost tolerable. Almost. You supplement your diet with whatever you can catch or trap. Rabbits are common, and you get better at setting snares along their runs. You use thin wire or strong cord, positioning the snares at head height, where rabbits naturally pass under brush. The first dozen snares catch nothing but air and one unfortunate branch. The next dozen catch 2 rabbits, which you consider progress. Eventually you develop an instinct for placement, and your success rate improves to maybe 1 in 3 snares producing results. Fish from the creek provide protein when you have time to sit with a line. You fashion hooks from thorns or carved bone when your metal hooks run out. You use grasshoppers or grubs for bait. You learn which holes in the creek hold larger fish, which times of day are most productive, and which techniques work in different water conditions. Fishing becomes more meditation than food acquisition, though the food part certainly helps. Grouse and wild turkey require patience and stealth, both of which you're developing out of necessity. Grouse have a tendency to freeze when startled, which makes them easier to approach than you'd expect. You learn to walk slowly through areas where they feed, scanning for their mottled brown plumage against fallen leaves. A successful grouse hunt provides enough meat for several meals and feels like a genuine accomplishment. Turkeys are more challenging, with keen eyesight and a tendency to flee at the first sign of danger. You learn to use turkey calls, making sounds that supposedly mimic their communication, though you suspect you sound more like a dying cat than an actual turkey. Occasionally it works anyway, and you manage to harvest a bird that provides meat for a week. The real trick to frontier food isn't finding it, it's preserving it. You smoke meat over green alderwood until it's dry enough to keep without spoiling. The process takes days, maintaining a steady smoke without enough heat to cook the meat. You build a small smokehouse from scraps of lumber and canvas, positioning it far enough from the cabin that smoke doesn't fill your living space. The smell of smoking meat becomes one of the defining scents of late summer. You pickle vegetables in brine, packing them in barrels and hoping you made the solution strong enough to prevent fermentation, but weak enough to remain edible. Pickling is part science, part guesswork, and part prayer. You lose an entire barrel of cucumbers to spoilage the first year, which teaches you to be more careful about brine concentration and barrel cleanliness. The second year goes better. You dry berries in the sun, spreading them on canvas racks that you can move under cover if rain threatens. The berries shrivel into dark, sweet nuggets that store indefinitely and taste like concentrated summer. You pack them in cloth bags, hanging the bags from the ceiling to keep them away from mice who also appreciate dried berries and have strong opinions about sharing. You render fat into tallow for cooking and candles. The process is messy and smelly, involving heating fat scraps until they liquefy, straining out the solid bits, and pouring the clean tallow into moulds or containers. The smell of rendering fat is not pleasant, and it lingers in your clothing for days afterward. But tallow is too valuable to waste. It provides light, cooking fat, waterproofing for leather, and material for soap making. Speaking of soap, you learn to make that too, using wood ash lye and rendered fat in proportions that take several attempts to get right. Your first batch of soap is too caustic and nearly takes the skin off your hands. Your second batch doesn't harden properly and remains a gooey mess. Your third batch actually works, producing rough bars that clean adequately if not elegantly. You waste nothing, use everything, and still sometimes lie awake at night wondering if you've stored enough to make it through winter. You count jars of preserved food, mentally calculating how many meals each represents. You check the smoked meat supply, the dried beans and the root vegetables in the cellar. You do math that never quite adds up to definitely enough, but hopefully reaches probably adequate. Sheltercraft becomes less about building something pretty and more about building something that won't kill you. Your first cabin is small, rough and profoundly ugly. The logs don't fit together as tightly as you'd like, leaving gaps that require chinking with mud and moss. The roof leaks in 3 places, which you discover during the first rain, and then 4 places during the second rain because apparently roofs get worse with practice. The door hangs crooked, scraping the floor when you open it, and you've learned to warn visitors about the threshold because tripping is surprisingly common. The windows are small, precious glass being expensive and fragile, letting in light but not much of it. The floor is packed earth covered with split logs that you've smoothed as much as possible, though smooth is relative when working with hand tools and limited patience. But the cabin stands. It keeps out most of the wind, most of the rain, and all of the larger predators. The fireplace draws properly after you extended the chimney, though it took 3 tries and some creative profanity to get the draft right. You've wedged wool fabric into the worst gaps between logs, which helps with warmth even if it makes the walls look like they're growing fuzzy patches. The process of building the cabin took 6 weeks of hard labour. You felled trees, stripped bark, and notched ends so they'd fit together in layers. You discovered that building a structure that actually functions requires more planning than you initially invested. The walls aren't quite vertical. There's a slight lean that you tell yourself aids character. The roof peak isn't quite centred. There's an asymmetry that visitors are too polite to mention. You learn to think about shelter in layers. The cabin is your first defence against weather. Inside the cabin, you create smaller zones of warmth. A bed built into a corner where heat from the fireplace collects, curtains made from old blankets that section off sleeping areas from the drafty main room, and rugs woven from grass and scrap fabric that provide insulation between your feet and the frozen floor. Your bed is a wooden frame strung with rope in a grid pattern, supporting a mattress stuffed with dried grass and whatever soft materials you can find. It's not comfortable by civilized standards, but it's better than sleeping on the ground, and the corner location means 2 walls help contain warmth. You hang a blanket as a curtain, creating a small sleeping alcove that stays warmer than the rest of the cabin. The main room serves as kitchen, workshop, dining area and living space all at once. Your furniture is minimal and handmade. A table built from split logs, benches instead of chairs, and shelves hung on the walls for storage. Everything serves multiple purposes because space is limited and materials are precious. The table doubles as a work surface for food preparation and repairs. The benches can be pushed against the wall when you need floor space. The shelves hold food, tools and supplies in careful organisation that sometimes actually works. Your roof is made from split cedar shakes, each one fitted over the next like scales on a fish. In theory, this creates a waterproof barrier. In practice, this creates a mostly waterproof barrier that requires maintenance after every major storm. You become intimately familiar with your roof, climbing up there to replace shakes, reseal seams and clear debris. You develop opinions about cedar quality. You have a least favourite corner of the roof where problems congregate. You name it the Northwest Territory and you hate the Northwest Territory. The root cellar dug into the hillside behind your cabin becomes crucial for storage. You excavate it during summer, digging into the slope and creating a space about 8 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The temperature underground stays cool in summer and doesn't freeze solid in winter, hovering around 40 degrees year-round, which is perfect for food storage. You line the walls with rocks to prevent collapse, fitting stones together without mortar in a technique that's more puzzle-solving than engineering. You build wooden shelves along the walls, creating storage space for vegetables, preserved foods and supplies that need protection from temperature extremes. You install a heavy door made from thick planks, fitting it tightly to keep animals from investigating your supplies. The cellar smells like earth and potatoes and the particular mustiness of underground spaces, but it's a good smell. It's the smell of food that will last until spring, of preservation done right, of security against hunger. You visit the cellar regularly, checking on supplies, rotating stock to use older items first, and generally reassuring yourself that yes, you do have food stored, and yes, you're probably going to survive. You also build a small structure for your milk cow and the few chickens you acquired from a passing family who was downsizing their livestock. The shelter isn't elaborate. 3 walls and a roof, open on one side for ventilation. It provides protection from the worst weather without being fancy. The cow seems satisfied with the arrangement, and the chickens have yet to file complaints. Fire and warmth occupy your thoughts more than seems reasonable for someone who isn't actually cold at the moment. But you're learning to think ahead, to imagine winter while standing in summer sunshine, and to prepare for problems that won't arrive for months. The frontier rewards planning and punishes optimism. You spend late summer cutting firewood, felling dead trees that are already dry, and splitting logs until your arms ache and your hands develop blisters on top of calluses. You use a felling axe to drop trees, making angled cuts that control the direction of fall. You trim branches using a hatchet, working your way up each trunk and creating increasingly large piles of brush that you'll burn later. The logs get cut into rounds using a crosscut saw, which is easier with 2 people but possible alone if you're stubborn and determined. You position a log, set the saw blade, and pull in long, steady strokes that gradually work through the wood. Each cut takes several minutes and leaves you breathing hard. You cut hundreds of rounds throughout the summer, creating piles that gradually transform into your winter survival supply. Splitting the rounds requires an axe, a maul, and occasionally steel wedges for stubborn pieces. You position a round on your chopping block, study the grain, and aim for cracks or weak spots. A good swing splits the wood cleanly. A bad swing results in the axe head sticking while the round refuses to separate, requiring you to lift the entire assembly and slam it down until something gives. You learn to read wood, identifying which pieces will split easily and which will fight you. Clear-grained rounds split with satisfying ease. Knotty rounds resist with spiteful determination. Rounds cut from where branches join the trunk are nightmares that sometimes require hours of work and creative wedge placement. You stack wood in cords against the cabin wall, measuring your progress not in hours worked, but in rows completed. Each cord represents roughly a week of heat during the coldest months. You calculate that you need at least 20 cords to survive comfortably. You cut 25 just in case mathematics fails you, or winter decides to be particularly vindictive. The process of cutting, splitting, and stacking wood becomes meditative after a while. Swing the axe, split the log, and stack the pieces. Repeat 5,000 times. Your mind wanders while your body works, and you think about everything and nothing. You compose letters you'll never send to people back home. You plan next year's garden in excessive detail. You wonder if anyone back east thinks about you, and whether they'd recognise the person you're becoming out here. Fire management turns into a careful science once winter arrives. You learn which woods burn hottest and longest. Oak and maple, when you can find them, burn hot and leave excellent coals that hold heat overnight. Pine burns fast and hot but doesn't last, making it good for quick heat or cooking but poor for maintaining steady warmth. Fir is somewhere in between, reliable if not exceptional. You learn that greenwood smokes but doesn't provide much heat, while seasoned wood that's been drying for at least 6 months burns clean and hot. You discover that the pitch-heavy knots from pine stumps make excellent fire starters, burning hot enough to ignite even damp kindling. You collect these knots whenever you find them, storing them in a dry place near your fireplace. Your fireplace becomes the heart of your home in ways that phrase never meant back east. It's not just decoration or occasional comfort, it's the centre of survival. You cook in it, using a cast-iron pot suspended from a crane arm that swings over the flames. The pot hangs at different heights, depending on whether you're boiling, simmering, or just keeping food warm. You heat water in the fireplace for washing, filling a kettle and setting it near the coals until steam rises. You dry wet clothes near it after trudging through snow, draping items over a rack positioned at a safe distance from flames. You sit beside it on winter evenings, reading by firelight or mending clothes or carving wooden implements, or simply watching flames dance in the dark. The fire is companion, tool and lifeline all at once. It's the difference between being alive and being cold meat. You develop a relationship with your fire that would seem strange to explain to anyone who hasn't spent a winter on the frontier. You tend it carefully, feeding it throughout the day, adding logs in the morning, adjusting coals in the evening, and maintaining steady heat without wasting fuel. Banking the fire at night becomes a careful ritual. You rake coals into a pile, position a large log that will burn slowly through the night, and cover everything with ash to slow combustion. Done correctly, You wake to glowing coals that can be encouraged back into flame with kindling and gentle blowing. Done incorrectly, you wake to cold ash and face the miserable task of starting over. You feel genuine anxiety if you wake to find the fire reduced to cold ash, because starting over with flint and steel in a freezing cabin is miserable. You've done it twice, and both times you swore you'd never let it happen again, and both times you were lying to yourself because it will definitely happen again. The third time you let the fire die completely. You sit there in the dark cold, striking flint against steel, cursing your inattention, and planning elaborate systems to prevent future failures. You still let it happen a fourth time. Tools and craftsmanship become central to survival because the nearest hardware store is approximately 200 miles away and probably doesn't exist yet. You brought basic tools from back east: an axe, a saw, a hammer, chisels, an auger for drilling holes, and a plane for smoothing wood. These tools are precious and irreplaceable until you can reach a trading post and subject to constant use that gradually dulls and damages them. Keeping tools sharp and functional becomes a regular chore right up there with hauling water and feeding livestock. You learn to sharpen your axe using a whetstone and water, maintaining the edge with long, patient strokes that gradually restore the blade. You learn that a sharp axe is safer than a dull one because it cuts where you aim, instead of glancing off and potentially cutting you. You learn this lesson before the axe teaches it to you the hard way, which makes you lucky. Your knife becomes an extension of your hand, used for everything from cutting food to shaving kindling, to minor carpentry, to cleaning game, to countless other tasks you never anticipated. You wear it on your belt always, and you feel genuinely uncomfortable on the rare occasions you don't have it. The knife is a tool, weapon, and security blanket rolled into one piece of steel. You maintain your saw by keeping the blade clean and the teeth properly set. You learn to file the teeth when they become dull, maintaining the alternating angles that allow the saw to cut efficiently. It's tedious work that requires patience and precision, but a sharp saw makes every task easier, so you invest the time. But tools wear out and break, and replacement parts don't materialize out of optimism. So you learn to make things. You carve wooden handles for tools when the original split from repeated impact or weather damage. You shape replacement handles from straight-grained hardwood, fitting them carefully and securing them with wedges. You forge simple items in your fireplace, heating metal in coals that you encourage to extreme temperature using a makeshift bellows, a leather bag attached to a wooden nozzle that you squeeze rhythmically to force air into the fire. You heat metal until it glows orange-red, then shape it on a flat rock that serves as an improvised anvil, using your hammer to bend and form the hot metal. You're not a blacksmith, but you can repair a broken hinge, straighten a bent nail, or fashion a simple hook when needed. You make nails by cutting short lengths of iron rod, heating them, and hammering one end into a point and the other into a flat head. Your nails aren't as uniform as manufactured ones, but they hold boards together, which is the only requirement that matters. Leather working becomes necessary for maintaining boots, harnesses, and countless small items that break or wear through. Your boots came from back east, made by an actual cobbler, but they're wearing out from constant use and frontier conditions. You learn to cut patches from scraps of leather, stitch them over worn areas using an awl and wax thread, and treat the leather with tallow to keep it supple. You learn to stitch using techniques learned from a trapper who passed through last spring. He showed you how to punch holes with an awl, how to use 2 needles working from opposite sides for maximum strength, and how to wax thread so it resists rot and slides through holes more easily. Your stitches aren't pretty, but they hold. Your patches aren't elegant, but they work. Function trumps aesthetics when your boots are the only pair you own. You make simple harnesses for your cow, cutting and assembling straps in patterns you copy from the harness you brought. You fashion bags and pouches from leather scraps, stitching them together and adding drawstring closures. You repair tears in your leather gloves, your belts, your knife sheath, and anything else that shows wear. You make rope from various fibres, nettle stems, dogbane, and cedar bark. The process is time-consuming and meditative. You strip fibres from plants, dry them, then twist them into cordage while sitting by the fire in the evening. You start with thin threads, twist two together, then twist pairs together to create thicker rope. Each length of rope represents hours of work, your fingers rolling fibres against your thigh, maintaining steady tension and adding new fibres to extend the length. But rope is endlessly useful for everything from securing loads to hanging food away from animals to making snares to replacing broken lines on tools. Buying it at the trading post cost money you'd rather spend on flour and ammunition. Baskets woven from willow shoots store everything from vegetables to kindling to collected nuts to dried herbs. You learn the patterns from a neighbour's wife who takes pity on your initial clumsy attempts. She shows you how to prepare willow shoots by soaking them until they're pliable, how to form the base, how to weave the sides, and how to create a rim that doesn't unravel. Your first basket looks like a bird's nest designed by someone who's never seen a bird. The weaving is loose, the shape is irregular, and it falls apart when you try to put anything heavy in it. Your 10th basket is actually functional, holding items without collapsing. Your 20th basket is something you're quietly proud of, though you'd never say that out loud because pride over basket weaving seems ridiculous until you try to weave a basket. You make wooden implements, spoons, bowls, handles, and simple furniture. You carve them during winter evenings, sitting near the fire with a knife and a piece of wood, gradually shaping useful objects from raw material. The work is slow and requires patience, but it fills empty hours and produces items you'd otherwise need to buy. Weather and seasons govern your life in ways they never did back east. In town, bad weather meant staying inside. Out here, bad weather means planning ahead or suffering consequences. You become obsessed with signs and portents, watching animal behaviour, studying clouds, and feeling shifts in air pressure that signal approaching storms. You learn to read clouds with the attention most people reserve for books. High, wispy cirrus clouds often precede changing weather by a day or two. Building cumulus clouds in the afternoon might bring evening thunderstorms. Low grey stratus clouds mean steady rain or snow is settling in for a while. Dark, towering cumulonimbus clouds mean you should probably get inside immediately, because something violent is about to happen. The animals provide weather predictions more reliable than any almanac. Squirrels gathering extra food or building thicker nests suggest a harsh winter is coming. Birds flying lower than usual means air pressure is dropping and storms are approaching. Your cow becomes restless before major weather changes, pacing and refusing to settle. The chickens go into their shelter earlier than usual when they sense incoming cold. Even insects provide clues. Crickets chirp faster in warm weather and slower in cold, and you can actually estimate temperature by counting chirps. Bees return to their hives before storms, even when the sky looks clear. Spiders become more active before fair weather and retreat before rain. Autumn arrives with shocking speed. Summer ending almost overnight. One day you're working in shirt sleeves, and the next day you're wearing a coat in the morning and wondering where those 3 weeks went. The aspen leaves turn gold all at once, covering hillsides in colour that seems almost aggressive in its brightness. The tamarack needles turn golden orange, creating splashes of colour among the evergreens before dropping completely. Then the leaves fall, and the world turns brown and grey, and you realise winter is coming whether you're ready or not. The air takes on a particular sharpness. The morning frost lingers longer each day, and the sun sets earlier every evening. You can feel winter approaching like a physical pressure pushing down from the north. You spend autumn in a controlled panic trying to finish everything that can't be done once snow arrives. You finish cutting firewood, racing to complete your supply before the ground freezes, and felling trees becomes dramatically harder. You insulate the cabin walls with additional chinking, pressing mud and moss into every crack you can find. You repair the roof sections you've been ignoring all summer, climbing up with extra shakes and doing work you should have done months ago. You harvest the garden, pulling up every last potato and carrot and turnip, because once the ground freezes you won't get another chance. You dig until your hands are caked with dirt and your back is screaming protests. You sort vegetables, setting aside damaged ones to eat immediately and storing perfect specimens in the root cellar. You hunt and smoke meat, trying to build up protein stores. You track deer through the forest, moving quietly and hoping for a clear shot. You check your snares daily, hoping for rabbits. You fish the creek aggressively, pulling out trout and whatever else bites. Every pound of meat preserved is one less thing to worry about when snow covers everything. You check your supplies obsessively, counting flour sacks and bean bags and dried fruit, doing math that never quite adds up to definitely enough. You list everything you have, estimate how long it needs to last, and calculate daily rations that are depressingly small. You worry that you've forgotten something critical. You worry that winter will last longer than your supplies. You worry that worrying is wasting time you could spend preparing more. Winter, when it finally arrives, comes with authority. The first real snowstorm dumps 3 feet overnight, transforming the landscape into something alien and beautiful and hostile. You wake to silence that's different from any silence you've known. The deep, muffled quiet of the world buried under snow. You open your door to a wall of white that you have to dig through to get outside. The world shrinks to what you can see from your cabin windows, and what you can see is mostly white. The mountains disappear behind curtains of falling snow. The trees are buried to their lower branches. The creek is invisible under snow and ice. Everything looks the same, and landmarks you relied on to navigate are gone. The creek freezes solid by mid-December, the water going still and silent under inches of ice. You cut holes through the ice to reach water, using an axe to chip through layers that get thicker as winter deepens. Each trip to the creek requires effort, and you start relying more heavily on melting snow near the fire. The air itself seems frozen, so cold that breathing hurts, and exposed skin goes numb in minutes. On the coldest days, temperatures drop far below zero, and simply existing requires constant attention to staying warm. You learn what frostbite feels like, the tingling numbness, the white patches on skin, and the burning sensation when frozen areas warm up. You learn to recognize the signs early and get inside before damage becomes permanent. You settle into winter routines that revolve around staying warm and staying fed. You go outside only when necessary, to gather firewood from the stack, to check on livestock in their shelter, to break ice on the creek for water. Each trip outside requires preparation. A heavy coat, mittens lined with rabbit fur, a scarf wrapped around your face, and a wool hat pulled low over your ears. You move quickly, accomplish your task, and retreat to the cabin's warmth. Outside time is measured in minutes before your fingers start going numb. You develop efficiency born of necessity, planning tasks so you accomplish multiple things in one trip, rather than making repeated ventures into the cold. You combine gathering firewood with checking on the cow with fetching water, creating circuits that minimize exposure. Inside, you stay busy with tasks that don't require going anywhere. You mend clothes by firelight, repairing tiers and replacing buttons and reinforcing seams that are starting to fail. Your clothing takes constant abuse from frontier life, and winter is when you catch up on repairs. You read the same 3 books you own until you've memorized passages. You own a Bible because everyone owns a Bible, a collection of Shakespeare plays that you bought on a whim before leaving Philadelphia, and a farmer's almanac from 1841 that's wildly out of date but still interesting. You read each book multiple times, finding new details on every pass. You carve wooden spoons because you need spoons, but also because your hands need something to do. You sit by the fire with a piece of wood and a knife, gradually shaping implements you'll use for years. You practice rope making, rolling fibres you prepared last summer into cordage. You plan next year's garden in excessive detail, sketching layouts on precious paper and reconsidering every decision. You think a lot, sometimes too much. The isolation and darkness of winter create space for thoughts that might stay buried during busier seasons. You think about the life you left behind, about family you don't see, about choices you've made, and whether they were right. You think about the future, what you're building, whether it matters, and who it's for. The hardest part of winter isn't the cold or the isolation. It's the not knowing how long it will last. Winter could end in March if you're lucky, releasing its grip and allowing early spring planting. It might drag into May if you're not, keeping the ground frozen and making you eat through supplies that should have been adequate but somehow aren't. You ration food conservatively, trying to stretch supplies without knowing exactly how long they need to last. You measure out beans carefully, counting how many meals remain. You slice meat thin, making portions that seem inadequate but multiply the number of times you can eat. You eat less than you'd like, maintaining survival rather than comfort. You burn firewood steadily, watching the stack shrink outside your window and doing calculations that always include a margin for what if winter decides to be terrible. Each log that goes into the fire is one less log protecting you from cold. You become miserly with heat, letting the fire burn lower than comfortable rather than burning through your supply too quickly. February is the worst month. Your supplies are diminished, your firewood stack is noticeably smaller, and winter shows no signs of ending. The days are still short, the cold is still intense, and you're tired of being inside, tired of the same food, and tired of your own company. You understand why some settlers don't make it, not because they starved or froze exactly, but because winter grinds them down until they stop trying. But you keep trying. You maintain your routines, tend your fire, ration your food, and wait for spring with determination that's part stubbornness and part spite. Winter will not win. You will outlast it. You will survive to see grass again. Spring arrives tentatively, as if testing whether winter is really gone. Snow melts in patches, revealing mud and dead grass and the general mess that winter has been hiding. The process is gradual. A warm day followed by a cold night, 2 steps forward and 1 step back. The land slowly waking from months of frozen sleep. The creek thaws, starting as a trickle under the ice that gradually expands until the ice breaks up and flows downstream in chunks. The sound of running water after months of silence is startling and wonderful. You stand by the creek listening to it flow, feeling the noise wash over you like a physical sensation. You step outside without a coat and feel sunshine on your face and realise you survived another winter. The feeling of spring warmth after months of cold is better than any luxury you knew back east. You stand in the sun with your eyes closed, letting it soak into your skin, feeling life return to a body that's been merely surviving. The first green shoots appear in the meadow, small and tentative but undeniably alive. Birds return from wherever they spent the winter, filling the air with songs you haven't heard in months. The chickens emerge from their shelter and actually seem happy for once, scratching in the mud and making satisfied noises. You inventory your remaining supplies, counting what's left and what you used. Your calculations were pessimistic enough that you have a surplus. Not much, but some. You'll have flour until the trading post trip. You'll have enough smoked meat to supplement spring foraging. You didn't starve, didn't freeze, and didn't fail. That's victory enough. Community on the frontier is sparse but crucial. Your nearest neighbours are the Thorpes, 3 miles south. The Andersons are 5 miles west. The Blackwoods are 6 miles east. These distances would be nothing back home. A pleasant walk, maybe 20 minutes on a horse. Out here, they're significant enough that you don't make the trip without purpose. You see these people perhaps once a month during good weather, less often in winter. But when you need help, when something breaks or someone gets hurt or a tree falls on your cabin, these distant neighbours become lifelines. The frontier creates a particular kind of community. Not intimate exactly, but reliable. You help others because you'll need help eventually. Mutual assistance isn't charity, it's investment in your own survival. You help raise the Thorpe's barn in exchange for their help repairing your wagon wheel that cracked on a rock you didn't see. A dozen neighbours gather for a barn raising, working together to lift heavy timbers and secure the frame. The work goes faster with multiple people, and there's something satisfying about collaborative labour toward a shared goal. You assist the Andersons during harvest because they're short-handed after Mr. Anderson broke his arm falling off his roof while doing repairs he should have asked for help with. You spend 3 days working their fields, and they'll remember when you need similar help. You share surplus food when you have it, knowing others will share when you're the one running short. Last spring, the Thorpes gave you 2 chickens when your own flock was reduced to 1 surviving hen. This autumn, You gave them a bag of dried berries and some smoked venison. The accounting is informal, the trade's unequal, but everyone understands the system. Community out here isn't about friendship exactly, though friendships do develop. It's about survival through cooperation. You might not particularly like your neighbours, and might not choose to spend time with them if you had other options, but you respect their competence, trust their reliability, and value their existence in this empty landscape. The trading post 60 miles away becomes your connection to civilization and supplies you can't make yourself. You make the trip twice a year, spring and fall, spending 4 days riding there and back. The journey is long enough to require planning, and short enough to be worthwhile. You travel with a pack horse loaded with items to trade, furs if you've trapped, smoked meat, leather goods, baskets, whatever you've made that might have value. The trail is rough, crossing streams and climbing ridges, following paths that are barely marked and sometimes disappear entirely. The post is run by a man named Fitzgerald who stocks everything from flour to fabric to ammunition to farming tools. His prices are high because he knows you have no alternatives. A bag of flour costs twice what it would back east. Ammunition is expensive enough that you calculate the value of each shot. Tools are precious because breaking one means months without replacement. You pay anyway because you need what he's selling. You restock flour, sugar, salt, coffee, ammunition, and whatever else your supplies lack. You buy needles and thread. You purchase a new file for sharpening your saw. You consider buying a second axe as backup, but decide the cost isn't justified yet. Trading post visits become social events despite the commercial nature. You see people from other claims, exchange news and gossip, and hear about who's arrived and who's left. You learn that the Hendersons abandoned their claim after 2 winters, that the Mitchells lost their oldest child to fever, and that a new family is settling near the Blackwoods. You hear about developments in Oregon City, about ships arriving with supplies and immigrants, and about political discussions regarding territorial status. You absorb information like a sponge because news is rare and valuable. Everything from weather predictions to crop recommendations to rumours about Indian tensions gets discussed and debated. You also trade at the post, bartering items you've made for supplies you need. Your woven baskets fetch a decent price. Your smoked meat is popular among trappers preparing for expeditions. The leather items you've learned to craft have value, because quality leatherwork is rare out here. Money is scarce, so trade becomes the primary economy. You calculate value in terms of usefulness rather than currency. A good knife is worth a month of flour. A waterproof tarp is worth more than money because it solves problems money can't fix. You negotiate trades carefully, valuing items based on how much they'll improve your survival prospects. Fitzgerald keeps a ledger, tracking trades and debts with careful notation. You can buy on credit if necessary, though the interest he charges makes that option unappealing. You prefer to trade directly, settling accounts immediately rather than carrying debt through seasons that might prevent repayment. You spend 1 night at the post, sleeping in a rough shelter that passes for lodging, before starting the 2-day journey home. You travel carefully, protecting your newly acquired supplies from weather and accident. The flour sacks are precious cargo. The ammunition needs to stay dry. The fabric must arrive undamaged. The journey home always feels longer than the journey there. Maybe because you're hauling more weight, or maybe because you're eager to return to your claim. You think about all the work waiting at home, all the projects you left unfinished, and all the tasks that accumulated during your absence. The frontier doesn't make you religious if you weren't before, but it does make you think about larger questions. You spend a lot of time alone with your thoughts, and those thoughts wander into territory they never explored back east. You think about why you came here, what you're building, and whether this life is better or just different. You think about the indigenous peoples who lived here for generations before you arrived, who knew these lands intimately and were forced out to make room for settlers like you. The trading post owner mentions treaties and relocations without much reflection, but you can't help wondering what it cost those communities to lose access to the land you now claim. You've seen artifacts occasionally, stone tools, pictographs on rock faces, and the remains of structures you don't fully understand. Each discovery reminds you that this land has history you're not part of, stories you'll never know. You wonder about the people who made those tools, what their lives were like, and what they thought about these same mountains and creeks. The ethical weight of settlement sits uncomfortably sometimes. You didn't personally force anyone from this land, but you're benefiting from systems that did. You claim ownership of land that nobody owned in the same way before settlers arrived, with concepts of property and boundaries. The frontier offers opportunities you couldn't find back east, but those opportunities came at someone else's cost. You wonder about legacy, what you're building and who it's for. Some settlers have children, raising families in remote cabins, creating the next generation of frontier people. You watch those children grow up knowing no other life, comfortable with isolation and hard work in ways that seem almost alarming. They'll never understand city life the way you do, having been born into this vast, empty, challenging place. Other settlers are building in hope of profit, planning to improve their claims and eventually sell to newcomers willing to pay for established farms. The frontier is investment as much as home for them. They calculate their efforts in terms of future value, working toward the day they can leave with money in their pockets. And some settlers, if you're honest, are simply hiding, running from debts, from family, from past mistakes, from lives that didn't work out. The frontier doesn't ask many questions. It provides distance and anonymity and the chance to become someone new. You've met men who won't discuss their past and women who've clearly left something painful behind. You don't press for details because you appreciate that the frontier allows reinvention. Your own reasons for being here are complicated. You wanted land, yes. You wanted opportunity and independence. You wanted to build something that was entirely yours, shaped by your own decisions and efforts. But you also wanted distance from the life you left behind, from expectations that didn't fit, from a future that felt predetermined, and from the sense that you were living someone else's plan. Out here, every decision is yours, every success is yours, every failure is definitely, undeniably yours. It's terrifying and liberating in equal measure. You can't blame circumstances or other people or bad luck when things go wrong, but you also can't share credit when things go right. The responsibility is absolute. The skills you've learned over these years have changed you in fundamental ways. You're harder than you were, not emotionally but physically. Your hands are permanently calloused, your muscles adapted to constant labour, and your body accustomed to weather extremes. You can work all day in conditions that would have defeated you years ago. You've developed endurance you didn't know was possible. You're also more patient and more impatient simultaneously. Patient with processes that can't be rushed. Crops growing, wood seasoning, winter passing. Impatient with inefficiency, with wasted effort, with anything that doesn't serve a clear purpose. You've learned to identify what matters and ignore what doesn't. The frontier strips away pretense, leaving only function. You've become comfortable with discomfort, which sounds contradictory but isn't. You're not happy about cold hands or sore muscles or monotonous food, but you accept these as normal rather than problems requiring solutions. Discomfort is just part of the deal. You work through it, live with it, and stop wasting energy complaining about things you can't change. Most surprisingly, you've learned to find satisfaction in small accomplishments. A cabin that doesn't leak, a garden that produces food, a winter survived, a cow that doesn't die. These aren't achievements anyone would celebrate back east, but out here they represent genuine success. You've learned to measure progress in practical terms, to take pride in function over form, and to appreciate competence more than elegance. The frontier doesn't make you a better person necessarily, but it makes you a more capable one. You can do things now that you couldn't do before. Build shelter, find food, create tools, and survive seasons that would have killed you without preparation. These skills won't help you in a city, they won't impress anyone at a dinner party, but they'll keep you alive out here, and sometimes that's the only measure that matters. You think about the generations that will follow, assuming people keep coming west. Will they remember how hard the early years were? Will they appreciate the skills that made survival possible? Or will those skills fade into history, replaced by easier methods, better tools and systems that eliminate the need for self-sufficiency? You like to imagine your great-grandchildren visiting this land someday, standing where your cabin stood, trying to picture what life was like when everything had to be built from nothing. You hope they'll understand the work it took. You hope they'll appreciate the knowledge that was earned through cold winters and hungry springs and mistakes that taught harsh lessons. But mostly you hope they'll never need these skills. You hope the frontier becomes settled, civilized and easier. You hope they'll have stores and roads and neighbours close enough to talk to without planning a half-day trip. You hope they'll take hot water and warm houses and reliable food for granted, never knowing what it's like to wonder if you've cut enough firewood or stored enough potatoes or prepared adequately for the season ahead. Because that's what you're building out here, really. Not just a cabin or a claim or a farm. You're building a foundation for a future that's less harsh than your present. You're doing the hard work so that someday, maybe generations from now, someone can live on this land without needing to know which trees mark underground streams, or how to weave a basket, or what it feels like to go hungry in March because winter lasted too long. The sun is setting now, dropping behind the mountains in that dramatic way it does out here, painting the sky in colours that still surprise you even after all this time. You stand outside your cabin, looking across the land you've claimed and worked and learned to read. The evening air is cool but not cold. Spring is firmly established, summer is coming, and you've got seeds to plant tomorrow. Inside the cabin, the fire burns steadily, smoke rising from the chimney into the purple sky. Your wood stack is rebuilt after winter's depletion, standing ready for next year's cold. Your garden is ploughed and ready for planting, the soil turned and waiting for seeds. Your tools are sharp and maintained, hanging on their designated hooks. You're prepared, or as prepared as anyone can be for whatever comes next. The frontier is still vast and challenging and occasionally hostile, but it's also home now, in ways you couldn't have predicted when you first arrived. You've learned its language, earned your place in its landscape, and survived its tests. The skills you've developed aren't just techniques for staying alive. They're a way of seeing the world, of finding solutions, of building something meaningful from raw materials and determination. You head inside as darkness settles over the land, secure in the knowledge that you're ready for another cycle of seasons. Tomorrow will bring work, as every day does. But tonight, you're warm and fed and adequately supplied. Your cabin stands solid around you, each log and shake representing work you completed with your own hands. Your fire burns bright in the hearth, casting warm light across floors you've walked 10,000 times. And somewhere in the distance, a coyote calls into the night, its voice carrying across miles of open country that you're slowly, carefully learning to call your own. The quiet frontier has taught you well, and you're finally learning to listen. You are now seeing the birth of an industry that now makes hundreds of billions of dollars every year as you picture these old scenes. But more than that, you're seeing a behaviour that is uniquely human and goes beyond culture, geography, and time. The desire to change how we look, to show who we are through colour and pattern, and to take part in the ancient ritual of enhancement. These urges connect you directly to the cave dwellers who mixed ochre by firelight. When you next open a lipstick or eyeshadow palette, you're doing something that people have been doing since the beginning of time. The tools are better, the colours are more varied, and the techniques are more advanced, but the basic drive is still the same. You're changing yourself for a short time, just like people have done since we first looked at our reflection in still water and thought about how we might look different. As you get more comfortable in your blanket, let your mind drift down the Nile River to ancient Egypt, where the art of cosmetics reached heights that would not be reached for thousands of years. Imagine yourself walking through the busy streets of Thebes on a warm morning in 1350 BCE, when the famous boy king Tutankhamun was in charge. The sun is already rising toward its harsh noon position, but the city is still busy. The first thing you notice about the Egyptians you meet is their eyes. Everyone, from men to women to children to nobles to servants, wears dramatic eye makeup that makes their eyes look bigger, more intense, and almost supernatural in some way. The effect is amazing, as if you're in a room full of people who have borrowed the eyes of gods. This wasn't an accident. The Egyptians thought that the eyes were not only the windows to the soul but all butt lips, also to the divine world. The intricate eye makeup had practical, spiritual and aesthetic uses that were so closely linked that an ancient Egyptian would have thought it was strange to try to separate them. Kohl was the most famous part of Egyptian eye makeup. It was a dark substance that was put around the eyes in dramatic lines that went beyond the natural shape of the eyes. But kohl wasn't just one thing. It was made from a mix of things, each with its own uses and properties. Galena, a lead sulfide mineral that made a deep, shiny black, was the most common. Egyptians ground this mineral into a fine powder and then mixed it with animal fat, vegetable oil or even honey to make a smooth paste. Making kohl was almost like a religious ceremony. Families would have special grinding palettes that were often made of slate and shaped like fish, birds, or other important symbols. People took good care of the grinding stones and passed them down through the years like valuable heirlooms. The sound of stone scraping against stone to make kohl would have been as common in Egyptian homes as the sound of coffee brewing is in ours. But Egyptians didn't only use black. They made a whole range of eye makeup colours, each with its own meaning and way of getting ready. Malachite, a green copper carbonate mineral, was ground into a fine powder to make bright green eyeshadow. Green wasn't just pretty, it was also a symbol of rebirth and fertility, which made it very popular with women who wanted to have children, or who were grieving the death of a loved one. Putting on Egyptian eye makeup was an art that needed skill, patience, and steady hands. Most wealthy families had special makeup applicators made of wood, ivory, or metal. These tools were often beautifully carved and decorated, making putting on makeup every day feel like a special event. The richest Egyptians might have their own makeup artists, who were skilled servants who could make the complicated designs that showed someone was from the upper class. Imagine a rich Egyptian woman starting her daily makeup routine. She sits on a low stool in front of a polished metal mirror. Around her are a lot of cosmetic containers made of alabaster, wood, and precious metals. Her makeup artist starts by washing her face with a mixture of animal fats and natron, a naturally occurring salt that acted as soap. The cleaning process is gentle but thorough, getting the skin ready for the day's makeup. The eye makeup is the most complicated and important part, so it goes first. The artist uses a thin reed or bronze applicator to draw precise lines of kohl around the woman's eyes. The lines go past the outer corners to make an almond shape that makes her features look even more beautiful. If the lines aren't perfectly straight, it will be clear right away that the work is bad. Next, the eyeshadow. The artist carefully puts green malachite powder on the woman's eyelids with a different applicator, blending it smoothly from the lash line to the brow bone. The green colour catches the light when she blinks, giving her eyes a soft glow that makes them look like they're on fire. But Egyptian makeup wasn't just for the eyes. Both men and women used a lot of other beauty products that anyone who is into beauty today would know about. They put red ochre and fat together to make rouge, which they put on their lips and cheeks. They used henna to colour their hair, nails, and sometimes even their palms and feet. The patterns they made showed their social status and personal taste. People all over the ancient world knew about Egyptian perfumes. They made complicated scents by soaking flowers, herbs, and spices in oils and fats. Some of the most valuable ingredients were rose, jasmine, frankincense, and myrrh. People who were rich would put these expensive oils on their bodies every day, and the smells would stay with them like invisible auras of luxury. The boxes that Egyptian cosmetics came in were often works of art on their own. Rich Egyptians kept their makeup in fancy boxes and jars made of valuable materials and decorated with religious symbols. These containers weren't just useful, they were also a sign of the owner's wealth and taste. Some cosmetic containers that were found in tombs are so beautiful that they are now on display in museums as examples of ancient craftsmanship. Egyptian cosmetics have a lot of religious meaning. Different gods and goddesses were linked to certain colours and patterns. The green eyeshadow was a tribute to Hathor, the goddess of beauty and love. People thought that black kohl could protect them from the evil eye and call on Ra, the sun god. Putting on makeup was even seen as a way to worship the gods every day by making oneself beautiful. Modern science has shown that Egyptian cosmetics also had useful effects. Kohl contains lead, which is poisonous in large amounts but actually killed bacteria and stopped eye infections. The oils and fats in cosmetics protected skin from the harsh sun and wind in the desert. Many of the ingredients had antimicrobial properties that helped keep both the cosmetics and the skin of the people who used them safe. Back then, it was amazing how beauty became available to everyone in ancient Egypt. Rich people could buy more expensive makeup and hire professionals to put it on. but even servants and workers wore basic eye makeup. People didn't think of this as vanity. They thought it was necessary for health, spiritual protection, and being accepted by others. Some of the makeup techniques used in ancient Egypt weren't found again until modern times. They knew how to make makeup that wouldn't wash off, pigments that would last a long time, and even early versions of what we might call foundation and concealer. Their knowledge of colour theory, preservation, and application techniques formed the basis for cosmetic practices that are still used today. As you think about these old beauty rituals, you're seeing a civilization that knew a lot about how looks and identity are connected. Makeup was more than just decoration for Egyptians. It was a way to change their appearance, protect themselves, and show their devotion all at once. We can see the beginning of cosmetics as both art and business in their painted eyes and coloured lips. These products set standards for beauty that would last for thousands of years. As you travel through the ancient world, let your mind take you from the Nile River to the sun-drenched hills of Greece, around 450 BCE, when Athens was at its best. The Aegean Sea's salty breeze and olive blossoms make the air smell good. In this land that gave us democracy and philosophy, you'll find a very different idea of beauty, one that values natural perfection over dramatic change. On a nice morning, if you walk through the Agora of Athens, you'll notice something about the people around you that stands out. The Greeks look almost plain next to the Egyptians, who painted their bodies in very dramatic ways. But if you look closer, you'll see that this simple look hides a complex and carefully crafted style that still affects standards of beauty today. The Greek ideas of beauty were very philosophical. They believed in the idea of kalos, which meant both physical beauty and moral goodness. A person had to find a balance between their looks and their inner goodness to be truly beautiful. This meant that cosmetics weren't just about looking good. They were also about becoming good, making the outside look perfect to show how valuable you are on the inside. The Greeks liked what they called marble skin, which was pale, smooth, and perfect, like the stone their sculptors used to make their works of art. It took a lot of work and some not-so-good methods to get this look. Rich Greek women would use mixtures of white lead and chalk on their skin to make it lighter. They knew that having pale skin meant you could relax and not have to work, since the sun's rays darkened the skin of workers and slaves. But making marble skin was more complicated than just putting on white makeup. Greek women had long, complicated beauty routines that started long before they touched their faces. They would bathe in milk, honey, and olive oil, which were all good for the skin and made it look slightly glowing. The milk's natural acids gently exfoliated the skin, the honey moisturized it and killed bacteria, and the olive oil formed a protective barrier that made the skin feel soft and smooth. Imagine a rich Athenian woman named Aspasia starting her beauty routine in the morning. She begins by taking a bath that smells like rose petals and scented oils. Her slaves have set the water to the right temperature and added herbs that are known to make skin softer. She takes her time soaking, letting the oils soak into her skin while the warm water opens her pores. After her bath, Aspasia goes to her private room to get her makeup. Greek makeup tools were simple but elegant. They included bronze mirrors that were polished to a mirror-like shine, small spoons for measuring powder, and fine brushes made from animal hair. The cosmetics were kept in beautiful pottery jars that were often painted with scenes from mythology or everyday life. The base of Greek makeup was literally foundation. It was a white base made from lead carbonate that gave the skin the pale look they wanted. Aspasia's slave uses a damp cloth to carefully apply this to the skin until it looks smooth and porcelain-like. It takes skill to do this right. If you use too much makeup, it looks obvious and fake, and if you use too little, it doesn't work. Greek women didn't just want pale skin. They wanted their skin to look healthy and glowing under the white base. They did this by putting a light red colour on their cheeks with red ochre or crushed mulberries. The goal wasn't the bright colour that would become popular later. Instead, it was a soft flush that made people look healthy and full of life. The eyes were given careful but not too much attention. Greek women learned how to use kohl from their Egyptian neighbours, but they did it in a much more subtle way. Greek eye makeup didn't use the dramatic extensions that were popular in Egypt. Instead, it followed the natural shape of the eyes, darkening the lashes and defining the eyes without making the face look too busy. They might put a little colour on the eyelids, usually a soft grey or brown, but the goal is always to make them look better, not different. Greek lip makeup was very interesting. They liked what they called wine-dark lips, which was inspired by a famous phrase from Homer about the sea. This dark purple-red colour came from mixing red ochre, crushed berries, and sometimes even ground insects that made red dye. The application was very careful. Greek women used small brushes to paint their lips into perfect shapes, usually smaller than their natural lip line, to get the look they wanted of delicate, refined features. But there was a strange contradiction in Greek beauty culture. Women were supposed to look naturally beautiful, but getting this natural look took a lot of work with fake makeup. The pale skin that made them look naturally refined was actually from toxic lead makeup. The rosy glow that showed good health was painted on. The lips were carefully shaped with brushes and pigments to make them look perfect. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. It was also thought that any man who moved in high-class social circles needed to wear perfume. There were big changes in the way people used cosmetics when they moved from Greece to Rome. As you keep going on your mental journey, picture yourself in Rome around the year 50 CE, when Emperor Claudius was in charge. People from all over the empire come to the city to do business. Egyptian merchants sell exotic pigments, Germanic slaves with pale skin that Roman women like, and Spanish traders sell precious metals for cosmetic containers. In a lot of ways, Roman beauty culture was Greek beauty culture on steroids. The Greeks liked things to be subtle and not too much, while the Romans liked things to be over the top and dramatic. The Greeks wanted to look naturally perfect, but the Romans openly praised fake improvements. The Romans were very open about how fake their cosmetics were, and they weren't afraid to try new things. Roman women took the Greek love of pale skin to the next level. To get skin that was almost see-through, they used even more dangerous mixtures with white lead, mercury and arsenic. The health effects were terrible. Many wealthy Roman women suffered from what we now know as heavy metal poisoning, which caused hair loss, skin damage and neurological problems. But the style was so strong that they kept using these harmful products, even though they knew they were bad for their health. The Roman version was very different from the Greek version, which was much more subtle. Roman women didn't just put bright red on their cheeks, they sometimes put it all over their faces. They made bright red pigments that caught the light and let people know they were there from across the room by using cinnabar, mercury sulfide. The goal wasn't to look healthy, it was to look rich, powerful, and stylish. The Romans also had very dramatic eye makeup. They used kohl even more than the Egyptians did, which made their eyes look dark and smoky, as if they were smouldering with intensity. Roman women also started using coloured eyeshadows, in colours that would have shocked their Greek predecessors. They used bright blues made from ground lapis lazuli, vivid greens made from malachite, and even gold leaf for special occasions. The colour of Roman lips was just as bright. They liked bright reds made from crushed insects, red ochre and cinnabar. Some Roman women even used a red dye made from a certain kind of seaweed that made a colour that looked almost fluorescent and glowed in the light of a lamp. The application was very precise and dramatic. The lips were painted into exaggerated shapes that made them look fake. Roman perfumes became famous all over the ancient world. They brought in strange things from all over their empire, like frankincense from Arabia, spices from India, and flowers from Egypt. Roman perfumers came up with complicated ways to mix scents that made perfumes with many layers of scent that changed over the course of the day. Rich Romans might change their perfumes several times a day, using different scents for different activities and social situations. The tools and containers that Romans used for cosmetics became more and more fancy and expensive. Rich Roman women had makeup collections that included dozens of specialized tools made of precious metals and decorated with jewels. Their makeup boxes were often works of art, with detailed carvings, inlaid gems and mechanical parts that would have impressed engineers today. Ornatrices were Roman beauty salons where skilled slaves worked to put on makeup. These experts came up with methods that wouldn't be used again for hundreds of years. They knew how to make cosmetics that wouldn't smudge in the heat, how to mix colours for different skin tones, and how to use makeup to make different facial features look different. As you picture these Roman beauty rituals, you're seeing the beginning of cosmetics as a way to show off your wealth. For Romans, wearing a lot of makeup wasn't just about looking good, it was also about showing off their wealth, status and sophistication. You looked more successful the more fake and expensive you looked. This way of thinking about makeup as a status symbol would change the way people think about beauty for hundreds of years. As you relax and learn about the history of beauty, Let your mind travel along the Silk Road, the famous network of trade routes that connected the East and the West. Picture yourself as a merchant's friend in the Tang dynasty, around 700 CE, as you make your way to the beautiful city of Chang'an, which is now Xi'an. You've been travelling through deserts and mountains for months. The first thing that stands out about Chinese beauty culture is how refined and subtle it is. The Romans liked bold drama, and the Egyptians liked spiritual symbols. The Chinese, on the other hand, developed an aesthetic philosophy based on harmony, balance, and making natural beauty even more beautiful. Their ideas about makeup were heavily influenced by traditional Chinese medicine, philosophy, and the idea of qi, which is the life force that flows through all things. Imagine yourself in the morning fog of a Tang dynasty palace garden, where the ladies of the court are starting to get ready for their beauty. The ritual begins before dawn, not with putting on makeup, but with paying close attention to health and inner balance. According to Chinese cosmetic philosophy, true beauty came from within. Healthy organs, balanced energy, and spiritual harmony naturally made people look beautiful on the outside, and cosmetics could only make that beauty better. The Chinese were great chemists who came up with cosmetic ingredients and methods that were hundreds of years ahead of those used in the West. They learned how to make pigments that last a long time from minerals, came up with ways to keep cosmetics fresh for months, and figured out how nutrition affects skin health in ways that wouldn't be scientifically proven until modern times. Fen, a type of Chinese face powder, was made from rice flour, ground pearls, and sometimes lead carbonate, depending on the time and social class. The rice flour gave the skin a soft cover while letting it breathe, and the ground pearls added a subtle shine that made the skin look like porcelain. People thought that putting on fen was an art that took years of practice to get good at. A court lady puts on her makeup every day with the same care as a master calligrapher. She starts by washing her face with rice water, which is a method that modern beauty fans have recently rediscovered for its anti-aging effects. The rice water cleanses the skin and gently exfoliates and moisturizes it. Next is the base. She uses a silk cloth that has been dampened with rose water to apply the rice powder foundation in thin, even layers. She builds up coverage slowly until her skin is as smooth as a pearl. It takes time and careful attention to detail to do the process. The goal isn't to hide her natural beauty, it's to make it perfect so that the art can come to life on it. Chinese eyebrow fashion was very advanced. Eyebrow shapes changed a lot over the years. They went from thin crescents to bold straight lines, to delicate curves that followed complicated geometric rules. Women would completely pluck their natural eyebrows and then use special brushes and pigments made from charcoal, plant dyes, or even crushed butterfly wings to draw them back on. The red lips were probably the most famous part of Chinese makeup, but putting them on was much more complicated than just painting them red. Chinese women used a method called Dian Chun, which meant putting red pigment only in the middle of their lips and leaving the edges their natural colour. This made a small, bow-shaped mouth that was thought to be the most feminine and elegant. People used safflower petals, cinnabar, or a red paste made from crushed rose petals and honey to colour their lips. But the most sought-after lip colour came from a very clever source. Women would press special paper that had been treated with red pigment against their lips to transfer the colour. This early type of lipstick paper was easy to carry, lasted a long time, and made the colour just right. They also came up with nail art techniques that wouldn't be seen in Western culture for hundreds of years. They made complicated designs on their nails with henna, ground flowers, and mineral pigments. Colours and patterns showed things like social status, marital status, and even political beliefs. The length and decoration of fingernails turned into a complicated visual language that people who knew how to read it could understand. In Chinese culture, perfume served more purposes than just smelling good. People thought that different scents could heal, change their mood, and even bring them good luck. Chinese perfumers made scents from incense that were worn in special pendants or sachets instead of being put directly on the skin. These portable perfumes let the wearer change their scent during the day based on what they were doing and who they were with. As you continue your mental journey east, you find yourself in Japan during the Heian period, 794 to 1185 CE, where you see one of the most unique and complex beauty cultures in history. During this time, Japanese court life came up with aesthetic practices that were so intricate and advanced that they changed Japanese beauty standards for more than 1,000 years. The makeup of Heian Japan was known for its sharp, dramatic contrasts and precise geometric patterns. The most noticeable thing was the pure white face powder made from rice flour, which made the skin look almost like a mask and made the makeup look even more fake. This wasn't meant to look natural, it was meant to look otherworldly, turning the person wearing it into something that looked like a work of art. Imagine a Heian court lady getting ready for a night at the imperial palace. She starts putting on her makeup in the middle of the afternoon, and she needs help from skilled servants who have been trained for years in the exact methods needed. The first step is to put on oshiroi, which is the white face powder that will be the base for everything else. To make a smooth paste, mix the white powder with water, and then use special brushes to apply it in thin layers. The coverage has to be completely even, and go beyond the natural hairline to make a smooth, white oval that hides the natural shape of the face. The effect is striking and a little strange. The woman's face becomes a blank canvas for art. Next are the eyebrows. In the Heian style, they were completely removed and redrawn as small oval shapes high on the forehead. People used charcoal or ink to paint these fake eyebrows, called hikimayu, in places that had nothing to do with where eyebrows naturally grow. These painted eyebrows had to be placed and shaped according to strict fashion rules that changed slightly over time. By today's standards, the eyes themselves don't get much attention. Heian women didn't use dramatic makeup to draw attention to their eyes. Instead, they often painted thin red lines along the inner corners of their eyes to make a subtle but noticeable accent. The goal was to make a soft, slightly sad face that was thought to be the most beautiful thing about women. But the most unique thing about Heian makeup was ohaguro, which is the practice of blackening the teeth. They did this by mixing iron filings and vinegar, which made the teeth a deep black colour. Far from being considered unattractive, blackened teeth were a mark of beauty, maturity, and high social status. Blackened teeth were a sign of refined femininity, and only married women and court ladies of a certain age would do it. The lips in Heian makeup were painted with red pigment made from safflower petals in the shape of a small bow, but these weren't painted over the natural lip line. Instead, white powder was put on the natural sole lips, butt, and a small red shape was painted in the middle of the mouth. The end result was a tiny, perfect red accent that looked more like a flower petal than a mouth. During this time, Japanese incense culture was very advanced. Court ladies would use special boxes to burn different types of incense to make their clothes smell good. The scents would stay on silk robes for days. Different combinations of incense were linked to different seasons, feelings, and even themes in literature. A woman's scent became a part of who she was and how she expressed herself artistically. The tools that Japanese women used to do their makeup were works of art in their own right. The best animal hairs were used to make brushes, and the handles were made of bamboo and had beautiful designs on them. People made mirrors out of polished bronze, and the backs of many of them had beautiful art scenes on them. The containers for cosmetics were made from expensive materials and were meant to be as pretty as the cosmetics inside. When you move south to India, you come across another unique cosmetic tradition, tsul, but at combined lips. Spiritual meaning with beautiful looks. Indian beauty practices have been around for more than 5,000 years and are closely linked to Ayurvedic medicine, religion, and social customs. Indian cosmetics were known for their bright colours and natural ingredients that could be used for more than one thing. Turmeric, for instance, was used as a golden face powder that made the skin look beautiful and had antiseptic and anti-inflammatory properties. Sandalwood paste made a cool, fragrant base for makeup and kept the skin safe from the harsh Indian sun. Coal was the most famous part of Indian makeup, but Indian coal was different from Egyptian coal. Gudba kombines kajal, jute or surma, also known as Indian coal, was made from soot from lamps, ghee, clarified butter, and a mix of medicinal herbs. Families often made the dish at home, using recipes that had been passed down through the years. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. Henna was a big part of Indian beauty culture. It was used to make beautiful designs on hands and feet for special occasions. Putting on henna was a social event where women got together to help each other make intricate designs while telling stories and getting to know each other better. Henna art was a great way to celebrate certain events and times of year because it only lasts for a short time. Betel leaves made Indian lip colour by making a natural red stain when chewed. This practice had many benefits. It freshened breath, helped with digestion, and made lips the right shade of red. The colour's brightness showed how recently the betel had been chewed, making a natural timeline of beauty that changed throughout the day. As you think about these different Asian beauty traditions, you're seeing cultures that understood something deep about how inner and outer beauty are connected, as well as how personal expression and cultural identity are connected. Each tradition came up with advanced methods and ideas about beauty that affected not only looks, but also health, spirituality, and social relationships. These old Asian beauty rituals were the start of modern beauty traditions that still shape the way people around the world use cosmetics. Their focus on natural ingredients, exact application methods, and the connection between beauty, health, and spirituality gives us timeless advice that is still useful today. As you get more comfortable under your blanket, think about the interesting social divisions that have always been a part of the world of beauty and cosmetics. Makeup has been both a bridge and a wall between social classes throughout history. It has made invisible lines that separate the rich from the poor, the noble from the common, and the sophisticated from the simple. Imagine being an observer who can magically move between social classes and see how the same basic human desire for beauty shows itself in very different ways depending on where you are in the social hierarchy. This story about two worlds, one of luxury and one of everyday needs, tells us as much about people and how society works as it does about cosmetics. Imagine what a normal morning was like in Florence in the 15th century, when the Renaissance was at its height. The daughter of a wealthy merchant family starts her long beauty routine in a beautiful palazzo that looks out over the Arno River. Her room is full of strange and beautiful things, like mirrors framed in silver, cosmetic containers made from carved ivory, and pigments that come from all over the world. She starts her morning routine before dawn, not because she has to get up early for work, but because it takes hours of careful planning to look perfect. She begins with a bath in water that smells like roses, and is heated to the perfect temperature by servants who have been awake since midnight getting ready for this moment. The bath itself is a luxury, a big wooden tub lined with linen and placed so that the morning light comes through the silk curtains. After she bathes, she starts the long process of getting her trendy pale skin. The white makeup she uses has Cirrus in it, which is a lead-based cosmetic that costs more than most families make in a month. You need skill and expensive tools to do the application. These tools include brushes made from rare animal hairs, mixing palettes made from precious materials, and a lot of other specialised tools that cost a lot of money to buy. A modern beauty lover would have been amazed by the number of cosmetics she had. She has a lot of different pigments, and each one is kept in its own special container. She got them through trade networks that go all over the world. Her makeup collection is like a museum of the world's wealth, with ultramarine blue from Afghanistan, cinnabar red from Spain, and gold leaf from Africa. But the most expensive part of her beauty routine isn't the makeup, it's the time it takes. She can spend 3 hours every morning getting ready because she doesn't have to work, take care of kids, cook or clean the house. Her beauty routine is a luxury that shows off her social status just as well as any title or crown. Now let's look at a different neighbourhood in the same city, where the wife of a wool worker starts her own morning routine. She gets up before the sun rises, not to look good, but to stay alive. She has to feed the kids, finish her work, and take care of the house with resources that have to last a long time. If you can call it a beauty routine, it happens in the minutes between more important things. She might splash cold water on her face from a shared well, run her fingers through her hair to make it look nice, and maybe put on some homemade rouge made from crushed berries or red clay that she found near the city walls. There is a big difference between the cosmetic materials. The merchant's daughter uses lead powder from another country, while the worker's wife might use chalk dust or flour mixed with animal fat to make her face look whiter. The rich woman puts valuable cinnabar on her lips, while the working woman uses the juice from red berries or the colour that comes from biting her lips over and over again. But this is where the story gets interesting. Both women are doing the same basic thing that all people do. Both are using the resources they have to look better, show who they are, and fit in with the beauty standards of their community. The difference is not in the desire itself, but in the ways to make it happen. The cosmetics that working women use may not be as fancy, but they are often more useful and sometimes healthier than the more expensive ones. Her berry-based blush won't hurt her skin like cosmetics that contain lead. Her face powder made of flour and fat is less refined, but it lets her skin breathe. Her simple preparations are made fresh and used right away, so they don't have the problems that expensive cosmetics do when they are stored for a long time. The social dynamics of cosmetic use have created some really interesting contradictions over the years. In many cultures, only rich people were allowed to wear the most dramatic and fake makeup. Working people were expected to look more natural. But getting that natural look often took just as much skill and work as making fake beauty look good. Think about ancient Rome, where a senator's wife might spend the whole morning putting on layers of white lead makeup, red cinnabar rouge and fancy eye paints. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. People thought that the wealthy woman's fake look was elegant and proper, but looks then a lower-class woman tried to make herself look better. It was often seen as vain or pretentious. This double standard existed in part because makeup was a way for people to show off their social status. The expensive makeup and complicated application methods showed that the person wearing it had the money to buy luxury items and the time to use them right. A woman who showed up at dawn with perfectly applied makeup was saying that she had servants to wake her up, get her makeup ready, and help her with the complicated process of putting it on. Beauty tools also showed how wealthy someone was. Rich women had mirrors made of polished silver or bronze that were often decorated with detailed engravings and put in expensive frames. They made their makeup brushes out of animal hairs from faraway places and gave them handles made of ivory, gold, or rare woods. Their makeup containers were works of art in their own right, meant to show off their wealth and taste. Women who worked used much simpler tools. Their mirrors could be pieces of polished metal, or even a bowl of clear water. They often made their brushes out of things they had on hand, like frayed twigs, scraps of cloth, or even their own fingers. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Archaeological evidence indicates that, notwithstanding these material disparities, working women frequently exhibited greater innovation in their cosmetic techniques compared to their affluent counterparts. Because they had to try out different materials, which led to discoveries about natural cosmetics that rich people, who could afford expensive imported ingredients, might never have made. In medieval Europe, the cosmetic divide became even bigger when religious leaders linked makeup to moral decay. The church taught that God made people perfectly, and trying to make God's creation better could be a sin. This religious view made things complicated for society because rich women kept using fancy makeup in private, while pretending in public that their beauty was completely natural. This religious restriction had an interesting effect on how cosmetics were made. Women learned how to make makeup that looked natural but made them look much better. They learned how to subtly lighten their skin, make their lips look naturally red, and darken their lashes in ways that looked like natural gifts rather than fake improvements. The growth of trade guilds in medieval cities gave working-class women more chances to get involved in the world of cosmetics. As part of their professional training, women who worked as perfumers, ointment makers, or cosmetic preparers could get better ingredients and learn more advanced methods. These women often acted as links between high-end and low-end beauty practices by finding ways to use expensive methods with cheap materials. Royal courts have always been places where new cosmetics were tested out. With unlimited resources and a lot of competition, people were always trying new things. Court ladies would compete to look the best and most fashionable, which caused makeup techniques and beauty standards to change quickly. The beauty routines that started in royal courts would eventually spread throughout society, but they would often be simpler and more useful. The French court of Versailles during the reign of Louis XIV is a great example of how elite cosmetic culture could get very complicated. Court ladies would spend hours each day putting on layers of white paint, rouge, and fancy decorations. For example, they would cut small patches from silk or velvet and put them on their faces in patterns that showed how they felt, what political party they belonged to, or whether they were available for romance. These court fashions were so fancy and costly that they kept anyone who wasn't very rich from fully participating. One pot of the best white face paint could cost as much as a servant's yearly pay. Because it took so long to do it right, only women with a lot of servants could get the full effect. But even the servants at Versailles made their own beauty products, making simpler versions of the latest fashions using things they could afford or get through their jobs. Kitchen maids used lard and flour to make their faces look like the white paint used by the rich. Laundresses made colourful makeup out of the leftover dyes from washing clothes. Seamstresses made their own beauty patches out of scraps of fabric. During times of social unrest, the difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics became even more clear. For instance, during the French Revolution, The elaborate makeup styles that were popular with the upper class became not only unfashionable, but also dangerous. Women who went out in public with the white face paint and rouge of the old regime could have been seen as enemies of the revolution. This made beauty practices more democratic because former aristocrats had to learn how to make simple, natural-looking makeup. At the same time, working women had more freedom to try out makeup techniques that were only available to the upper classes. The revolution literally changed the way French women looked, setting new standards that valued natural beauty and simplicity. The imperial court in ancient China came up with very complicated beauty practices that took years of training to learn how to do right. Court ladies would try to make their skin look perfect, their eyebrows look perfect, and their lips look beautiful. The imperial palace came up with these methods, which were kept secret by palace servants for generations and never shared with anyone outside the palace. But Chinese beauty culture also had a long history of everyday beauty practices that were open to everyone. Women in the village came up with their own ways to use local materials, like rice water for cleaning, flower petals for colour, and different plant extracts for skin care. These folk practices were often more useful and sometimes worked better than the fancy ones used in court. It wasn't just about money that elite and everyday cosmetics were different. It was also about risk. Wealthy women could try dangerous things like mercury, lead and arsenic, because they could get medical help when these things made them sick. Working women, who couldn't afford such medical care, had to find safer ways to use cosmetics that used natural ingredients and had fewer harmful side effects. This safety gap had long-term effects on the development of cosmetics. Working women who couldn't afford dangerous alternatives were the first to find and improve many of the best and safest cosmetic ingredients. Their useful new ideas eventually changed the way rich women used cosmetics, as they began to see the benefits of safer, more natural ways to look good. The tools and methods used to put on makeup also showed social divisions in interesting ways. Rich women could buy special tools for every part of putting on makeup. For example, they had different brushes for different types of paint, precise tools for making perfect shapes, and complicated storage systems for keeping their makeup collections in order. Women who worked came up with tools and methods that worked best for many different tasks. You could use one brush to put on both lip colour and blush. You could use a small mirror for both personal grooming and work that requires a lot of detail, like needlework. These useful new tools were often better than more specialised elite tools, so people from all walks of life started using them. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history: the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon, around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they're looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek, and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion. She's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He's advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of coal around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status, and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black coal stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration, they are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication, because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste, and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he's going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she is newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting, and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active, and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. as court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance. The meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she is passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she is now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain-perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you are doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, The basic experience is still the same. You're changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we are recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen in foundation, anti-aging ingredients in concealer, and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip-plumping, isis-plumping products to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting, and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasise more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal colour palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, you take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense, and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes kohl using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives coal its unique deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that is so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the coal will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils, and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the coal from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Coal made for everyday use is different from coal made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just coal. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilizers, or colourfast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it is harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light-reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together. The user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, You first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil and ghee not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and airflow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state, so making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup, it's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, a Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturizer, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes, and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism, and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape, and position. The The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth are the most unique part of Heian makeup, and may be the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings and other special events. They would share tips, stories and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people used traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socialising, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honour ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian coal that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You are the newest artist in the longest-running art form in history. Tomorrow, you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries, even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history: the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon, around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they're looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek, and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion. She's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion, but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He is advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of coal around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status, and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black coal stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration. They are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste, and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he is going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she's newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she is feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she's passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she will make up but is now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness, by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain-perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you're doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, the basic experience is still the same. You are changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we're recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today: sunscreen and foundation, anti-aging ingredients and concealer and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years, before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip plumping, Isis plumping products, to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting, and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important, and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal color palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little, daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, you take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes coal using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives coal its unique, deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that's so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the coal will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the coal from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Coal made for everyday use is different from coal made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just coal. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilizers, or colourfast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it's harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together, the user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil and ghee, not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and air flow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. The soot is put on clean plates and then ground up with other medicinal ingredients. Almonds have oils that are good for the sensitive skin around the eyes. Rose petals smell good and have a mild astringent effect. Different herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that help keep your eyes from getting infections and irritated. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state. So making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science, and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better, while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. As you drift deeper into the peaceful embrace of the evening, let your mind take you to the most personal parts of ancient beauty culture. The daily routines of putting on makeup that made ordinary people look like their ideal selves. These weren't rushed routines that had to fit into busy modern lives. They were sacred ceremonies that honoured the link between inner beauty and outer expression. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup. It's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, the Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey, and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturizer, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism, and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape, and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth are the most unique part of Heian makeup, and maybe the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings, and other special events. They would share tips, stories, and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people use traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socializing, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honor ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian coal that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You're the newest artist in the longest-running art form in history. Tomorrow you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. It is quite intriguing to consider that you are likely resting on a meticulously designed mattress composed of foam and springs, while listening to a narrative about how your ancestors slept on much less comfortable surfaces. While not literally on rocks, though we will address that aspect shortly, this evening we will journey back in time to explore the sleeping arrangements of those who lived before the innovative concept of filling a fabric sack with soft materials to create a mattress was conceived. Well, they didn't actually sleep on rocks, though we'll discuss that part soon enough. Tonight, we're going back in time to discover what people did before someone had the brilliant idea to stuff a fabric sack with soft things and call it a mattress. Picture this. It's 200,000 years ago, and your great times about 10,000 grandmother is getting ready for bed. She's not scrolling through her phone or adjusting her memory foam pillow. She's not even wearing pyjamas because pyjamas haven't been invented yet. Neither has the bed she's about to sleep in. In fact, the idea of having a specific sleeping area, rather than just collapsing wherever exhaustion takes you, has not been developed either. The earliest humans were remarkably practical about sleep. They found a spot that wasn't too rocky, hopefully not too muddy, and definitely not occupied by something with more teeth than they had. Then they curled up and hoped for the best. You might think this scenario sounds uncomfortable, but remember, these people had never experienced a Tempur-Pedic mattress, so they had no idea what they were missing. Ignorance was bliss, literally. However, as is typical of humans, they quickly began to get creative. Archaeological evidence shows that around 77,000 years ago, people in South Africa were making the world's first beds out of sedge grass and aromatic leaves. They'd layer these materials in caves, creating what was essentially nature's first mattress prototype. The aromatic leaves weren't just for comfort, they helped repel insects, so technically these ancient beds were also the world's first bug zappers. You have to admire their ingenuity. They figured out that certain plants, when dried and layered, created a relatively soft surface that was infinitely better than bare rock or dirt. They even discovered that some leaves, when crushed, released natural insect repellents. Your ancestors were basically running a prehistoric bed and bath store complete with aromatherapy. The intriguing thing about these early beds is that they weren't permanent fixtures. When the tribe moved, the bed stayed behind. This meant that every night someone had to gather fresh materials and essentially build a new bed. Imagine if you had to reconstruct your entire sleeping arrangement every single day. you'd probably develop some serious appreciation for your current setup pretty quickly. These grass beds weren't just about comfort, though. They represented one of humanity's first attempts to control their environment, rather than simply adapt to it. People began to reject the idea that sleep had to mean lying on whatever surface was available, saying, you know what, I think I can do better than this. And that drive to improve their sleeping situation would continue for thousands of years. The construction of these early beds was surprisingly sophisticated. People would gather fresh grass and leaves, carefully layer them for maximum softness and insulation, and arrange them in shapes that followed the natural curves of the human body. They understood concepts like moisture management and temperature regulation, long before anyone gave those ideas fancy names. What's particularly fascinating is that these beds were often communal projects. Everyone in the group would help gather materials, and the beds were usually large enough for multiple people to share. Privacy as we know it didn't exist yet, so sleeping arrangements were more about survival and warmth than personal space. Archaeological sites containing these beds provide evidence of consistent upkeep and rejuvenation. People would periodically burn old bedding materials, possibly to eliminate pests and parasites, before starting anew. Such behaviour makes them possibly the first people in history to actually change their sheets regularly, something that would make your mother proud. As you settle into your bed tonight, take a moment to appreciate the long journey that brought us from those first grass beds to whatever you're lying on now. Those ancient people, sleeping on their carefully constructed piles of aromatic leaves, had no idea they were starting a tradition that would eventually lead to memory foam, adjustable bases and heated blankets. You want to sleep well just like they did. Fast forward about 70,000 years, and suddenly we're in ancient Egypt, where people had figured out some pretty impressive tricks for getting comfortable at night. You might think the Egyptians were all about pyramids and mummies, but they were also surprisingly good at sleeping. In fact, they basically invented the concept of having a real bed that you could use more than once. The Egyptians thought, this is nice, but what if we could make something that didn't need to be rebuilt every night? So they started making bed frames out of wood, usually palm, sycamore or cedar if they could afford it. These weren't just simple platforms either. Egyptian beds were often elaborate affairs with carved legs that looked like animal feet, decorative headboards, and even built-in storage. Now, here's where it gets intriguing. The Egyptians didn't put mattresses on these beds. Instead, they used a system of woven reed mats or leather strips stretched across the wooden frame. Imagine it as the world's first box spring, with reeds or leather taking on the role of springs. The wealthy would add layers of linen sheets and pillows stuffed with feathers or straw, but the basic sleeping surface was still pretty much a fancy hammock. The Egyptian approach to pillows was particularly creative, and by creative, I mean potentially painful. The Egyptians used headrests made of wood, stone, or ivory instead of the soft, fluffy pillows you're accustomed to. These weren't pillows at all, really. They were more like neck supports that kept your head elevated while you slept on your side. The idea was to protect your elaborate hairstyles and keep your head cool in the desert heat. You're probably thinking the idea sounds incredibly uncomfortable, and you'd be right. But the Egyptians had their reasons. Those wooden headrests weren't just practical, they were also spiritual. They believed that elevating the head helped protect the sleeper from evil spirits and allowed the soul to travel more freely during dreams. So while you might wake up with a stiff neck, at least your soul was well travelled. The truly affluent Egyptians achieved remarkable levels of bed comfort. They had servants whose job was to fan them while they slept, ensuring a cool breeze throughout the night. Some beds even had built-in mosquito nets made of fine linen, which was probably the most practical innovation since the aromatic leaves. Nothing ruins a good night's sleep like mosquitoes, whether you're in ancient Egypt or modern Florida. Egyptian beds were also status symbols. The more elaborate your bed, the more important you were. Pharaohs had beds made with gold inlays, precious stones, and intricate carvings. These beds were often so ornate that they were probably more comfortable to look at than to sleep on. But when you're a pharaoh, comfort is sometimes less important than making sure everyone knows you're the pharaoh. The construction of these beds was remarkably sophisticated. Egyptian craftsmen understood concepts like weight distribution and joint flexibility. They created beds that could support significant weight while still providing some give and flexibility. The leather or reed sleeping surfaces were carefully tensioned to provide optimal support, and the bed frames were designed to last for decades. One particularly ingenious feature of Egyptian beds was their height. They were typically quite tall, sometimes requiring a small step or stool to climb into. This wasn't just for show. It helped protect sleepers from scorpions, snakes, and other ground-dwelling creatures that might want to share the bed. It also improved air circulation, which was crucial in Egypt's hot climate. The Egyptians also developed some of the first bed linens. They made sheets from linen, which was cooler than wool and softer than the reed mats. Wealthy Egyptians would have multiple sets of linen sheets, and they were often buried with their favourite bedding to ensure comfort in the afterlife. This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase eternal rest. What's particularly amusing is that Egyptian beds often had a slight incline, with the head end higher than the foot end. This feature was supposed to aid digestion and improve circulation, so basically, the Egyptians invented the adjustable bed about 4,000 years before anyone thought to add motors and remote controls. The legacy of Egyptian bedding extended far beyond Egypt itself. Their techniques and designs influenced bedding throughout the Mediterranean world, and many of their innovations, like elevated beds and linen sheets, became standard features that we still use today. When you adjust your pillows tonight, you're participating in a tradition that started with those wooden headrests along the Nile. The Greeks and Romans embraced the Egyptian bed concept, a characteristic of cultures adept at elevating others' good ideas to a higher level. By the time we reach classical antiquity, beds had evolved into a serious business, complete with social etiquette, philosophical implications, and a level of luxury that would make a modern hotel jealous. Greek beds were called kleins, and they weren't just for sleeping. These were multi-purpose pieces of furniture used for sleeping, eating, and lounging around looking philosophical. The Greeks basically invented the concept of the couch, except their version was also your bed, your dining table, and your thinking spot. Talk about efficient use of space. The construction of a Greek klein was quite sophisticated. The frame was typically made of wood, often decorated with inlays of ivory, silver, or precious metals. The sleeping surface consisted of a network of cords or leather straps stretched across the frame, like the Egyptian system, but with much more attention to comfort and aesthetics. On top of this, they'd pile layers of woolen blankets, linen sheets, and stuffed cushions. Now, the Greeks had some intriguing ideas about pillows. Instead of just one pillow for your head, they used multiple cushions of different sizes and firmness levels. You'd have firm cushions for support and soft ones for comfort, arranged in various combinations depending on whether you were sleeping, eating, or just lounging around contemplating the nature of existence. It was basically the ancient equivalent of those people who have 17 pillows on their bed and spend 10 minutes arranging them every night. Not to be outdone, the Romans took Greek bed technology and added their own flair for excess. Roman beds, or lectus, were often massive affairs that could accommodate multiple people. This wasn't necessarily for romantic reasons. Roman dining culture involved reclining on beds while eating, so a family meal might involve several people sharing the same sleeping surface while consuming elaborate multi-course dinners. Roman beds were also the first to feature anything resembling a real mattress. They stuffed large fabric sacks with wool, feathers, or even rose petals for the extremely wealthy. These weren't quite the mattresses we know today, but they were definitely a step up from stretched leather and wooden headrests. The Romans had discovered that if you stuff enough soft things into a bag, it becomes surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. The Romans were particularly proud of their bed linens. They imported fine silks from China and cotton from India, creating sheets that were softer and more luxurious than anything that had come before. Roman beds often featured elaborate bedding sets with matching pillows, blankets, and curtains. They basically invented the concept of bedroom decor, complete with colour coordination and seasonal changes. One particularly Roman innovation was the canopy bed. They discovered that hanging curtains around the bed created privacy, blocked drafts, and helped keep insects at bay. These bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics and were as much about showing off wealth as they were about practical comfort. If you've ever wondered why canopy beds seem so fancy, you can thank the Romans for establishing that tradition. The Romans also developed heated beds, which is pretty impressive considering they didn't have electricity. They used a system called hypercaust that circulated warm air from furnaces through hollow spaces in the walls and floors. Some wealthy Romans had heated sleeping chambers that maintained comfortable temperatures throughout the night. This method was probably the ancient equivalent of those heated mattress pads that make getting out of bed even more difficult than it already is. Roman beds often featured adjustable elements. They had mechanisms for raising or lowering different parts of the bed, allowing sleepers to find their optimal position. Some Roman beds could be converted from sleeping configuration to dining configuration, with a few simple adjustments. This flexibility was regarded as the pinnacle of luxury and practicality. The social aspects of Roman bedding were complex and fascinating. There were strict rules about who could sleep where, what type of bedding was appropriate for different social classes, and how beds should be arranged in different rooms. The master bedroom, or cubiculum, was considered a semi-public space where important guests might be received, so the bed had to be impressive enough to reflect the owner's status. The Romans developed the first real understanding of sleep hygiene, which is particularly interesting. They thought that the quality of your bedding affected your sleep, which affected your health. This belief led to innovations in mattress materials, bed positioning, and even the orientation of sleeping chambers to catch optimal breezes. The decline of the Roman Empire marked the end of this golden age of bed luxury, but many Roman innovations survived and influenced bedding for centuries to come. The idea of stuffed mattresses, elaborate bed linens, and beds as status symbols all traces back to Roman innovations that were far ahead of their time. After the fall of Rome, bed technology took a bit of a nosedive, which is probably what you'd expect during a period called the Dark Ages. Medieval Europeans basically forgot most of what the Romans had figured out about comfortable sleeping, and went back to much simpler arrangements. But don't worry. They made up for it with creativity, communal sleeping, and some pretty intriguing solutions to the problem of staying warm in drafty stone castles. Medieval peasants, who made up about 90% of the population, slept on what were essentially piles of straw covered with rough woolen blankets. Their beds were usually just wooden platforms, or even hollowed-out sections of the floor filled with straw or hay. The straw served as both mattress and pillow, and it was changed when it got too smelly or bug-infested to tolerate. This scenario happened more often than you might think, because medieval hygiene standards were, shall we say, relaxed. The really interesting part about medieval sleeping arrangements is that almost nobody slept alone. Families would pile into one big bed, often with parents, children, and sometimes even servants all sharing the same sleeping space. This wasn't just about saving space, it was about staying warm. Medieval houses were cold, drafty places, and body heat was often the only reliable source of warmth available during winter months. Even wealthy medieval nobles didn't have private bedrooms as we understand them today. The enormous hall of a castle or manor house would be filled with beds, and everyone from the lord's family to visiting guests to household servants would sleep in the same room. Privacy was a luxury that simply didn't exist. You learned to sleep through other people's snoring, talking, and various nocturnal activities, or you didn't sleep at all. The wealthy did have somewhat better sleeping arrangements, of course. Noble beds were often large, elaborate affairs with carved wooden frames and thick curtains that could be drawn for privacy and warmth. These bed curtains were crucial because they created a microclimate around the sleeper, trapping body heat and blocking drafts. Medieval beds were essentially small, portable rooms within the larger sleeping space. Medieval mattresses, when they existed at all, were usually large fabric sacks stuffed with straw, feathers, or wool. The wealthy often possessed mattresses filled with down feathers, regarded as the epitome of luxury. Wills and inheritance documents often specifically mention these feather mattresses due to their high value. Imagine being so excited about your mattress that you want to ensure it goes to the right person after you die. Medieval people also developed some creative solutions to common sleeping problems. They discovered that certain herbs, when mixed with straw, helped repel insects and provided pleasant scents. Lavender, mint and rosemary were popular choices, so medieval beds were essentially aromatherapy stations, long before anyone called them that. One important medieval innovation was the trundle bed. These were low beds that could be rolled under larger beds during the day and pulled out at night. Servants, children or guests would sleep on trundle beds, which saved space and allowed for flexible sleeping arrangements. It was basically the medieval equivalent of a pull-out couch, except much less comfortable. The concept of changing sheets was pretty foreign to medieval people. Bed linens, when they existed, were expensive and difficult to clean. Most people slept directly on their mattresses or under rough woolen blankets that were washed infrequently, if at all. The wealthy might have linen sheets, but even these were changed only occasionally. Medieval people had a much higher tolerance for what we would consider unsanitary conditions. Medieval beds were also surprisingly portable. Wealthy nobles travelled frequently, and they often took their beds with them. A proper medieval bed could be disassembled, packed onto wagons, and reassembled at the next castle or manor house. This meant that your bed was literally your most important piece of furniture, because it went everywhere you did. The height of medieval bed luxury was the state bed used by royalty and the highest nobility. These beds were enormous, elaborate constructions that resembled architecture more than furniture. They had carved posts, embroidered curtains, and sometimes even small chambers built into the headboard for storing valuable items. These beds were so impressive that they were often considered works of art in their own right. What's particularly fascinating about medieval sleeping arrangements is how they reflected social hierarchy. The closer you slept to the lord of the castle, the higher your social status. The most important guests would sleep in the same room as the lord, while servants and lesser nobles would sleep in progressively more distant locations. Your sleeping spot was a direct reflection of your place in society. Medieval people also had some intriguing beliefs about sleep and dreams. They thought that sleeping with your head pointing east was healthiest, and that certain materials in your mattress could influence your dreams. They believed that sleeping on a mattress stuffed with particular herbs could promote prophetic dreams or ward off nightmares. Whether or not this approach actually worked, it certainly made bedtime more interesting. The Renaissance brought a revolution in sleeping comfort that would have made medieval peasants weep with envy. Suddenly, people rediscovered the Roman love of luxury and comfort, but with medieval practicality and some genuinely new innovations. This was the period when sleeping went from being a basic survival necessity to something that could actually be enjoyable. Renaissance Italians were particularly obsessed with comfortable sleeping. They developed the first real mattresses that would be recognizable to modern sleepers, large fabric cases stuffed with combinations of wool, cotton and feathers, sewn into sections to prevent the stuffing from clumping. These mattresses were placed on top of rope or wooden slat bed frames, creating a sleeping surface that was both supportive and comfortable. The rope bed frame was a Renaissance innovation that deserves special mention. Instead of the solid wooden platforms of medieval times, Renaissance beds used networks of ropes threaded through holes in the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" comes from. It literally meant to tighten the ropes on your bed to ensure a firm, comfortable sleeping surface. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature multiple layers of bedding. Instead of just throwing a blanket over a straw mattress, people began using systems of sheets, blankets, and coverlets that could be added or removed depending on the weather and personal preference. This layered approach allowed for much more precise temperature control and comfort customization. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first real pillows as we know them today. Instead of wooden headrests or simple cloth bundles, Renaissance pillows were carefully constructed fabric cases stuffed with down, feathers, or fine wool. These pillows were designed specifically for comfort and support, and wealthy households would have multiple pillows of different sizes and firmness levels for different sleeping positions. Privacy became increasingly important during the Renaissance, and this led to innovations in bed curtains and canopies. Renaissance bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics like silk or velvet, and they were designed to create a private, intimate space within the larger bedroom. These curtains served practical purposes too. They blocked drafts, provided insulation, and helped keep out insects and light. The Renaissance bed was also when furniture makers began treating beds as serious pieces of craftsmanship. Renaissance beds featured elaborate carvings, inlays, and decorative elements that made them works of art as well as functional furniture. These beds were often family heirlooms, passed down through generations and becoming more valuable over time. One specific Renaissance innovation was the development of specialized bedding for different seasons. Wealthy households would have lightweight linen bedding for summer and heavy woolen bedding for winter. They also developed the first washable bed linens, which represented a significant advance in hygiene and comfort. The ability to regularly clean your bedding was a luxury that previous generations couldn't imagine. Renaissance beds also became much larger than their medieval predecessors. The great bed became a status symbol among the wealthy, with some beds measuring 8 feet square or larger. These enormous beds weren't just for sleeping, they were used for conducting business, receiving guests, and displaying wealth and status. The bed became the centerpiece of the bedroom, which itself became an important room in the house. The Renaissance period also saw the development of the first adjustable beds. Some Renaissance beds featured mechanisms that allowed sleepers to raise or lower their heads and feet, providing comfort for people with medical conditions or simply allowing for more comfortable reading or dining in bed. These adjustable beds were complex mechanical devices that demonstrated the period's growing understanding of engineering and comfort. Renaissance sleeping arrangements also reflected changing social attitudes. While medieval people saw nothing wrong with communal sleeping, Renaissance sensibilities increasingly valued privacy and individual comfort. Married couples began sleeping in their rooms, and children were given their beds rather than sharing with parents or siblings. This shift toward individual sleeping spaces was a significant cultural change that would continue into the modern era. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first specialized children's beds. Instead of just making smaller versions of adult beds, furniture makers began creating beds specifically designed for children's needs. These beds were lower to the ground, had protective railings, and were designed to be safe and comfortable for young sleepers. The idea that children might have different sleeping needs than adults was revolutionary. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature storage solutions. Many Renaissance beds had built-in chests or drawers underneath the sleeping surface, providing storage for bed linens, clothing, and personal items. This innovation held significant importance during a period when closets were scarce and storage space was highly valued. The Renaissance period established many of the basic principles of comfortable sleeping that we still use today. The idea of layered bedding, supportive mattresses, comfortable pillows, and private sleeping spaces all trace back to Renaissance innovations. During this period, we essentially figured out what makes a good bed, despite the dramatic improvements in technology. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally transformed the way people slept, with most of the changes occurring more quickly than you could say, factory-made mattress. Suddenly, beds that had been luxury items for the wealthy became available to ordinary people, and innovations that had taken centuries to develop were being improved upon every few years. The 1850s saw the development of the coil spring mattress, marking the first major change. This breakthrough was revolutionary because it provided support and comfort that was far superior to anything that had come before. Instead of sleeping on stuffed fabric sacks that gradually compressed and lost their shape, people could now sleep on mattresses that maintained their support and bounce back night after night. The coil spring mattress quickly established itself as the standard, with variations still in use today. Mass production meant that mattresses could be made consistently and affordably. Instead of having to commission a custom mattress from a local craftsperson, people could buy ready-made mattresses from stores. This democratization of comfort meant that working-class families could have sleeping arrangements that were comparable to what only the wealthy had enjoyed in previous centuries. The Industrial Age also brought significant improvements in bedding materials. The development of cotton mills made cotton sheets and pillowcases widely available and affordable. Cotton was softer, more breathable, and easier to clean than the rough linen or wool bedding most used. The ability to have soft, washable sheets represented a major advance in both comfort and hygiene. Iron and steel bed frames became popular during this period, replacing wooden frames for many people. These metal frames were stronger, more durable, and less likely to harbour insects than wooden frames. They were also much easier to mass-produce, which made them more affordable. The classic iron bed frame, with its distinctive vertical bars and simple design, became a symbol of the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution also brought the first real understanding of sleep hygiene and health. Medical professionals began studying sleep and its effects on health, leading to recommendations about mattress firmness, room ventilation, and sleeping positions. This scientific approach to sleep was a departure from the folk wisdom and superstitions that had guided sleeping arrangements for centuries. One particularly important innovation was the development of the box spring. Instead of placing mattresses directly on rope or wooden slat frames, manufacturers began creating specialized foundation systems that provided additional support and extended mattress life. The box spring, combined with the coil spring mattress, created a sleeping system that was far superior to anything that had existed before. The Industrial Age also saw the development of specialized bedding for different needs. Manufacturers began producing mattresses for children, for people with medical conditions, and for different climates. This specialization represented a recognition that different people had different sleeping needs, and that technology could be adapted to meet those needs. Department stores revolutionized how people bought bedding. Instead of visiting specialised craftspeople or commissioning custom work, people could see and compare different mattresses, sheets and pillows in large retail spaces. This gave consumers much more choice and helped drive innovation as manufacturers competed for customers. The development of reliable indoor heating also changed sleeping arrangements significantly. People no longer needed to share beds for warmth, and bedrooms could be separate from living spaces. This led to the development of the modern bedroom as a private individual space designed specifically for sleeping. The industrial age brought the first real advertising for sleep products. Mattress manufacturers began making claims about the health benefits of their products, the superiority of their materials, and the importance of excellent sleep. This was the beginning of the modern sleep industry, which would eventually become a multi-billion-dollar business. Mail-order catalogues made it possible for people in rural areas to buy the same quality bedding as city dwellers. Companies like Sears and Montgomery Ward offered mattresses, bed frames and bedding through their catalogues, bringing industrial-age comfort to people who had previously been limited to local products. The Industrial Revolution also led to the initial standardization of bed sizes. Instead of custom-made beds that varied depending on the craftsperson and customer, manufacturers began producing beds in standard sizes. This made it easier to buy bedding, and meant that a mattress bought in one city would fit a bed frame bought in another. Working conditions during the Industrial Age also highlighted the importance of good sleep. Factory workers who had to wake up early and work long hours needed better sleep than had been necessary in agricultural societies. This created demand for more comfortable bedding, and led to innovations designed to help people fall asleep faster and sleep more soundly. The Industrial Age established the foundation for modern sleep technology. The basic concept of the coil spring mattress, the box spring foundation, and mass-produced bedding all originated during this period. The Industrial Revolution established the fundamental approach to creating comfortable beds, despite dramatic improvements in materials and construction techniques. And here we are, in the modern era, where your bed is probably more technologically advanced than the computers that sent people to the moon. The 20th and 21st centuries have brought an explosion of innovation in sleep technology that would have seemed like science fiction to people just a few generations ago. The development of synthetic materials revolutionized mattress construction. Memory foam, originally developed by NASA to improve crash protection for astronauts, became the foundation for a new generation of mattresses that could conform to individual body shapes and provide personalized support. The idea that your mattress could remember your body's contours and adapt accordingly was a concept that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Latex mattresses brought natural elasticity and durability that surpassed traditional coil springs. These mattresses could provide firm support while still conforming to body shapes, and they lasted much longer than previous mattress types. The development of synthetic latex made these benefits available at reasonable prices, democratizing comfort in ways that would have amazed earlier generations. The introduction of adjustable beds brought hospital-level comfort to home bedrooms. These beds could be adjusted to provide optimal positioning for sleeping, reading, watching television, or dealing with medical conditions. The ability to adjust your bed's position with the touch of a button represented a level of convenience and customization that surpassed anything in history. Temperature control became a major focus of modern sleep technology. Gel-infused foams, phase-change materials, and even water-cooled mattresses were developed to help people maintain optimal sleeping temperatures. The recognition that temperature regulation was crucial for good sleep led to innovations that actively managed heat and moisture throughout the night. Modern bedding materials have achieved levels of softness and performance that would have been impossible with natural materials alone. Microfiber sheets can be softer than silk while being more durable and easier to care for. Moisture-wicking fabrics help regulate temperature and humidity, creating optimal sleeping conditions regardless of season or climate. The development of the sleep industry as a major economic force has driven continuous innovation. Companies spend millions of dollars researching sleep patterns, testing new materials, and developing products that promise better rest. This competition has led to rapid advances in mattress technology, bedding materials, and sleep accessories. Sleep tracking technology has given people unprecedented insight into their sleep patterns. Devices that monitor movement, heart rate, and sleep stages provide detailed information about sleep quality and duration. This data-driven approach to sleep represents a return to the scientific study of sleep that began during the Industrial Age, but with far more sophisticated tools and understanding. The internet has revolutionized how people buy mattresses and bedding. Online retailers offer detailed product information, customer reviews, and even sleep trials that allow people to test mattresses in their homes. The internet has made it easier for people to find products that meet their specific needs and preferences. Modern understanding of sleep science has led to products designed for specific sleep positions, body types, and medical conditions. Side sleepers can buy mattresses optimized for their sleeping position, while people with back problems can find products specifically designed to provide proper spinal alignment. This level of customization represents a sophisticated understanding of how different people have different sleep needs. The development of organic and natural bedding materials has brought together modern performance with traditional materials. Organic cotton, natural latex, and wool bedding provide the benefits of natural materials, while meeting modern standards for comfort and durability. This trend represents a return to natural materials, but with the benefit of modern manufacturing techniques. Smart beds are at the forefront of sleep technology. These beds can automatically adjust firmness, temperature, and position based on sleep patterns and preferences. Some can even track sleep quality and make recommendations for improvement. A bed that actively works to improve your sleep would have seemed like pure fantasy to previous generations. The modern sleep revolution has also brought an understanding of the importance of sleep for overall health and well-being. Research has shown that adequate sleep is crucial for physical health, mental performance, and emotional stability. This awareness has led to increased investment in sleep technology and a recognition that good bedding is an investment in health, not just comfort. As you settle into your modern bed tonight, with its carefully engineered support system, temperature-regulating materials, and precisely designed comfort layers, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those first grass beds in South African caves. The drive to create better sleeping conditions has been a constant throughout human history, leading us from simple piles of aromatic leaves to the sophisticated sleep systems we have today. The journey from sleeping on the ground to sleeping on memory foam has been long and fascinating, filled with innovations, setbacks, and gradual improvements. Each generation has built upon the discoveries of the previous one, creating better and more comfortable ways to get a good night's rest. And who knows? The bed you're sleeping on tonight might seem primitive to future generations, who will undoubtedly find even better ways to achieve the perfect night's sleep. Sweet dreams, and remember, you're sleeping better than 99.9% of all humans who have ever lived. That's worth appreciating as you drift off to sleep on your modern miracle of comfort and engineering. But if that insomnia is still kicking, don't worry. I will always have other stories of mine told here from the past to help you get that rest no matter what it takes. Sleep well, my friends, and I will catch you later, as I always do. You stand at the narrow window of the manor house, watching November fade into December, with that peculiar quality of late autumn light that seems to drain colour from the world. The landscape beyond the thick glass, expensive glass, a point of pride for your household, has transformed into something spare and honest. The fields that were gold with harvest 2 months ago now lie dark and furrowed, waiting for spring like a held breath. This is the time of year when your ancestors believed the boundary between worlds grew thin, when the old gods, though you'd never speak such thoughts aloud with the priest nearby, walked the frozen earth alongside Christian saints. The trees stand bare against the sky, their branches making patterns like the veins in an oak leaf pressed flat in a manuscript. You know each of those trees by sight, the ancient oak that marks the boundary between your lord's land and the common fields, the line of beeches that shelter the road to the village, and the twisted hawthorn where May Day celebrations happen, in a season that feels impossibly distant now. The cold has been building for weeks, that peculiar medieval cold that seems to seep through stone walls as if they were made of wool rather than masonry. You've learned to dress in layers, a linen shift against your skin, a woolen kirtle over that, and today an additional surcoat lined with rabbit fur that your grandmother made before she died. The fur still smells faintly of the herbs she used to store it, a mixture of lavender and tansy that brings her back to you across the years with a clarity that sometimes catches your breath. The manor's preparations for winter began at Michaelmas. Back when the last warm days of September still held the memory of summer, you helped bring in the final harvest, working alongside villagers whose families have been tied to this land for generations beyond counting. The wheat and barley were stored in the granary, rats be damned, though the barn cats do their best to keep that particular problem manageable. Apples were laid carefully in straw in the undercroft, each one checked for bruises that might spread rot through the entire store. The autumn pigs were slaughtered after St. Martin's Day, a process you've grown accustomed to over the years, though you never quite learned to enjoy it. Salted pork now hangs from the rafters of the larder, alongside dried fish from the summer's catch and the smoked eel that taste like the river mud where they were caught. Your household has stored enough food to see you through to spring, or so everyone hopes, with that particular combination of faith and anxiety that characterises medieval winter planning. Crop failures happen. Stores go bad. Winter can be a season of slow starvation if preparations were insufficient or luck proves cruel. But this year looks promising. The harvest was good, the weather has been harsh but not catastrophic, and your lord's household has both the resources and the will to celebrate Christmas properly. This matters more than you might initially think, because Christmas in the medieval world isn't just a day, it's a season, a statement, and sometimes a battlefield where social hierarchies are simultaneously reinforced and momentarily suspended. The Advent season has been observed with the proper solemnity. For the past 4 weeks you've been fasting, or at least what passes for fasting when you're not a monk sworn to extreme piety. No meat on Wednesdays, Fridays or Saturdays, no rich foods, no excessive celebration. The Church calls this a time of penitence and preparation, a spiritual winter before the birth of Christ brings light back to the world. You've noticed that this enforced austerity makes the upcoming feast seem even more glorious, which may or may not be the Church's actual intention. The manor itself has been gradually transforming. Fresh rushes have been laid on the floors of the Great Hall, mixed with herbs that release their scent when crushed underfoot. The smell reminds you of summer meadows, which is probably the point, an olfactory defiance of winter's barrenness. The walls have been cleaned of the year's accumulation of soot and grime, a job that fell to you and the other household members over several days of hard labour that left everyone's hands raw and their backs aching. Outside you can see the first real snow of the season beginning to fall. Not the wet, brief flurries that came and melted last week, but proper snow that means business. The flakes are small and determined, the kind that will accumulate into drifts that might cut off the manor from the village for days. Part of you feels a flutter of anxiety at this isolation, but another part, perhaps the part that remembers older ways of thinking, feels a peculiar comfort in being snowed in, as if winter itself has decided to hold you safe in a white cocoon until spring comes to wake you. The shortest day of the year has just passed, and you noticed its arrival with the attention that medieval people pay to such markers. At the winter solstice, darkness claims nearly 16 hours of every day here in England, leaving only a brief window of grey light that barely qualifies as day at all. Your ancestors, the truly ancient ones before Christianity came to these islands, lit great fires at the solstice to encourage the sun to return. The Church calls such practices pagan superstition, but you notice that the Advent wreath with its progressive lighting of candles follows a suspiciously similar pattern. The village church bell rings, marking the hour of none, what we would call 3 in the afternoon, though the medieval reckoning of time is less precise than you might prefer. The sound carries clearly through the cold air, that particular quality of bell tone in winter that seems to travel further and ring longer than it does in summer. You recognise the bell's voice the way you might recognise a neighbour's knock, having heard it mark the hours and call to prayer for your entire life. Christmas Eve is tomorrow, and the manor has reached that state of barely contained energy that precedes any major event. There's still work to be done. There's always work to be done in a medieval household. But the essential preparations are complete. The ale has been brewed and is properly strong, which you confirmed through the time-honoured method of sampling it, possibly more often than strictly necessary for quality control purposes. The bread has been baked in quantities that seem excessive until you remember how many people will need to be fed over the coming days. Your role in tomorrow's festivities is both simple and complex. You are neither nobility nor servant, but something in between, what later centuries will call yeoman or franklin, a person of some substance who belongs to the manor household without being of the aristocratic class. This means you'll eat at the great feast, but not at the high table. You'll participate in the celebrations, but not lead them. You'll observe the social theatre of medieval Christmas from a position that's simultaneously inside and outside the performance. The light is failing now, that early winter dusk that makes you feel the day has been stolen from you. Candles will need to be lit soon, carefully rationed because beeswax is expensive, and tallow candles smell like rendered fat, which is exactly what they are. You've grown accustomed to doing as much as possible by daylight, planning your activities around the sun's brief appearance like a farmer planning around rain. But tomorrow the Christmas season truly begins, and with it comes a temporary suspension of the normal order of things. The darkness of winter will be pushed back by fire and celebration. The usual hierarchies will be playfully inverted. For 12 days the manor will exist in a kind of sanctioned carnival, where the rules that govern the rest of the year become flexible, negotiable, and almost dreamlike. You turn from the window and head toward the great hall where the evening meal is being prepared. The smell of pottage, that eternal medieval stew that contains whatever vegetables and grains are available, drifts up from the kitchen. It's a humble meal, this last supper before the feast, but it tastes of comfort and anticipation. Tomorrow, you think, smiling to yourself. Tomorrow the celebration begins. Christmas Eve morning arrives with the kind of cold that makes the water in the wash basin develop a thin skin of ice overnight. You break through it with your fingers, the shock of cold water on your face serving as a more effective wake-up than any amount of coffee could provide. Not that you have coffee anyway, since it won't be common in England for another 200 years. You make do with weak ale, which is safer to drink than water, and has the additional benefit of making early morning chores seem slightly less miserable. The manor is already awake and working when you emerge from your chamber. The household operates on a schedule that treats dawn as already late morning, a function of winter's short days and the amount of work that needs to be accomplished before the evening's festivities. In the kitchen, a separate building because of fire danger, connected to the main hall by a covered walkway that never quite keeps the food as hot as the cooks would like, preparations began before first light. You make your way there now, partly to see if you can help, and partly because the kitchen is reliably the warmest place in the entire manor. The great hearth dominates one wall, large enough that you could stand upright inside it if the fire wasn't currently roaring at a temperature that would melt lead. The cook, a woman of indeterminate age whose face has been reddened by years of working over flames, directs the controlled chaos with the authority of a military commander. The Christmas feast requires days of preparation, and today represents the culmination of planning that began weeks ago. A wild boar, brought down by your lord's hunting party 3 days previous, hangs in the cold room, ready for roasting. You saw the hunt, participated in it actually, and remember the precise moment when the boar turned at bay, its tusks catching the winter light before the spears found their mark. Medieval hunting is less sport and more dangerous necessity, a fact that the boar made emphatically clear before it died. The boar will be the feast's centrepiece, roasted whole and brought into the hall with appropriate ceremony. But it's only one element of a meal that will include dishes both familiar and strange to modern sensibilities. You watch as kitchen servants prepare peacock. Yes, peacock, which will be roasted and then carefully reassembled with its iridescent feathers to create a display that values spectacle as much as flavour. Medieval feasting is performance art that happens to be edible. Pies are being assembled, but not the sweet desserts that later centuries will associate with the word. Medieval pies are massive affairs, some large enough that you need both arms to carry them, filled with combinations that would puzzle modern cooks. Venison and dried fruits, pork and apples, fish and spices that came all the way from the Orient via Venetian traders who charged prices that made your lord wince even as he paid them. These pies serve partly as food and partly as storage containers. Their thick pastry crusts more structural engineering than cuisine. The spices themselves represent wealth in a form that later ages will find hard to comprehend. The pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cloves that the cook uses with what seems like abandon actually cost more per pound than some of the servants earn in a year. But Christmas demands lavish display, and properly spiced dishes announce to everyone present that this household has both prosperity and access to the far-reaching trade networks that connect medieval England to the wider world. You're assigned to help with the marchpane, that medieval precursor to marzipan that combines ground almonds with sugar and rosewater into something that's shaped into elaborate decorations. The almonds came from Spain, the sugar from Cyprus, and the rosewater from someone's careful distillation of this summer's roses. You're shaping the sweet paste into forms, flowers and animals and geometric patterns that would make a mathematician happy. While around you the kitchen's work continues at a pace that would exhaust a modern caterer. Bread baking happens in waves, with loaves emerging from the clay oven in the bakehouse at intervals timed by experience rather than clocks. The finest white bread, made from wheat flour that's been sieved multiple times, will grace the high table where your lord and his family will sit. The coarser brown bread, still perfectly good but made from less refined flour, will feed the rest of the household. The hierarchy of medieval society is reflected even in gluten content. The ale supplies are checked and rechecked. Multiple barrels stand ready, each marked with symbols that indicate its strength and brewing date. Medieval people drink ale the way modern people drink water, not because they're all functioning alcoholics, but because fermentation makes water safe. The alcohol content is typically lower than modern beer, but the quantities consumed would still make designated driving an interesting concept if cars existed. Wine is reserved for the high table, and for mixing into spiced drinks that will be heated and served throughout the evening. You helped prepare the hippocras yesterday, wine mixed with honey and spices, strained through cloth until it runs clear and sweet. It tastes like Christmas distilled into liquid form, warming you from the inside out in a way that the hearth fire never quite manages. The Great Hall itself is being transformed from its everyday functionality into something approaching splendour. The usual trestle tables have been joined by additional surfaces borrowed from neighbouring rooms, creating a U-shape that will seat everyone from highest to lowest according to their station. Fresh tablecloths, actual linen, not the rough hemp used for everyday meals, cover the boards, their whiteness a statement of cleanliness and status that guests will notice and appreciate. Decorations are appearing as you watch, transforming the stone hall into something warmer and more alive. Garlands of holly and ivy are draped along the walls, their green a defiance of winter's barrenness that carries meaning older than Christianity. The holly with its red berries and sharp leaves represents masculine energy in the old ways of thinking, while ivy with its clinging softness represents the feminine. Bringing them together at Christmas symbolises the hope that opposites can unite and create something harmonious, which makes them perfect decorations for a season dedicated to peace and goodwill. Mistletoe hangs in the doorway, another tradition that the church tolerates without quite approving. The white berries and the fact that mistletoe grows on oak trees without touching earth made it sacred to the Druids, who haven't existed for centuries but whose influence lingers in ways that surface during winter celebrations. You notice that people pause slightly when passing beneath it, aware of its presence even if they pretend not to be. The lord of the manor has invited guests from neighbouring estates, which means chambers are being prepared for overnight visitors. Fresh straw is being laid in the pallets, linens are being aired, and the household's best pottery is being brought out from storage. Medieval hospitality is both genuine kindness and social necessity. You never know when you might need to show up at someone else's door, so treating visitors well is essentially an investment in your own future comfort. You take a moment to step outside, needing air that doesn't smell of cooking and smoke. The courtyard is busy with arriving provisions. A cart has just delivered fish from the coast, packed in salt for the journey. Another brings wine from Bristol, the barrels marked with seals that testify to their origin. A third cart carries what appears to be nothing but firewood, which seems excessive until you remember that keeping the great hall warm enough for feasting requires roughly the equivalent of burning a small forest. The village folk are arriving now, those who will help serve the feast or provide entertainment. You see the minstrel who comes every year, his small stringed instrument wrapped carefully against the cold. There's the storyteller who can recite romances about King Arthur and his knights with a dramatic flair that makes even familiar tales seem fresh. A group of young men carry instruments for dancing, drums and pipes and something that might be a primitive fiddle. Children are everywhere, underfoot and overexcited, getting in the way with that particular genius that children have perfected across all time periods. They're supposed to be helping with preparations, but mostly they're building anticipation to levels that make them practically vibrate with energy. Christmas for medieval children means the rare treat of plenty, more food than they usually see, sweet things they taste only a few times a year, and a general atmosphere of celebration that makes adults temporarily less strict about behaviour. The church bell rings for sext, the noon service, reminding everyone that beneath all the feasting and celebration, Christmas is ultimately a religious observance. A group heads toward the village church for prayers, their breathtaking clouds in the cold air. You consider joining them, but decide your time is better spent continuing with preparations. God, you figure, probably understands the practical necessities of feeding a household of 40 people plus guests. Back in the kitchen, the controlled chaos has evolved into something more intense. The boar is on the spit now, slowly rotating over the fire, its fat dripping and sizzling in a way that makes your mouth water despite the substantial breakfast you ate earlier. The cook is basting it with a mixture that smells of honey, herbs and something sharp that might be vinegar. Medieval cooking often combines flavours in ways that later centuries will forget. Sweet and sour together, fruit with meat, and spices used with a heavy hand that modern palates might find overwhelming. You help carry dishes from kitchen to hall, part of the human chain that moves food across the gap between where it's cooked and where it will be served. The serving dishes themselves are statements of wealth, pewter for the household, silver for the high table. Your lord owns exactly 3 pieces of actual gold plate, which will be displayed prominently even though they're decorative rather than functional. Medieval status is performed through material goods, and Christmas is the biggest performance of the year. The afternoon passes in a blur of activity punctuated by small moments of connection. You share a joke with the cook's assistant about the peacock, which looked considerably more dignified alive than it does halfway plucked. You help a kitchen boy who's nearly in tears because he dropped a bowl of expensive spices. You tell him accidents happen, sweep up the loss, and don't mention it to anyone who might punish him. You steal a moment to sample the marchpane purely for quality control purposes and find it perfectly sweet with just enough rosewater to make it interesting. As darkness begins to fall, which happens appallingly early in an English December, the final preparations reach their crescendo. Candles are lit throughout the hall, their light reflecting off the silver and pewter to create an atmosphere that transforms the everyday space into something approaching magical. The fire in the great hearth has been built up until it roars like a living thing, pushing heat into the hall with an enthusiasm that makes the far end almost comfortable. You take a moment to stand in the hall, watching the transformation from workspace to feast hall reach completion. The tables are set, the decorations are in place, the food is nearly ready, and the guests are beginning to arrive. In a few hours, this space will be filled with people, music, food, and celebration. But right now, in this quiet moment before the festivities begin, you can appreciate the work that went into creating this medieval Christmas. The cooperation, the tradition, the small acts of preparation that connect you to centuries of people who celebrated this same season in similar ways. Tomorrow is Christmas Day, but tonight is Christmas Eve, when the anticipation might actually be better than the fulfillment. You head toward your chamber to change into your best clothes, the ones saved for special occasions. The feast will begin soon, and you want to be ready to experience it properly, with all the attention and appreciation that such careful preparation deserves. Evening arrives with the kind of cold that makes you grateful for every piece of wool you own. You dress for the feast in your finest garments, a deep blue tunic that your mother made, dyed with woad that cost more than you like to remember, and a surcoat embroidered with a pattern that tries hard to look like noble decoration, while remaining just humble enough to avoid accusations of social climbing. Medieval fashion is a careful navigation between displaying your prosperity and not appearing to rise above your station. The Great Hall has reached that perfect moment when all preparation is complete and the celebration is about to begin. Guests have arrived from neighbouring manors, their horses stamping in the stables while their owners warm themselves by the fire. The social geography of the hall reflects the strict hierarchy of medieval life. The high table on its raised platform at one end, the household tables arranged perpendicular to it, and space at the lower end for entertainers and servants who will eat after they've finished serving. Your lord enters with the ceremony appropriate to his position, accompanied by his lady wife and their children. Everyone stands, not because there's a formal rule requiring it, but because some forms of respect are so deeply ingrained they feel like natural law. He takes his place at the centre of the high table, and only when he's seated does everyone else follow suit. A choreography of medieval manners that no one has to think about because it's been drilled in since childhood. The feast begins with a ceremony that predates Christianity by centuries. A servant enters carrying the wassail bowl, an enormous wooden vessel filled with spiced ale, decorated with ribbons, and containing what appear to be small roasted apples floating on top. Your lord raises the bowl and speaks the traditional words, "Waes hael," be whole, or be healthy, and everyone responds, "Drink hael." The bowl is passed around the hall, each person taking a drink, a communal sharing that binds everyone present into temporary fellowship. Then the food begins to arrive, course after course, in a display that makes your earlier sampling seem ridiculously inadequate. The boar enters first, carried on a massive wooden platter by 4 strong servants, garnished with bay leaves, and accompanied by musicians playing a triumphant fanfare on instruments that sound vaguely like very aggressive kazoos. Medieval music is an acquired taste, but you've acquired it over years of exposure. The boar's head is removed and set before your lord, who carves the first portions with the knife he wears at his belt, that everyday tool that serves for eating, working, and occasional self-defence depending on circumstances. The meat is distributed according to rank, with the choicest portions going to the high table and progressively less prestigious cuts moving down the social scale. You receive a serving that's perfectly respectable, tender and rich with fat, and seasoned with herbs you helped gather last summer. More dishes follow in waves that test your capacity. The peacock, reassembled into something approximating life, gets admired more than eaten. Its meat is tough, and the feathers are mostly for show. The pies arrive, their crusts golden and their contents steaming. Fish dishes appear, required by church law even during feast days, prepared in ways that disguise their origin under layers of spices and sauces. Vegetables cooked with butter and herbs, eggs prepared in combinations that seem designed to use as many eggs as possible. Cheese from the summer's production, aged just right. Bread in quantities that would normally feed you for a week. The meal happens in that peculiar medieval rhythm, where eating is punctuated by entertainment, conversation, and periodic breaks for your stomach to catch up with your ambition. Servants circulate with pitchers of ale and wine, keeping cups filled with the efficiency of long practice. The hall grows warmer from the press of bodies and the roaring fire, until you find yourself pushing back from the table slightly, loosening your belt and wondering how anyone could possibly eat more. But of course, there's always more. The marchpane you helped prepare arrives in elaborate forms, alongside other sweets that involve combinations of honey, fruit and nuts. Spiced wine is served hot, warming you from the inside while simultaneously making you slightly dizzy. The conversation around you grows louder as inhibitions lower, and the evening progresses toward the moment everyone is actually waiting for: midnight mass. The church bell begins ringing while the feast is still in full swing, its tone cutting through the noise to remind everyone that beneath the celebration, this is a holy night. The birth of Christ, the theological reason for this entire season, will be commemorated at midnight in a ceremony that's remained essentially unchanged for centuries. The transformation from feast hall to worshippers is gradual but inevitable, as people begin to set down their cups and prepare to make their way to the church. You bundle yourself back into your warmest clothes, adding an additional cloak because the walk to the church is short, but the building itself has no heating beyond body warmth and a few candles. The procession from manor to church happens by torchlight, a line of illuminated figures moving through darkness in a scene that could be from any Christmas Eve for the past 500 years. The village church sits apart from the manor, serving both the household and the village in that uneasy partnership that characterises medieval religious life. It's a stone building that was already old when your grandparents were young, its architecture simple but solid, designed to last centuries rather than decades. The bell in its tower continues ringing, calling the faithful to worship with a voice that carries across the frozen fields. Inside, the church has been transformed by candlelight and evergreen decorations. The normal austerity of stone walls and plain surfaces has been softened by garlands of holly and ivy, while banks of candles create pools of warm light that push back against the vast darkness outside. The smell is distinctive. Beeswax and incense, cold stone and wool clothing, that particular scent of a medieval church that combines devotion with practical reality. The priest stands ready in vestments that are the finest possessions this poor church owns. The silk and embroidery were gifts from your Lord's family generations ago, passed down and carefully maintained, brought out only for the highest holy days. In the candlelight they shine with a richness that transforms the humble village priest into something approaching magnificent. The Mass begins in Latin, that sacred language that most people present don't actually understand, but which carries the weight of tradition and divine authority. The priest's voice rises and falls in the ancient cadences, speaking words that were already old when England became England. You follow along not through understanding but through familiarity, knowing when to stand, kneel, and make responses that are more muscle memory than conscious thought. There's something profound about participating in a ceremony you don't fully comprehend, trusting that the ritual itself carries meaning beyond your individual grasp of its words. The Latin phrases wash over you like a river, ancient and powerful, connecting you to centuries of believers who stood in churches throughout Christendom, speaking these same words at this same hour. The Christmas liturgy has particular beauty, a joy that breaks through even when mediated by a language you don't speak. The priest reads the nativity story, in Latin of course, but you know it well enough to follow along in your mind. The journey to Bethlehem, the inn with no room, the stable and the manger. The angels appear to shepherds in fields that probably looked a lot like the ones surrounding your village. There's a moment during the Mass when the priest elevates the consecrated host, and the entire congregation drops to its knees in unison. The bell rings, a small handbell, not the tower bell, and in the candlelit darkness of a medieval church on Christmas Eve, you feel the presence of something larger than yourself. Whether it's the divine, the weight of tradition, or simply the human need to mark this darkest season with light and hope, you're not sure. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe all three are aspects of the same truth. The carols begin after the consecration. These aren't the refined hymns that later centuries will create, but rougher older songs that blend Christian themes with folk melodies that probably predate Christianity. The tunes are simple enough that everyone can join in, creating a sound that's more enthusiastic than technically proficient. Medieval congregational singing operates on the principle that volume compensates for any lack of skill. You sing along, your voice joining dozens of others in the cold air. The song tells of angels and shepherds, of a star leading wise men from the east, and of a baby born in circumstances of poverty, who nonetheless represents salvation for all humanity. The theology is heavy, but the melody is bright. That particularly medieval combination of profound religious meaning delivered through approachable, even cheerful music. The Mass concludes in the small hours of the morning, Christmas Day now technically, though it still feels like night. The priest gives his final blessing, and the congregation begins to stir, preparing to head back out into the cold. But there's a reluctance to leave, a desire to extend this moment when the entire community stands together in shared purpose and shared belief. Outside, the snow has begun again, soft flakes that catch the torchlight as the procession reforms for the walk back to the manor. Your breath makes clouds in the frigid air, and your toes have lost most of their feeling despite your woolen stockings and leather boots. But there's a warmth inside you that has nothing to do with temperature. The satisfaction of having marked this night properly, of having participated in a tradition that connects you to believers across time and space. The manor house appears ahead, its windows glowing with firelight, promising warmth and the continuation of celebration. Because while midnight mass represents the spiritual heart of Christmas Eve, the night is far from over. Food still waits, ale still flows, and the celebration of Christ's birth will continue until exhaustion and dawn finally send everyone to bed. You enter the great hall to find that servants have kept the fires burning and the food warm. A smaller group remains now, those hardy souls who have the stamina to continue celebrating after a feast and a midnight mass. You join them, accepting a cup of hot spiced wine, settling by the fire to let its warmth seep back into your frozen extremities. Christmas Day has begun, and with it comes the promise of 12 more days of celebration, of fellowship, of temporary suspension of the normal order. You're exactly where you belong, surrounded by community, wrapped in tradition, marking the turn of the year in ways that your ancestors would recognise. It's a good feeling, this sense of connection and continuity. It's what Christmas means. Underneath all the theology and ceremony, the simple human need to push back darkness with light, to combat winter with warmth, and to face the cold season together rather than alone. Christmas morning arrives later than usual, a concession to the previous night's festivities that leaves you grateful for the heavy curtains around your bed and the extra blanket you remember to add before collapsing into sleep. The manor house is quiet with the particular silence that follows significant celebration. Not the active hush of people sleeping, but the exhausted stillness of people who have thoroughly worn themselves out and are taking their time recovering. You rise eventually, drawn by the smell of fresh bread and the recognition that however much you ate last night, hunger has a way of returning with the morning. The great hall shows signs of last night's feast. The tables haven't been fully cleared, though servants have made initial progress. Someone has kept the fire going, for which you're grateful, because the stone walls hold cold like they hold memories, stubbornly and for a long time. The breakfast laid out is generous, even by feast day standards. Fresh bread still warm from the bakehouse, butter that tastes of summer grass despite the winter season, and cheese aged to that perfect point where it's sharp without being overwhelming. Cold meats left from yesterday's feast, including slices of that boar that taste even better cold than they did hot. Porridge made rich with honey and nuts. Small beer to drink, because starting the day with ale is perfectly normal when clean water is suspect and coffee hasn't been invented yet. People drift in gradually, responding to their own internal schedules and varying levels of recovery from last night's revelries. Your lord arrives looking surprisingly well rested, which either speaks to a noble constitution or to having servants who ensure that lords get proper sleep regardless of feast schedules. His children trail behind him, still dressed in their Christmas finest from yesterday, apparently having slept in their good clothes rather than changing. A very medieval approach to laundry conservation. The plan for today involves more eating, naturally, because the Christmas feast spans multiple days and yesterday's offerings were merely the beginning. But first, there's the morning gift-giving ceremony, a tradition that sits somewhere between religious observance and social performance. Medieval Christmas gifts aren't what later centuries will make of the tradition. There are no wrapped packages with bows, no surprises concealed until the moment of opening. Instead, gifts are practical, often expected, and carefully calibrated to reflect and reinforce social relationships. Your lord will give gifts to his household, money to servants, cloth to craftsmen, perhaps a new knife to someone whose service deserves recognition. In return, he'll receive gifts that acknowledge his position. Gloves, handkerchiefs, spices, and things that flatter without presuming equality. You've prepared your own modest gifts, a jar of honey from your hives to the cook who's made your meals all year, a carved wooden toy for the Lord's youngest child, and a length of ribbon for the lady of the manor that you purchased from a peddler who passed through in autumn. These aren't extravagant presents, but they're appropriate to your station and to the relationships they acknowledge. The gift-giving happens in the Great Hall, with everyone present to witness the exchanges. There's a ritualistic quality to it, each presentation accompanied by words of thanks and reciprocal good wishes. When your lord gives you a small purse containing coins, you know the exact amount without counting it. 3 days' wages, the standard Christmas gift of valued household members. It's enough to feel generous without being so much as to disrupt the social order. The children receive their gifts with an enthusiasm that makes the adults smile. Toys carved from wood, a small horse, a ball, and a doll made of cloth and stuffing. These are precious items in a world where childhood is shorter, and toys are rarer than later generations will consider normal. You watch a boy of perhaps 7 receive his wooden sword with a joy so pure it makes you remember your own childhood, when such simple things could contain entire worlds of imagination. Once the gifts have been exchanged, the serious business of continuing the feast begins. Fresh tables are set, the servants having cleared last night's remains while you were distracted by gift-giving, and new dishes begin to appear. Today's offerings are somewhat lighter than yesterday's, a recognition that there are still 11 more days of feasting ahead, and pacing is essential to survival. Pies appear, smaller than last night's massive constructions, but no less elaborate. One contains dried cherries and spices that taste like concentrated summer. Another holds a mixture of meats that have been cooked down into something rich and satisfying. There are pastries filled with cheese and herbs, small enough to eat with your hands, which you do despite the grease that accumulates on your fingers. The truly magnificent offering is the subtlety, that peculiar medieval creation that's part food, part art project, and entirely concerned with impressing guests. Today's version is a castle made entirely of marchpane, complete with tiny sugar towers and walls detailed with such care you feel almost guilty eating it. Almost. The sweetness is intense, the almond flavour pronounced, and the entire creation represents hours of someone's careful work that will be consumed in minutes. Medieval feasting has always been partly about conspicuous consumption, and this sugary castle delivers that message with clarity. Entertainment accompanies the meal because eating for hours would be tedious without distraction. The minstrel from yesterday reappears, this time performing songs that range from religious hymns to stories of courtly love to ballads about Robin Hood that are probably treasonous if anyone bothered to think too hard about them. The tunes are catchy in that way medieval music has, modal scales that sound simultaneously familiar and strange to ears trained on later harmonies. Between courses, a juggler performs, keeping 6 wooden balls in the air with a skill that looks effortless but represents years of practice. When someone from the audience calls out a challenge, he adds knives to the rotation, their blades catching the firelight as they spin. It's the kind of performance that makes you hold your breath, partly from admiration and partly from the very real possibility that someone might need bandages soon. Medieval entertainments doesn't include safety nets, literal or figurative. The storyteller takes his turn, settling onto a stool near the fire and launching into a romance about Sir Gawain and his various adventures. His voice rises and falls with the drama, describing battles with giants, encounters with temptresses, and moral dilemmas that somehow always resolve in ways that reinforce the importance of Christian virtue and feudal loyalty. You've heard this story before, probably several times, but the telling matters as much as the tale. The storyteller's art is in bringing familiar narratives to life, in making audiences feel emotions they already know are coming. The meal stretches through the afternoon in that timeless way that medieval feasts have, where you lose track of whether you're eating lunch or dinner or something in between. Servants keep bringing food and people keep eating it, though the pace has slowed considerably from last night's enthusiasm. There's a limit to how much roast meat and spiced wine any human system can process, and you're approaching yours with the certainty of someone who's done this before and should know better, but somehow never learns. As the winter afternoon fades, which it does appallingly early, leaving you feeling cheated of daylight, someone suggests games. This is met with enthusiasm by those young enough to still have energy, and groans from those of us who've eaten too much to move with any grace. But the suggestion carries the day, and tables are pushed back to create space in the Great Hall. The games that follow are the traditional Christmas diversions, some religious in origin, others considerably older and more pagan than the church would prefer to acknowledge. Hoodman Blind is played first, a medieval version of Blind Man's Bluff where someone is hooded and must catch other players by sound and touch alone. The game quickly descends into cheerful chaos, with hooded players stumbling into furniture while everyone else shrieks with laughter and offers misleading directions. Hot Cockles comes next, a game that seems designed to test both physical endurance and social bonds. One person kneels blindfolded while others take turns striking their back, and the kneeling person must guess who hit them. It's rougher than it sounds, and watching it makes you grateful that medieval society has some concept of rank-appropriate play. The servants participate enthusiastically, apparently viewing this as an opportunity for socially sanctioned revenge against authority figures who've annoyed them throughout the year. Someone produces a ball, leather stuffed with rags, and an impromptu game of catch develops that rapidly becomes competitive. Medieval people take their games seriously, even informal ones. The ball flies back and forth with increasing velocity until someone makes an errant throw that sends it directly into the remnants of the feast, scattering pastries and sloshing wine. The resulting laughter suggests this might have been intentional. Music starts up again, this time for dancing. The dances are communal rather than partnered, with long lines of people moving through patterns that everyone knows by heart. The steps are simple, but the combinations are complex, requiring attention and coordination that's challenging after several cups of wine. You join in, partly because refusing would be antisocial, and partly because the movement feels good after hours of sitting and eating. The carol dances are particularly enjoyable, combining song with movement in patterns that circle the hall. These dances are old, probably predating Christianity, their circular forms echoing the wheel of the year and the cycles of seasons. The church has Christianized them, adding religious lyrics to pagan forms, creating that typical medieval blend of old and new beliefs that characterizes so much of the holiday. As you move through the dance, you become aware of the community you're part of. These are people you've known your entire life, whose families have been connected to yours for generations. The Lord's grandfather knew your grandfather. The cook's mother taught your mother how to brew proper ale. The children playing in the corner will grow up to work alongside your own children, continuing patterns of relationship that stretch back beyond memory. This interconnection is what medieval life actually means, underneath all the historical discussion of feudalism and hierarchy. You're not isolated individuals pursuing separate paths, but threads in a fabric that's been weaving itself for centuries. The Christmas feast is partly about celebrating Christ's birth, yes, but it's also about reinforcing these social bonds, about reminding everyone of their place in the larger pattern. The dancing continues until people are genuinely exhausted, flushed with exertion and dizzy from spinning. Someone calls for more wine and servants appear with pitchers, because apparently there's no upper limit to how much liquid a medieval feast can produce and consume. You accept one more cup more from habit than desire, holding it while you catch your breath and let your heart rate return to something approaching normal. The fire in the great hearth is built up again, with massive logs added that will burn through the night. The Yule log tradition, that enormous piece of wood that's supposed to burn throughout the Christmas season, sits at the hearth's heart, glowing with heat that pushes back against the winter cold. This log was cut from an oak tree with ceremony, dragged to the manor with celebration, and lit with embers saved from last year's Yule log. It's a tradition that predates Christianity by centuries, a fire-worshipping ritual that the church tolerates because traditions this old are impossible to eradicate. Evening settles over the manor, though calling it evening feels wrong when darkness arrived hours ago. Time during the Christmas season operates differently, measured not by clocks, which are rare and temperamental anyway, but by the rhythm of feasts, entertainments, and rest periods that flow into one another without clear boundaries. The Great Hall has reached that perfect state of comfortable exhaustion where everyone is content to simply exist together. Some people are still eating, working through the seemingly infinite supplies of food. Others are talking, their conversations animated by wine and fellowship. Children are sprawled near the fire, not quite asleep but clearly heading that direction. Dogs that have been begging scraps all day now lie contentedly under tables, their bellies full and their loyalty temporarily purchased with roast meat. You find yourself a spot near the fire, not too close to be uncomfortably hot, but close enough to benefit from its warmth. The heat makes you drowsy, that pleasant heaviness that comes from physical satisfaction and the knowledge that you have nowhere else to be and nothing else you must do. Christmas, you realise, is partly about this, about permission to simply exist without the constant pressure of work and obligation. The minstrel plays quietly now, soft tunes that underscore rather than dominate the hall's atmosphere. Someone is telling a story in one corner, their voice rising and falling while listeners respond with occasional laughter. A group near the far end is singing, not a performance, but the casual music making that happens when people who've known each other forever harmonise without thinking about it. You let your eyes drift closed for a moment, just resting them. And when you open them again, some undefined amount of time has passed and the fire has burned lower. The hall is quieter now, people having gradually migrated to their beds, or simply fallen asleep where they sat. This is normal for Christmas celebrations. Sleep happens when it happens, in whatever location you happen to occupy when exhaustion finally wins. Tomorrow, or today, depending on how you count time after midnight, the feast will continue. More food, more entertainment, more fellowship. The 12 days of Christmas stretch ahead, each day bringing similar patterns of celebration, each night blending into the next until the season becomes a single extended experience rather than discrete days. But for now, in this moment, you're content to sit by the fire, surrounded by community, warm and fed and safe. Winter rages outside, but inside the manor walls, Christmas holds darkness at bay with light, cold with warmth, and isolation with fellowship. It's enough. It's everything, really. The second day of Christmas arrives with your body's insistent reminder that you're not as young as you once were, and that medieval feasting takes a physical toll that would benefit from modern pain relievers. You extract yourself from wherever you ended up sleeping. It appears to be a pile of cushions near the hearth, which explains why one side of your body feels roasted while the other feels frozen, and survey the great hall in morning light. The space looks like the aftermath of a very successful party, which is exactly what it is. Servants are already moving through, clearing the detritus of yesterday's celebrations with the efficient resignation of people who know they'll be doing this same work for 11 more days. You help where you can, carrying dishes to the kitchen, straightening benches and trying to find where your shoes ended up after last night's dancing removed them from your feet. Breakfast is a quieter affair than yesterday, partly because several people are still asleep, and partly because everyone's ambition for food has been temporarily satisfied. You settle for bread and cheese, small beer, and an apple from the autumn storage that's gone slightly soft but tastes sweet enough to forgive its texture. Medieval mornings after feast days are exercises in gentle recovery, allowing your body to catch up with what your enthusiasm inflicted upon it. The day unfolds with less structure than yesterday's ceremony. This is Boxing Day, though it won't be called that for several more centuries. The tradition of giving gifts to servants and the poor has already happened. Yesterday's presents covered that obligation. Today is for continuing the celebration in whatever form appeals to people's current energy levels. Some choose to hunt, bundling into warm clothes and heading out with dogs and weapons to pursue winter game through snowy fields. Hunting during Christmas is partly sport, partly necessity, and partly an excuse to escape the manor house's increasingly crowded and aromatic interior. You consider joining them but decide that standing in frozen fields waiting for deer sounds less appealing than staying by the fire. Instead, you participate in the games that develop organically throughout the day. Someone has produced a set of dice carved from bone, and gambling begins with the enthusiastic disregard for church prohibitions that characterises medieval attitudes toward gaming. You wager small amounts, a few coins, a knife that's seen better days, a promise to do someone's share of work next week. The dice clatter across the table, and fortunes rise and fall with each throw. Medieval dice games are wonderfully simple compared to what later centuries will devise. The rules are straightforward, the outcomes depend entirely on chance, and the entertainment value comes from the social interaction more than the game itself. You win some, lose more, and don't particularly care about either outcome. The point is the participation, the fellowship, and the shared experience of trying your luck against fate and your friends. Cards haven't been invented yet, or at least haven't reached England, so you're spared the complexity that playing cards will eventually bring to gaming. Instead, there are board games carved into wooden surfaces, games involving moving pieces according to dice throws, and games that require strategy and planning. Someone produces a chess set and you watch a match between two players who take the game seriously enough that spectators fall silent during crucial moments. The children have their own games happening in corners and corridors. They play with the wooden toys from yesterday's gifts, creating elaborate scenarios that seem to involve knights, dragons, and a surprising amount of falling over dramatically. Their energy is boundless in that way that makes adults simultaneously envious and exhausted. You remember having that much vitality once, though it feels like a previous lifetime rather than a previous decade. Midday brings another meal, because of course it does. The feast continues with offerings that aim for variety rather than volume. At least that seems to be the intention, though the actual quantities remain substantial. Roasted fowl today, smaller birds that cook faster than yesterday's massive boar. Fish prepared with enough spices to disguise its origin, a concession to religious rules about when meat can be eaten. Vegetable dishes that actually taste of their ingredients rather than the sauces covering them. There's a meat pie that turns out to contain lamprey, that peculiar eel-like fish that wealthy people consider a delicacy, despite its appearance suggesting otherwise. You try it because refusing would be rude, discover it tastes like river mud and regret it, and quietly feed the rest to a dog under the table. The dog appears equally unimpressed, but eats it anyway, because dogs have different standards than humans when it comes to food evaluation. The afternoon entertainment comes from an unexpected source. Visitors arrive from a neighbouring manor, their lord having decided to make a Christmas call that combines social obligation with genuine friendliness. Medieval visiting during Christmas is expected. Staying isolated during the season of fellowship would be considered antisocial, bordering on hostile. The visitors bring gifts for their hosts, a barrel of wine, a haunch of venison, some expensive candles, and are welcomed with the enthusiasm that such generosity deserves. With new guests come new stories, fresh gossip, and different perspectives on shared acquaintances. Medieval people are tremendous gossips, treating news about neighbours with the attention that later ages will reserve for celebrity scandals. You learn about marriages being arranged, lands being disputed, and priests behaving in ways that suggest their vows of celibacy are more aspirational than actual. The specifics would probably sound tedious to outsiders, but for you these are the stories that make up the fabric of your world. The visitors bring their own entertainment as well. One of them is apparently known for his riddles, and he proceeds to pose questions that range from clever to groan-inducing. What has hands but cannot clap? A clock, except that hardly anyone present has seen an actual clock, so the answer falls flat. What gets wetter as it dries? A towel, which works better and produces satisfied nods from those who guess correctly. Evening brings music and more dancing, because apparently yesterday's dancing wasn't sufficient to exhaust everyone's enthusiasm for spinning in circles to medieval tunes. The dances tonight are more elaborate, with patterns that require instruction for those unfamiliar with them. You watch your lord attempt a particularly complex step, stumble, recover with dignity mostly intact, and continue as if nothing happened. Medieval aristocrats are very good at pretending that public mishaps are intentional choices. Someone suggests a Christmas play, and a group of the more theatrical household members begin organising a performance. These aren't elaborate productions with scripts and rehearsals, but improvised entertainments based on familiar stories. Tonight's offering appears to be the Nativity, with servants and minor nobles volunteering for roles that include shepherds, angels, and what appears to be a very reluctant donkey played by someone wearing a blanket and making half-hearted braying sounds. The play is charming in its amateurishness, with actors forgetting their lines, angels' wings falling off mid-scene, and the baby Jesus represented by a wooden doll that looks nothing like an infant, and everything like a carved log with a face painted on it. But the audience loves it, responding with cheers and laughter and genuine appreciation for the effort. Medieval entertainment values participation over perfection, the attempt over the achievement. As night deepens, the celebration settles into the now familiar pattern of eating, drinking, talking, and generally existing together in that comfortable way that happens when people have shared several days of continuous celebration. The wine flows, loosening tongues and lowering inhibitions in ways that tomorrow might bring regrets. But tonight produces only warmth and fellowship. You find yourself in a conversation with one of the visiting nobles, discussing topics that range from the weather, always a safe subject, to the political situation with France, less safe but interesting, to speculation about what the new year might bring. Medieval people are both fatalistic about the future, believing that God's will ultimately determines everything, and actively engaged in trying to shape circumstances to their advantage. The contradiction doesn't bother anyone. The conversation drifts to memories of previous Christmases, and stories emerge about celebrations in years past. The Christmas when snow fell so heavily that the manor was isolated for a week. The Christmas when the boar escaped before it could be roasted and had to be recaptured in an adventure that apparently involved 3 servants, 2 dogs, and considerable property damage. The Christmas when the priest had drunk too much for sale and delivered midnight mass in Latin that was creatively interpreted at best. These stories connect you to the history of the place and people around you, creating a sense of continuity that stretches beyond individual lifetimes. You're not just celebrating this Christmas, you're participating in a tradition that your grandparents knew, that your grandchildren will know, that creates a thread of shared experience running through time. The fire burns low again, and again it's built up with fresh logs that will carry warmth through the night. The Yule log continues its slow combustion, a constant presence that anchors the celebration to something older than Christianity, older than Rome, as old as humans gathering round fire to push back darkness and cold. Sleep comes gradually, people drifting away or simply settling where they sit, wrapped in cloaks and blankets, content to rest in the great hall's communal warmth. You find your own sleeping spot somewhere between the fire and the wall, where warmth and stone create a balance that feels just right. Tomorrow will bring another day of celebration, and the day after that, and the day after that, until the 12 days have passed and Epiphany arrives to mark the end of the Christmas season. But that's a future concern. For now, surrounded by community, warm and fed and safe, you let sleep take you. Your last conscious thought, a vague sense of contentment that this is what Christmas means. Not the presents, or the food, or any single element, but the whole experience of living within community, of marking time's passage together, of creating shared memories that will warm you through winters yet to come. The middle days of Christmas blur together with that pleasant indistinctness that comes from continuous celebration without the anchoring routine of normal work. You've lost track of whether this is the 3rd, 4th or 5th day. Not because you're drunk, though the steady consumption of ale and wine certainly isn't helping temporal clarity, but because the days themselves have merged into one extended present tense, where time is measured by meals and entertainment rather than by any more conventional metric. This morning, or possibly afternoon, the winter light makes it hard to tell, you find yourself with unexpected free time. The servants have the great hall well in hand, the kitchen is managing without your help, and the current entertainment doesn't require audience participation. You take advantage of this rare solitude to claim a chair near the fire, wrapped in a blanket that smells of wood smoke and wool, content to simply sit and watch the flames. Medieval fires are mesmerising in ways that modern heating can't replicate. The flames move with unpredictable beauty, finding shapes in the burning wood that seem almost meaningful. Your ancestors saw spirits in such flames, read futures in their flickering, and believed that fire was a living thing with intelligence and intention. The church disapproves of such thinking, but sitting here alone with the fire, you can understand the impulse. The flames do seem alive, dancing and breathing and consuming the wood with what looks remarkably like hunger. The great hall is quieter than it's been since Christmas Eve. Most people are elsewhere, hunting, sleeping off last night's feast, or participating in some entertainment happening in another part of the manor. The quiet feels precious after days of constant noise and activity. You're not antisocial, you've thoroughly enjoyed the celebration, but everyone needs occasional solitude to process experience and simply exist without performing for others. Your thoughts drift to Christmases past, memories rising like the sparks from the fire. You remember childhood Christmases when the feast seemed impossibly grand, and you believed without question that the season was magical. You remember the first Christmas after your father died, when the celebration felt hollow despite everyone's efforts to maintain traditions. You remember last year's Christmas, which seemed unremarkable at the time, but now carries a poignancy it lacked then, because you understand how each celebration is unique even when following familiar patterns. Medieval life encourages this kind of reflection, this awareness of time's passage and the cycles that structure human existence. The agricultural year creates a rhythm of planting and harvest, growth and dormancy. The church year marks time with saints' days and holy seasons. The human life cycle moves from birth through childhood, adulthood, old age, and death, with a visibility that later ages will try to hide but that medieval people accept as natural. Christmas sits at the intersection of these cycles, the darkest time of the natural year, the celebration of Christ's birth in the religious year, and for you personally, a moment to reflect on your own journey through time. You think about the people who've passed away since last Christmas. Your neighbour's wife died in childbirth. Both mother and infant were lost despite the midwife's best efforts. An old man from the village whose name you're ashamed to realise you've forgotten, though you remember his face and his kindness. A child who fell through ice on the mill pond, gone before anyone could reach him. Medieval death is commonplace in ways that later centuries will forget. A constant presence that makes the celebration of life all the more important. But you also think about new arrivals. Babies born in the past year who are experiencing their first Christmas, though they're too young to remember it. Marriages that joined families in bonds that will ripple through generations. New households established, new positions filled. The constant renewal that balances death's persistence. Life continues, patterns repeat, and Christmas marks the turn of the year with acknowledgement that both endings and beginnings are part of the same cycle. The fire pops loudly, sending sparks up the chimney and startling you from your reverie. You add another log, watching it catch and begin its own transformation from solid wood to flame and heat and eventually ash. The cycle of consumption and transformation seems like it should mean something, should carry some deeper significance that you can almost grasp but not quite articulate. Medieval people are comfortable with this kind of incomplete understanding, with truths that feel real even when they can't be fully explained. A servant appears with food, because of course there's more food, there's always more food during Christmas, and you accept a plate without really looking at what's on it. The eating has become almost automatic, a background activity that continues regardless of actual hunger. You chew mechanically while continuing to watch the fire, finding yourself surprisingly content with this moment of solitary existence within the larger celebration. The door opens, admitting cold air and several people returning from some outdoor activity. They're laughing, flushed with exertion and cold, bringing energy that disrupts your quiet contemplation, but that you find yourself welcoming anyway. Solitude is precious, but so is community, and the balance between them is what makes life bearable. Someone settles near you, an older man whose name you know, but whose life story you've never fully heard. in the casual way that happens during Christmas when normal social boundaries relax, he begins talking about his own memories. Christmases from 50 years ago, when the current Lord's grandfather ruled the manor and the world was simultaneously different and exactly the same. His stories are fascinating, not for their drama, but for their ordinariness. He talks about feasts that sound like the one you're currently experiencing, about music and games, and about the particular quality of fellowship that Christmas creates. He mentions people long dead with the casualness of someone who's outlived most of his generation, treating mortality as a fact rather than a tragedy. Medieval old age brings this perspective. If you live long enough, death becomes a familiar companion rather than a terrifying stranger. You listen, asking occasional questions, learning things about the manor's history that no written record captures. These oral histories are how medieval communities remember themselves, stories passed from person to person, each telling adding and subtracting details until the truth becomes less important than the meaning. The old man's memories aren't historically accurate probably, but they're true in a deeper sense. They capture the feeling of those past celebrations, the texture of life lived within this community, and the continuity that connects past to present. More people join your fireside gathering, drawn by the warmth and the conversation. Someone contributes their own memories, and someone else tells a story they heard from their grandmother, and gradually the solitary reflection transforms into communal remembering. This is how medieval people process experience, not through individual introspection, though that happens, but through shared storytelling that creates collective understanding. The afternoon slides toward evening with that winter rapidity that still surprises you, even though you've experienced it every year of your life. The fire needs constant feeding, and you take your turn adding logs, maintaining the warmth that makes the great hall habitable. The Yule log continues its slow burn, smaller now than when it was lit on Christmas Eve, but still substantial, still serving its purpose of carrying fire through the darkest season. Someone suggests mulled wine, and a servant is dispatched to heat some with spices. The drink arrives in wooden cups that warm your hands while the wine warms your insides, creating a double comfort that makes the winter evening feel less threatening. Medieval people are experts at these small comforts, at creating warmth and light and fellowship to combat the cold and dark that surrounds them. The storytelling continues, ranging from personal memories to folk tales to outright fabrications that everyone recognises as such but enjoys anyway. A story about a knight and a dragon. A story about a clever peasant who outwitted a demon. A story about ancient kings and their great deeds that probably never happened, but that capture something true about human ambition and folly. Medieval people don't distinguish sharply between history and legend, between fact and story. They're all ways of understanding the world, all valid in their own terms. You contribute your own story, something that happened to you years ago that's become smoothed by repeated telling, into something almost mythic. The facts have been simplified, the timeline compressed, and the ending made more satisfying than the messy reality probably was. But the story works, drawing laughter and response from your audience, creating connection through shared narrative. The evening meal arrives, more food, always more food, but tonight it feels less like gorging and more like fuel for the storytelling. You eat without paying much attention, focused on the conversation, on the faces around you lit by firelight, and on the sense of being exactly where you belong. As night deepens, the gathering settles into comfortable companionship. The stories slow and eventually stop, replaced by the contented silence of people who've said what needed saying and are now content to simply exist together. The fire crackles, someone shifts position, and a dog sighs in sleep. Small sounds that emphasize rather than break the quiet. You let your mind drift again, this time forward rather than backward. What will next Christmas bring? Will everyone currently present be here to celebrate it? Will new people join the gathering while others depart through death or distance? The future is unknowable, which medieval people accept with a faith that later ages will find either admirable or fatalistic depending on their perspective. But that's a future concern. Tonight, surrounded by community and warmth, with stories told and heard, you're content with the present moment. This is what the Christmas season offers. Not just feasting and entertainment, but these quieter moments of connection and reflection, of understanding your place within the larger patterns of community and time. The fire burns on, eternal in the moment, even though you know it will eventually consume its fuel and die. But there will be more wood tomorrow, more fires to warm future nights, and more Christmases to celebrate in years to come. The patterns repeat, the cycles turn, and you're part of something that extends beyond your individual life into past and future alike. It's a comforting thought, this sense of continuity. You're not alone, not really. You're connected to everyone who came before and everyone who will come after, all of you celebrating the same season, marking the same turning of the year, finding meaning in similar rituals of light and warmth and fellowship. Sleep comes easily tonight. Your mind settled by reflection and connection, your body warm from fire and wine, your spirit content with its place in the world. Tomorrow will bring another day of celebration, but for now, this moment of peace by the fire is enough. More than enough, everything really, everything. The final days of the Christmas season arrive with a feeling that's simultaneously melancholy and relieved. The celebration has been glorious, the fellowship genuine, and the feasting abundant. But even the best parties must eventually end. A medieval stamina has its limits. You wake on what you determine must be somewhere around the 10th or 11th day of Christmas, your body informing you with some emphasis that it would appreciate a return to normal eating patterns and regular sleep schedules. The manor house shows signs of the continuous celebration. The Great Hall, despite daily cleanings, has accumulated the patina of 12 days of use. The rushes on the floor need replacing. The tables are showing permanent stains from spilled wine and dropped food. Even the decorations, the holly and ivy that seem so fresh on Christmas Eve, are looking tired. Their leaves drooping, their branches drying out. But there's still Epiphany ahead, the 12th night, when the Christmas season officially concludes with one final celebration, honouring the arrival of the three kings at Christ's manger. This last feast will mark the transition back to ordinary time, to the regular patterns of work and obligation that structure medieval life outside the holy seasons. You spend the morning helping with preparations, partly from obligation, and partly from the recognition that keeping busy makes time pass more pleasantly. The kitchen is preparing yet another feast, though the cook's enthusiasm seems somewhat diminished by 2 weeks of continuous cooking. You help where you can, chopping vegetables with less precision than the task probably requires, stirring pots, and trying to stay out of the way when actual competent cooks need space to work. The final feast's menu represents a greatest hits collection from the past 12 days. Dishes that were particularly successful reappear, while experiments that didn't work so well are quietly omitted. The boar makes a final appearance, or at least parts of it do, transformed into a pie that combines the remaining meat with so many spices that its original identity is more theoretical than actual. More peacock, because apparently the first peacock wasn't displaying enough. Fish dishes that honour religious tradition while secretly making everyone wish for just a little more meat. The subtlety for tonight's feast is reportedly even more elaborate than previous offerings, though the kitchen is keeping it hidden until the proper moment of revelation. You've caught glimpses, something involving castles and possibly dragons, all made from marchpane and sugarwork that represents someone's heroic effort. But the full effect is being saved for maximum impact. The afternoon brings a reflective quality, a sense of ending that makes you notice details you've been taking for granted. The way firelight plays on the Great Hall's walls, the sound of familiar voices in conversation, the smell of wood smoke and food, and the accumulated scent of 2 weeks of celebration. These sensory experiences have surrounded you constantly, but now, knowing they're about to end, they suddenly seem precious and worth fixing in memory. Some guests begin departing, needing to return to their own manners and obligations before Epiphany. The farewells are genuine, and promises to visit in the new year are exchanged, with the understanding that such visits may or may not actually happen depending on weather, work, and the 100 other factors that govern medieval life. You participate in the goodbyes, feeling that peculiar medieval blend of formality and warmth that characterises relationships between people who are neither family nor strangers but something in between. As evening approaches, the household gathers for the final feast with an energy that's different from previous nights. There's still enthusiasm, but it's tempered by fatigue and the knowledge that this is the last such gathering for many months. The next major celebration will be Easter, and that feels impossibly distant from this December evening. The meal begins with the usual ceremony, but proceeds with slightly less gusto than earlier feasts. People are eating because it's expected more than because they're actually hungry, after 12 days of continuous feasting. You work your way through a plate of food that would have excited you immensely 2 weeks ago, but now seems somewhat redundant. How many different ways can one prepare roasted meat? Apparently quite a few, but at this point they're all starting to taste similar regardless of spices and sauces. The subtleties revealed draws appropriate gasps of admiration. It's a marchpane castle even more elaborate than previous attempts, complete with tiny sugar knights, and what appears to be a dragon made from spun sugar that's coloured red with some kind of dye. The artistic achievement is remarkable, and everyone acknowledges it appropriately before the structure is dismantled and consumed. Medieval art is meant to be temporary, beauty created for the moment rather than preserved for posterity. Entertainment for the final night includes the best performances from the past 12 days. The minstrel plays his favourite songs. The storyteller recounts his most successful tale. The juggler performs his most impressive routine, adding even more knives to his rotation, until it seems impossible that he won't accidentally stab someone. Medieval audiences appreciate technical skill, and tonight's performances represent mastery earned through years of practice. There's dancing again, but gentler this time, as if everyone's collectively acknowledged that aggressive celebration would be more than tired bodies can manage. The carols are sung with real feeling, these familiar songs taking on extra meaning as they mark the end of the season. You join the singing, your voice blending with dozens of others in harmonies that are more enthusiastic than perfect, but that create something beautiful nonetheless. As midnight approaches, the gathering takes on a more solemn tone. Epiphany celebrates the arrival of the Magi, those wise men from the east who followed a star to find the Christ child. In medieval thinking, they represent the inclusion of Gentiles in Christianity's promise, the expansion of salvation beyond its Jewish origins to encompass the entire world. It's heady theological stuff, but mostly you think about the journey those men made, travelling vast distances following what they believed was divine guidance. Arriving to offer gifts to a baby born in poverty, the story resonates in ways that transcend its religious meaning. The idea of a journey, of following something you believe in even when the path is unclear, of offering what you have to something greater than yourself, these are universal human experiences that medieval people understand viscerally. Your own life has been a journey of sorts, with paths taken and not taken, decisions made with imperfect information, and faith that things will work out combined with effort to make them do so. A blessing is pronounced over the gathering, the priest speaking words that commend everyone to God's care in the coming year. The prayer is in Latin naturally, but the sentiment comes through clearly enough. May you be safe. May you prosper. May you live to celebrate together again next Christmas. Simple wishes that carry weight because medieval life makes none of them guaranteed. The gathering begins to disperse. People seeking their beds with the satisfaction of celebration completed. The great hall will be thoroughly cleaned tomorrow, the decorations removed, and the normal routine resumed. But tonight, for these final hours, the Christmas season still holds, protecting you within its bubble of sanctioned celebration, before releasing you back to the regular patterns of medieval existence. You find yourself, as you have on previous nights, near the fire, watching the flames with thoughts that are too scattered to form coherent patterns. The Yule log has burned down to almost nothing, soon to be extinguished, its remains saved to light next year's log in continuation of tradition. The fire's warmth still surrounds you, but you can sense the cold beyond it, winter still holding the world in its grip despite Christmas's temporary defiance.